Across the world, the strongest rose to the challenge.
Well, there's the overclock. 3 kills for Lambda.
They have fought for pride, for prestige,
A blade for Jay-Woo, and there's the kills that you were looking for.
and for a place on the world stage. Every match brings them closer to legacy or obscurity. Rivalries will reignite.
Zera connects with the stick. Zera does it again.
New stars will rise, and champions
Oh, Cuffer. He looks so good on this Winston right now.
will fall. This is the Overwatch Champions Series.
Welcome to OWCS Stage 2, Week 6, Day 2, and that means it's our very last day of regular season play, this very stage. Of course, I can't do it alone. No, it's an EMEA show, so we have to max out our cholesterol levels, and that's why we bring in the Butter Boys once again. Jake, Matt,
Get your stats.
greased up and ready.
Get stock
That's
up.
right.
You're gonna need them.
I even thought we could have like a new name, right? You know, Jake kind of inspired the name. I know, talking about the Dinks yesterday. What if we're the Dink Dudes?
The Dink
That-
Dudes. I kind of like
cool.
that.
Think, dude.
I kind of like that. I kind of like
Yeah,
that.
it's got like a little like you know, dude, perfect trick shot vibe, you know. Or me and Jake are, you know, landing trick shots.
Sure,
dudes.
sure. Maybe
I feel like
we
we could be the
brainstorm
dudes.
this a little. Just the dudes.
Something with dudes in it. I think is like. I love
we
the
do-
D alliteration. I like Dink
They-
Dudes.
I was about to say I liked it. Yeah, and then. Anyway, these are our casters for today's games. And if you're a magpie like me and you're interested in shiny things, may I present to you a new set of drops?
Ooh.
Ta-da! It's like magic. Wow, shiny everywhere.
whole-
Matt, what's your favorite?
Hold this W. Goodness.
Yeah.
Right?
The whole
right?
W one's pretty dope. You know, the both hands kind of going for the crown. I mean, all these are pretty
hands are those?
swag. Yeah.
Can you
I
guess?
mean, these are pretty lit. I'm a fan of all these.
Whose hands are those?
Is
that a
it what?
Moira on the-
Sombra's hands? Is that the
No,
purple
yeah,
one?
the top is. Yeah, what's the bottom one though?
I don't know. Oh, wait, it's a Kiri's
Oh.
hand. The red glove is Kiri's hand.
Oh,
have to do a
okay.
lore check.
So Sombra and Kiri. Yeah, we gotta investigate a little further. That we still have to find out. But we do know what's coming our way in terms of our Stage 2 schedule, because yes, regular season play is at its end today, but the fun don't stop. We still have playoffs. We still have promo relegation. We still have, of course, our last chance qualifier this time around as well. And all of that is leading up to the mid-season championship.
I'm excited to get back out to Riyadh. Me and Jake were there last year. The kind of whole like city aspect they built around like the games. Like obviously you're only seeing inside the venue, but there's so much stuff to do outside, and all the different teams that'll be there. That'll be pretty fun. And then Stockholm, end of the year. I had a lot of fun last year in Stockholm, so I'm excited we're going back.
Yeah,
Oh,
I think
no, we had a
both these
fantastic
events.
time.
I want to see some of the world's best Overwatch. I feel like LAN's getting the global competition on. You know, it's what we wait for. It's the long build, of course, of anticipation for these big events. So always excited to have them coming up.
Yeah, I think the clash of the different regions is always so exciting. We heard it yesterday as well, right? In the post-match interview with Kuffa, he did say like, yeah, it's awesome to be like the top dog in NA, but like that low-key means nothing, because really, like, you have to be able to stack up against those Korean teams, etc. So all of that is going to go down on the big stage for the mid-season championship in Riyadh, and you can get your tickets right now. That's right, you can join us for all the festivities. That's a word. We're running with it. Also, of course, you can already grab your tickets for the World Finals at DreamHack. And since we are at DreamHack, there's plenty more to see than just Overwatch. But really, it's just Overwatch, so make sure to drop by. It's a 3-day festival of greatness. It's gonna be a good time. Speaking of good times, you know, before we get into today's matches, and since we are at the last week of our regular season, we thought it would be a hoot to draft our very own fantasy teams. Right? And we started that yesterday. How are we feeling about it? How do we
I'm
feel
coming
about
back in the
our
second
team?
half, guys. I'm coming back in the
Okay.
second half.
Yeah.
Right,
I
right.
mean, Jake's team, it's terrible. I mean,
Yeah, I think Jake,
Yeah,
Jake's
I'll
right.
see
I don't
you
know
on
if
the
it's going to
server,
pay
buddy.
off.
Tough talk.
But
Tough talk.
That's the
I'll
thing,
see you on the
though.
server.
That's just what we think will make a good team. We're playing this in a snake draft. The rules are pretty simple. You can only pick one player per team, so you can't just like roll up with the entire OWCS squad, and that is not possible. So you have to be really strategic about it. You have to be smart about it. And we are currently in round 3. Is it round 3?
Yep.
Yeah, round 3 for this one. And I believe I go first. That's right. And I'm gonna go with Jwoo.
I mean,
Not just recency bias, because he popped. Oh my god, he popped off. So he was eating the last 2 weeks.
I'm not sure about this one, Jake.
Look, Jwoo's the GOAT. Jwoo's the GOAT, but I will say this means Zoe has snagged players from the top 3 teams already. So
Yes.
True.
she's iced out of the top 3 teams. She's taken her easy picks. So I'm going deeper into the draft. So we can go to my pick, which is actually, it's going to be Sky. I'm taking Sky Reaper onto my team from the Ultimates. Because now
Okay.
I have a free pick from Katsuya. You guys have Katsuya players. I get whoever I want now. That's going to be my 5th pick, man. I'm not.
Yeah,
not
but who's
rivaling that.
left at the end? Like I
You'll
don't
see.
know.
You'll see. You'll see. That's what I gotta say.
And then
Okay,
I went with
okay.
Heesung of the Ultimates. I think from what we've seen
Nice.
from him in this stage, I think there's even more to unlock with his just kind of play and potential. And I think just overall as a player, you look across, EMEA, I was like tossing up like, Vestola, but then that kind of locks you out for the rest of the VP roster. And I think it's hard to pick between both TM tanks. So I went with Heesung there in that tank role.
All right.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
And it's snake traps.
Okay.
You go again, Maverick. But we'll
Yeah,
do
but
it.
we'll
You
have to
think about
wait
that
though.
for the
We'll have
next
to
match,
wait.
right?
Yeah, he has a whole match to
All
think
right,
about
all
this
right.
really
Fair enough, fair
deeply.
enough. Don't rush me.
Because that's right.
He's cooking.
Greatness cannot be rushed. Yeah, we're gonna be continuing this draft throughout the day. Ahead of every single match we're going to play today, we will be playing 1 round. And at the end of the day, we'll all end up with a team, good or bad. That's up to you to decide, because the audience will be voting on who they think outdrafted the other 2. So I guess we can already congratulate Jake, because it's an audience vote. It's
Look,
just kind of...
I'll say it's all going to come together. It's all going to come together in the final picks for me.
Sure. It's also coming together for some of our teams, especially the ones which are all the way on top. Let's take a look at where we are at currently. I believe we're going to take a look at our standings first, as we still have a few things that need deciding. That's right. There's still some movement possible at the very last day of play, which is very, very, very exciting. And here is the EMEA schedule. So if you're looking at the bottom here, Team Peps and 1Dib versus 100 Gorillas. Those are the 2 teams who will still duke it out today in order to not be relegated. That will be our first match of the day. So it's going to be pretty high.
Oof.
Oof,
I mean,
indeed.
This is a big match.
1Dib got off to a good start going to those, 5th games with everybody, but since then it's been a rough go for them. Where, look, I still think they can beat Peps, but I think this game is going to be really close.
That's right. Let's take a look at today's schedule, as that's not the only match we're going to have. So yeah, for this one, standings are on the line. The rest is more vibe-based, more like, want to end this stage on a high note kind of matches.
Yeah, is Frosttails going to end it on a high note against Twisted Minds? This is a tough one for them. I'm not going to lie. This is a tough draw. To be 06
What would be
is
a
going
high
against
note for
TM.
Frosttails here?
Anyone
Get the
else? Anyone else, Matt?
Yeah.
No, get another map, like they are already in promotion relegation, so like they already know that that's coming. So ready. With that said, you have nothing to lose. You can wild out. You can.
True.
And honestly, for them, like the rest
good.
of all of EMEA was like really strong, so kind of a brutal stage to be a part of.
That's right. And yeah, TUVP could be a good series or could be awful. We're about to find out, I guess. So yeah, so we still have some action to go for the day. Let's dig into our first match though. As we said, Team Peps versus 1D V100G. They are fighting to stay out of relegation. Peps currently in 7th, as you just saw, and I think Peps needs a pretty convincing victory if they want to bring this one home. Quite frankly, their last match, even though they lost it, they looked great. Like, Tread was gapping on Orisa. Vestola really struggled. So I like them on that Orisa comp. Other than that, what stood out?
I thought Cookie had a great series. I think he was a difference maker in a lot of these moments, had a lot of opening picks on the hit scan, a strong option for them. And I think the team also found some aggression here, especially in the later maps in the series, right? Finding the opportunity to really take the tempo to the opponents and, keep things very competitive. So I agree. I think 1D100G have their work cut out for them. However, I think 1D100G have been looking. They're a very aggressive team. Whenever I've seen them play, it's always been, they're taking the tempo. They're finding the opportunities to dive in, and I think that's a style that is going to suit them well. Against Team Peps, because this is a key match, right? And both these teams know it's rare we get to the end of the stage like this, where it's just you win, you get to go to playoffs, you lose, promotion, relegation. So there's actually so much pressure on this match. Maybe that also helps Peps having a little bit more veterancy.
Absolutely. Matt, you already mentioned that, right? They had a great first half of the stage, and then in the second one, they really struggled to find success in those individual matches. Granted, though, we do have to give the caveat that it was against OWCS and Twisted Minds. So...
But still, we kind of beat up on everybody else for losing to these teams. They lost to them as well. I think they've definitely been struggling the last few weeks as compared to some of their stronger play against other teams at the beginning of the stage. But they still control their own destiny, right? You get a win here against Peps and everything's all good. You end up losing here, and obviously you've blown a pretty significant opportunity.
Absolutely. So this one is for all the marbles. Both teams fighting to stay out of a relegation. Let's get this one on the road. So guys, please take it away.
Thank you very much, Zoe. It's the Butter Boys, maybe formerly known as, if we're thinking about the dangerous dudes, the dinky dudes.
We're taking the quick esports route, right? We're gonna be the artists formerly known as the Butter Boys, but. This team has struggled, Jake, really, for, looking back now, right? They go to 3-2 against Frosttails in week 3, which is probably a pretty alarming scenario because Frosttails has not been that competitive. And then they get 3-0'd by OWCS. They lose 3-1 to Gen G. They lose 3-0 to TM. I mean, in their last 3 games, they've won 1 map. So... looking pretty bad, but the community's still riding with them.
Look, I think Dip and Willis, that's my dog. He's on my first team, OWCS. I believe in this guy. I believe that this team has a bright future. Actually, a lot of their players have impressed me. I think Zidra has had a great season, and I think the challenge for Peps is going to be keeping up with the pace that this team wants to bring, and the way they play the dive comps. I just, it's for me, the proof's in the pudding. I've seen the play. It's looked good, even though maybe the results haven't fully been there. They've gotten 2 wins this stage, better than Peps.
I will say though, if Tread plays like how he did yesterday, I think this one could be pretty handily in favor of Peps. I think a 3-0, 3-1 is not off the table in favor of Peps. That if Tread, he was so good against VP yesterday, they almost take it to a 5th map, right? They fall a little bit short, and Peps, they get rid of so that'll be their map pick. They get rid of the Brig off the rip, and then DVG, they get rid of the Diva, which is quite interesting, right? Because you probably ban that Brig to play some type of Diva setup, right?
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised because I would think you would almost want the Diva mirror here if you were DVG. It looks like we got a little tech pause here coming in. We just gotta sort some things out before the match gets underway, but yeah, these are interesting picks. I do think the control map is going to be crucially important. I think this is going to be a close series. I don't expect it to be a 3-0 either way, honestly. I think these teams are a little bit too evenly matched for that to be, the most likely outcome. But I'm curious to see how the setups come here. Is it just going to be like a Lucio or Ressa comp? I agree. I think Tread can be that difference maker, could be maybe the factor that puts Peps over the top. But yesterday, the performance was so good. I mean, so many spears, so many opening kills in the Orisa. Yeah. That's not that easy to replicate, and now it's tough when you have a great showing like that and you take the L to just go back the next day and just do it again. I mean, it seems simple, but often mentally it's not, and I think that would be the test for Peps now under total pressure to deliver and avoid relegation.
Yeah, but they do get it's odd to look at it like almost like a little bit of a warm-up tune-up game though against VP, and they looked really good, right? So I think for Peps, you're probably like, okay, if we beat VP, that's amazing, we'll take that win. But for them, it's kind of getting everything locked in for today, right? Both these teams' seasons kind of, or at least in stage 2, come down to just this match. So for me, if you can get even a similar performance from Tread, and I think probably going to play a decent amount of Orisa here in map number 1, especially with how kind of the bans have gone, I think you could be in a pretty convincing spot. I think these teams are evenly matched, but I think D versus 100G has been on just such a slide that I do think there's a possibility that this series, Peps could take pretty quick.
Yeah, I think it's going to rely on big performances, especially from Cookie and Tread, who looked so good yesterday. But I think the DPS of 1D100G need to also strike back, right, to prevent that outcome, right? If Zidra can start getting some of these like longer range hit scan pickoffs, I'm also curious to see, the meta has been really shifting in EU, more and more Cassidy being played, even some Sojourn, and less of the Freya. And so we'll see what direction these teams see the meta is going. I mean, Peps did they play any Freya at all yesterday? It felt like almost not at all. It was just Cookie was just rocking it on the Cassidy, and the performance was so good, you can't really criticize it.
Dude, a lot of teams that we've seen here in EMEA dropped the Freya for the Cassidy. When we interviewed Shockwave yesterday, he was he likes playing the Cassidy, maybe not exactly into the compositions that they are currently having to play it against, which is some of these Orisa setups. So it'll actually be a mirror matchup here for both sides, as both teams want to play this Orisa. I'm curious how Willies takes this head-to-head against Tread, because Tread was a force on this Orisa yesterday.
Better positioning here from Willis. Now all the cooldowns being exchanged here on the high ground. Tread gets low, traded out by Willis. And so far, opening mid fight looks good. I think this is just going to be a full retreat from Peps, especially with that poop off the map by Natsuki. And all right, Willis immediately swung to the wide angle position. The team's right there supporting him. Beautiful stuff.
Yeah, and Tread takes like a large chunk of damage, and they end up using that immortality field. It gets taken out pretty fast, and then there was no like healing support there for Tread, and then he gets kind of pushed down, and that's where things start to crumble for Pep. So one dip off to a fantastic start.
Yeah, good rollout now on the retake for Peps to see if they can get some kind of an opener to get back into this one. Retaking this one can be awkward. Willis a little bit low though, needs a lot of support on this Orisa. And Baptiste on the high ground is under a lot of pressure as well. So both teams posturing, looking for opportunities. Yoham forced to drone defensively. This is not the best start to the fight. Could be an opportunity now for Peps to find blood elsewhere. And Willis is too low to hold on to the point, now being pressured by Ken. Seems like it's going to be Dip who has to hold the point for a while. Amplification Matrix from Yoham is going to stabilize things, allow them to get healed up and restore position on point. Zirian, though, isn't going to wait it out, just going to counter with his Matrix of his own. Both the Orisas low, just trying to hold this one on the point. Nice spear. Zones away big damage on FD God as well. And the ult trade continues, but no one has fallen on either side.
They do end up losing Yoham, though. I mean, Ken with two up on the high ground. That is massive. But, that's also an interesting point, right? We talked yesterday where we saw Soon come in for Peps, and we were like, Ken looked pretty good the entire time. So today they actually start the series off back with Ken. Proves to be pretty good, getting 2 kills up in that high ground. But one dip ends up getting, it was 60% here, Jake. That's nothing to scoff at.
Yeah, definitely a good start. And the fact that they do it without ultimates is really massive. That fight tends to be pretty impactful in terms of the outcome of the round. Willis trying to get this walk up. They're trying to push through the hookah, maybe assault the high ground. But Tread with that Terror Surge could be a real problem as they try to cross this difficult sightline. Willis already low. Ton of pressure on him. Big spear though onto the Bap. Big spin as well. Gonna force the drone out. And Bap's in trouble now. Has to get beaten by FD God. Natsuki also dropping the beat. And Team Peps looking healthier overall. 1D100G trying to restore that HP, trying to reset here on the high ground. But Team Peps don't want to give them that opportunity. They're chasing up aggressively here. Hunting down Willis first. Boot off the map. Cookie is off. Team Peps, they still have the Orisa online and healthy. Yoham Natsuki, though, finding some kills. They're dancing around without the hit scan available for Team Peps. They're unable to stay into this fight and get more kills. And despite the opening tank trade going their way, that boop off the map, I think, is pretty massive from Natsuki, his second environmental kill of this first round of Oasis. And that's a big retake for 1D100G.
Getting rid of the Cassidy, who's up on the high ground, just sort of drilling everybody with shots. I mean, that is a massive get, but a little bit shocking that Peps even lost that because their beat was a little bit better. FD God there. I mean, that's just, you can't let that happen here at this stage of the game. But he did have a better beat in the last fight, but then they're like healthier for like an extended period of time. Then one dip, but not able to secure a fight win. And then now because FD God dies, you don't have a really great chance.
Ken recall, I don't think he got that touch. Someone else has the touch. Ken, no recall. Might have to die for this one. Full commitment on point, nothing left in the tank. And Dip sends the opportunity to chase it down. That's a good fight win from Tread, or from Ken, rather. It's going to keep him alive for the moment. And Tread finds a kill on the Yoham. Cassidy pushing in desperately, but Tread is finding all the profit here on the point. Still looking healthy, still looking very tanky here on the Orisa, and some immaculate play there from Ken to stay alive deep on the flank, grabbing OT, from Tread to find those kills. And that's a fight that really you should be able to close out for 1D100G, and they just can't quite get it over the line.
I mean, Peps did everything they could to lose the fight at the beginning. I mean, and they still ended up coming out on top. I mean, Tread and Ken become very difficult to kill for them as time goes on, and Peps able to get a crazy flip. I mean, that is a scenario, Jake, that just should not happen. And now one dip, what do you have to work with here? You know, maybe you try and use this Deadeye to create some space, but it'll be a Terror Surge Pulse Bomb on the other side. Here's that Deadeye.
Willis is low. Pulse Bomb misses. It's going to allow Zidra to continue holding this channel. So far, just creating a little bit of space, a little bit of opportunity. Tread looking to get aggressive now, potentially with that Terror Surge. Doesn't want to overstep the mark. Zidra taking a lot of pressure on the flank. Zirian chases that one down, punishes it at the same time. Tread pushes forward now. 1D100G, 4 players up. Need to sustain through this. There's no opportunity to get the reset, and I think this one may be done and dusted. Dip off the spawn. I don't think he's going to be able to make this. Zidra onto the Soj, maybe just adding a little bit of forward pressure here, going to the Sombra. But I think this is too late. It's very close. Maybe able to get this touch, but nice contest there. FD God gonna prevent it. And you barely get the OT touch. Goodness, that was close from Dim. And now this is a fight. Now this is winnable for 1D100G. Someone else has to grab the next touch. This time it's Sombra. Great awareness from Zidra. Beat available here from Natsuki. If you can find this, is massive. FD God maybe forced into an early beat. Both beats coming down nearly at the same time now. Team Peps, maybe the advantage here. Cookie has that high noon, but getting aggressively punished by Willis. A Cassidy kill is exactly what you need in this spot. But Tread punishes Willis first still. The kill comes in, 1D100G. 3v3 now. Dip with that Pulse Bomb evens the odds. Ken with the Pulse Bomb of his own could bring it right back. Tread still reasonably healthy. It's just Natsuki and Zidra now fighting it out, and the overtime just ticks too fast. The Orisa, too strong on the point.
I was going to say, they're just never able to get rid of Tread, right? Kills being traded on both sides. You lose Willis as he's trying to put some pressure there on to the Cassidy Cookie from Team Peps, and you lose him, but Tread still holds strong on that objective. And that just feels like a giveaway there for one dip. I mean, they were in control for so much of that round. Peps making some really, odd decisions at times, and, losing like FD God in a final scenario, and then you're looking at, a desperation touch. I mean, Ken, dude, 15-0 here to kick things off. Feels like the difference maker.
Yeah, absolutely. The fact that he's consistently alive, just putting so much pressure on the opponent.
They took him out yesterday.
He's certainly feeling some type of way about that. 1D100G gonna look for the high ground where Team Peps goes to the low ground, so no immediate clash on the opener of the mid fight. At this point, particularly adept to being played from low ground, it's not obvious to me which side is naturally more comfortable. For now, off angle being played by Tread, and just this poke from the high ground continues. It's gonna be a long, slow fight usually on this opener.
This point can be contested and fought over for what feels like forever at times, where I know both teams taking purchase. We talked about, dude, Tread is just like, it feels like his spears are just like lock on. It feels like every time we see one, whether it's his POV or the opposing team, he's able to kind of connect with that big Orisa spear. A few players take some damage. Ken gets a big chunk of it and backs up, but it looks like Peps has kind of bullied them off the point.
Oh, that's massive, right? They get the flip for free. Now you're under a lot of time pressure. 1D100G, they want to make this fight quick and bring it back, but maybe forcing it too aggressively could be punished. Lucio and Tracer assisting on this flank now. And pushing through that just seems impossible. Ken bodyguarding this one out. Here comes Willis pushing forward, using some skills. Cassidy as well, swinging around the flank. FD got punished for holding that angle just a second too long. Orisa, the drone's too late from Yoham there. Bap able to escape up to the high ground, keeps this one in contention as Zidra finds another pick onto the Baptiste. So despite the tanks being off the field for 1D100G, they're dueling reasonably, but Tread's healthy. He's holding on. Zidra finds another. This Cassidy's on fire this fight. Still needs more though. Tread, fortified, running low. He's going to be in trouble when these skills run out. But so far, he's making so much time. Big Pulse Bomb, though. I don't know if he's going to be able to be here forever. Yeah, and Dip gets the cleanup without that Fortify. Eventually, the fight goes the way of 1D100G, but that's basically the mid-fight, and Team Peps are already up to 45%.
I mean, without that Pulse Bomb, I think Tread would have been able to live for even longer, right? I know Zerion was coming back with an immortality field. Even at the beginning when those kills are being exchanged, I'm like, if you're Peps, I'm not really worried about it, because your Orisa, like, being able to kind of, rotate the Fortify plus the Spear Spin. I mean, there's no way they were going to be able to just chunk down Tread in time.
Aggressive high noon here into the spawn from Zidra. The cancel not quite there, but Tread just runs him through there. Willis finds a counter kill the way back. Natsuki is gonna rip the beat here. FD God's off the field, and hold on, where's FD God's beat? Matt, was that an Ajax? Did he get instantly Ajaxed when he tried to press B?
I mean, yeah, we might have to get a replay on that.
Oh, we need a replay on the FD got POV there. We need to catch the Ajax. There's no
what we just saw
an Ajax, bro.
What we just saw from Tread, though, is exactly what Shockwave was kind of complaining about yesterday. He's like, yeah, I love that Cassie's in, but, you know, the Orisa just kind of runs you down and there's nowhere to go.
Right.
Where Tread just barrels in to Zidra on the other side. Spear spin, Terror Surge, and you know, he's just dead instantly. No way, even with the Deadeye, he could react.
Terror Surge from Willis putting a lot of damage down. Tread in a lot of trouble, got that drone, but his Fortify is running low, still being harassed down by the Tracer. Tread dropping solo, the pulse bomb from Dip finishes him off. Now FD God, ooh, a little bit of Lucio gapping right there from FD God. Okay, but it's not gonna be enough.
His whole team's dead though.
I mean, look, that was stylish though. Look, you
true.
play Lucio. Think about why people play Lucio. It's for the style points, right? And
I'm sure it was going through his head of like, you know what, I just Ajax, so if they're watching me, let me get like a sick.
Yeah, let me get one. But that was kind of nice. I got to give it to him. Now Tsuki kind of got
pretty nice. But, you know, FD God, look, he's going to play aggressive, and that's kind of, you know, you live and die by that as Team Peps, right? It feels like that's kind of his play style where he plays the best, and sometimes you're gonna, it's gonna look awesome, sometimes you're gonna, you know, have an Ajax and a little bit of an issue, right? But, you know, overall, felt like he's had a pretty good game thus far as we head into OT with one Dip controlling that point and the high ground.
Looking for the Ant Matrix opportunity here, but Bap jumping forward, gets his head taken off by Cookie now, who's in the sight for Willis, who's aggressive, diving into this flank, gets the finish. However, Team Pep's already finding kills elsewhere. They need some kind of a desperation kill. Maybe Natsuki can deliver it. Baptiste, the regeneration burst, probably going to be too much for him here. Dip to Lang. Okay, the touch is there. That was a little scary, but in the end, nice cleanup there from Team Peps. They're able to not only win that fight, but do so holding on to every ultimate. So they've really given themselves the chance to close out on OWCS. That dive forward from Yoham, very forced, very aggressive, and Cookie just punishes.
Especially because, you know, one Dip is probably going to try and build up towards some of their ultimates, right? I know having an idea that Peps has just about all 5 on the other side. So this 61% may turn into like a 99-99 situation very soon, as that's immortality field used right away.
Yeah, and 1D100G are like to just go super aggressive. They would love to get 2 fights off, but Team Peps aren't giving them that opportunity. Terror Surge, Pulse Bomb, and Window already used though, so hold on. 1D100G, if they can get a quick reset, I think they will have the chance for the retake. Yoham gonna take a quick walk into the street there. And Lucio, I believe, is wall riding the pillar here to stay alive. If they realize he's there, they could kill him, but no, he just dips out of that.
So you're going to go back to the Sombra again here, obviously, just to try and get closer to get a touch. It's going to be a Deadeye though from Cookie.
But Sombra's got this touch clean, right? Oh, what are you doing, Natsuki? Oh no, that is rough. Gets his head taken off. Yoham playing the spawn on the Kiriko, but it's so desperate. The beat comes in. Everybody just focus firing Willis down. It's a tough day to be in Orisa. As 100G, 1D, 100G are struggling. Dip with the pulse on a Ken. I don't know if it's going to be enough. Needs some support. Yeah, it's not. A little bit of style points for both teams, though. But Team Peps, they take OWCS 2-0, Matt, and your Pred is starting to look pretty good. Like that, a couple big mistakes there from 1D, 100G to give that one up. Still, I felt there were many moments of greatness from them, too. You know, forcing that Ajax on FD God, right? Still finding a lot of opportunities to make the round competitive and to open things up in their favor. So I feel like we're in for a long series.
Yeah, I just feel like that the team of one Dip, it's a better look when they can have that diva because it takes Tread off of the Orisa. I mean, he is so good.
I agree. I didn't like the diva ban. I think that was a mistake from them. But you know what? Can't make that mistake again this series, Matt.
But let's check out this play here from FD God. So Window is there. Let's see.
Is it a spear?
Is it the?
Oh yeah, Willis. That's my tank, baby. That's my tank.
That's unfortunate. And look, there's like Ajaxes where you kind of, you know, you jump in the air and dive. I mean, he's not like jumping high off the ground there. He's just kind of doing.
He got stunned. He got speared. It was just it was more of a great play from Willis to know that enemy Lucio has beat, and then he's looking for that Ajax. Like he knows also if you see that's coming ahead of time.
Yeah, there's like 3 players, you know, in between where like, you know, Willie's just to kind of like, you know, split the gap between a few players and connect with FD God. So I think that is more of a better play from Willie's than you know, kind of an FD God fail. So it's awesome that production able to get us a good look at that, see exactly kind of how it all went down. This first round, one Dip just kind of handed to them. I mean, they were in charge the entire game and then just kind of gave it away.
That's true. I also feel like Tread and Cookie kind of snatched it away. Ken as well. Like, this is the players we wanted to be having big games from Peps, and so far they delivered. I mean, that's a rough death to the high noon there from Natsuki. Just that's like unforced error. You just did not need to peek that wide. I guess I didn't expect how fast the high noon would push up, but it's a pretty bad error in an overtime spot.
And if you're one dip, I wonder where you go to here. Obviously, there's, you know, all of the map types available. I would like to see them go somewhere and try and play D.Va. I
agree.
I think the Orisa battle, like we saw with VP yesterday, that's where Peps has looked their best. Like this kind of like Orisa Cassidy type of setup. I'd like to see them try and force them off of it. So Hollywood obviously has a lot of natural high ground. There's the ability to do so.
Yeah, I think this is, I mean, I feel like this, you could play Orisa on this map, but it, you know, and for Team Peps, it's almost going to be baited. Like maybe they want to try to play Orisa on this map, but maybe the D.Va's better. It's hard to say. First point tends to be pretty close range. The rush comps tend to be pretty strong, but you get deeper into that map and it gets harder and harder. As you mentioned, more and more verticality comes into play. It's not a map we've seen that much of though, so I think both of these teams have an opportunity to define themselves. I like dip on the Genji, man. I like it when the Genji comes out. I like it when they hit these team play aggressive moves, you know, going for big rushes as a group and like enabling the Genji to succeed. That's where I've been most impressed by them as a team, and I think the Hollywood's a decent spot for that.
So what do you think they get rid of here? So 1D, they get rid of the
Maybe
D.Va.
Lucio.
Okay, yeah, so the bans do come through. They actually do get rid of Lucio. And interesting from Peps, they get rid of Ramatra. So want to take out potentially, I guess, like another rush alternative. Maybe they feel like the Ram could give the Orisa some trouble in certain situations, especially maybe in this map, right? The Ram kind of like playing around like his shielding and a little bit like more long range poke, like could be harder for the Orisa to play in, but also could just be a little bit of a, you know, a throwaway there from Peps, the second ban.
Yeah, I guess the Ram ban, you know, Ram can be a problem on some of these points holding the cart, but I'm not seeing the Ram vision completely, I guess, on this map. I just think maybe it's a little bit too high-low for Ramatra in general. I'd probably rather see the Orisa if you're gonna play Rush to be able to, like, you know, spear backliners and boot them away. But we'll have to see the vision here from both teams. The Lucio ban, though, I think does really push this in a direction of dive and mobility, right? Without the Lucio, you could play the Rush with the Juno. It's not impossible by any means, but especially with FD God, it feels like this does limit your options pretty significantly for Team Peps. For DBG, though, I mean, this is probably one of your more powerful bans of the series, right? It really has some of the more impact on the match of any ban. And so with Lucio out, now the rest of the series, FD God could stick to that if he wants to.
Well, look, I mean, if you lose this one for 1D and you ban D.Va and Lucio, those are two of the, I mean, at that point, what are you banning Orisa? Those are like three, you know, of maybe the strongest bans you could use against Peps at the moment. And, you know, just going down like that, I mean, that would just obviously solidify that at the moment, maybe not for the overall stage, that Peps is the better team on the day. But the Lucio ban, this shouldn't be a surprise. So, you know, when you have FD God and you're playing him all the time, you're gonna see this at least once. And I think obviously you can come in and play some Brig.
Yeah, I feel like FD God has also, I mean, he's been playing in this format for a while now, right? And so he's been, you know, developing on the other characters as well. The Brig, the Juno, they both are strong options for him. So this isn't a death knell by any means. I think it does just limits the signature style, like you mentioned, right? With that Orisa and the Cassidy, those are heroes that also really love having Lucio on their team in particular. And so it'll be sort of a backup synergy for them. For 1D 100G, we'll have to see what they end up running. Tread hitting his customary Winston backflip emote, and they're just gonna run it back.
Can you do a standing backflip? I feel like you could.
No, bro, what? That's some crazy stuff.
Really? I feel like you got like strong like,
I mean,
legs.
maybe if I trained it for a long time, but that's I'm too scared, man. I'm break my neck.
Yeah, no, you didn't ask me, but I
could do a handstand, Matt.
Yeah. So, okay, so Tread will play
they're just running it back, baby.
This comp is good for Peps. Like,
yeah, it is.
This is like kind of what this series turns into. Like, I think Peps has a huge advantage in this type of setup, and that's not saying that the players on 1D can't play this. It's just this is what Peps, I mean, by far throughout recently, like what they've looked the best at.
I want to see how Dip opens this one up though on the Tracer. Coming into the flank right now. Ken bodyguarding the lower left flank. He's going to get the challenge right now. And this is going to be pretty important, I think, this bottom left area. Whoever controls this area puts a lot of pressure on the opposite team, and that they've committed the break here as well. It's a pretty heavy commitment from 1D100G. Willis playing the corner. They're kind of pincering from multiple angles, but here comes Tread from another off angle, pressuring Willis, trading well. But that backline flank, man, it's drawing a lot of attention. Here's Cookie, though. He slipped the net. He's coming in through. Dueled by the Baptiste, forced off. Not able to find anything on that initial connection, but now turns over to Willis, who is running low on the support. And this off angle from Tread is punishing here, playing from lower dark. And Willis is trying desperately to stay in this position. Cassidy caught in, punished, Tread strikes. Willis brings it right back, though. Cookie from the high ground, though. There's nobody left to deal with him, and he is just raining down pain from above with the supports, helping to control that angle.
Dude, that play from Tread, that is such an odd spot for the Orisa to be, because you're used to like the Orisa just kind of like playing on the point, you know, maybe a little bit further back by the car on the point, like where we're seeing Cookie here, but plays in that like dark room to the side where, you know, if you're like Torb, you would throw a turret down, like look across the point like Crossfire, and you don't exactly want to just like run into that room to try and challenge the Orisa, right? Because you're going to get pincered, but you can't like ignore and just kind of step out onto the point. It puts Willis in a really difficult spot. So now One Dip tries to take high ground here. That's going to be their play.
Here comes the aggression. They're coming into charge for it, straight to that backline. Pulse bomb as well. Very big on the Baptiste, but the damage is there from Zirian. Saves himself with the drone, continuing to fight this one out. And Zirian, huge carry this fight, despite opening Pulse bomb coming onto him. He stays alive, finds multiple counter kills with that Matrix and keeps the rest of the team up. I mean, that was a hero save from Zirian.
Dude, he gets hit with a Pulse bomb. You know, nice play there from Dip. And then it's just when he recalls, he's recalling and looking at Zerion, and he just has the Matrix drop there, Immortality Field, and able to just you know, start mowing players down through that. Is, dude, this is getting scary for One Dip, right? We're below 2 minutes. And if you lose this fight, you're below a minute. You've made zero progress on the point.
They need to make a big move here and maybe dodge Tread's position here in the corner. They're trying to play from this IT room, get the high noon channel. Big high ground rotation, punish. FD God swings way too high without the shield up. Cookie with his high noon is going to be much harder to find value. Baptiste is exposed in the open, but the drone keeps him up for just a moment. Rally from Natsuki, solo healing, but it's enough. I mean, the rest of 1D100G very healthy right now. Team Pep's trying to regroup and restore the HP, but they have really no position on the point right now. Ken could come in for a last-second stall. Cassidy as well on the off angle. They're going to go for the retake. Willis trying to guard that door, and Team Peps are doing well to stay alive this deep into the fight, but Cookie Ken so incredibly low at this point. Bap's back and gonna start this cleanup pressure. Orisa onto the point, Tread, but he's just running out of resource. And 1D100G are gonna be able to grab this first cap. A couple big trades come in, but in the end, they get this one over the line and on to the first point. I mean,
if you're FD God, you can't die there.
That's a rough one. That's a rough. I mean, he's got his shield, man. He just takes the high noon and the second shot.
Yeah, and I mean, if he doesn't die there, right, he gets Rally here, but yeah, towards the end, he would have most certainly got Rally, like, way earlier, like, been in the fight, and that is one that probably with the Rally, I mean, you see even without it, how long Peps existed for, and now you lose
kill on the Cookie. They're gonna go for more. Aggressive drop here from Willis.
I like it.
I don't know if he wants to commit deeper, though. Like, remember, he's got players on card, so they're effectively down one here, and Willis just farms a bit of damage, plays it low, but I mean, Zidra in this aggressive forward position, it's really scary to retake this. Here's FD God coming out, big spin though, Terror Surge onto the low ground, massive damage here, Zirian low, has to drone himself just to stay alive. The rally from FD God trying to get up here and contest the high ground, but he's up into that window. The amplification matrix is huge here, and 1D100G will not give up this forward high ground position. Now they're going to drop in and look to continue to be aggressive in this fight. Team Pep stabilizing in the low ground. They've avoided a team wipe here, but they're still so incredibly low. That Matrix is going to be a problem for Willis. Tries to slip away to that high ground. The fortification keeping him up for just long enough. Takes the elevator, gets up to the safety of the Baptiste on the high ground. And Team Peps, they stayed alive well, but they're caught in this lower angle. Full control of the engagement by 1D100G.
It's such a bad spot for Peps to be stuck in, right? You know, 1D just controlling the high ground the entire time. And, you know, Peps is basically just kind of rotating out of the saloon constantly, just trying to find out where they can maybe get onto a player and attack. And even with getting Willis and a few other players low, not able to finish anybody off.
Spear use, yeah, I know it's very close. Oh my goodness.
Ooh.
Okay, let's check the stats here. I'm pretty sure High Noon gets no value. It's a zoning High Noon, because realistically, all right, so he saw Tread use Spear, he immediately cast High Noon because he can't be canceled, right? So understandable, you know, a series of exchanges there, but this High Noon probably going to get full kited, probably going to be no value. However, you might be in a spot for Peps where you have to retake out of a small room. You all have to back to cover under a threat of the High Noon, and you're now having to hold the point. So it's going to come down to a brutal deathmatch brawl, and I don't think there's that many ultimates on the field. So I think this is going to be a lot on the Tracers, the Cassidys, the Orissas to find some kind of an opener in this fight.
Yeah, and I think through the outline, we saw FD God trying to take some type of high ground. So we'll have to take an eye out, see if he just pops out a little bit too far, right? That's exactly what happened last time. You see FD got up on the high ground there.
Okay, the first rally is going to come up for Natsuki in this fight. So you're on a clock here for Team Peps. If rally comes up, you're probably dead. But Willis, oh, you can't die, brother. On the Orisa, already forced to fortify early. That could be enough of an advantage here for Peps to re-swing back into this fight. They're still healthy. Natsuki takes a big shot there from the high ground. Needs to get that rally online. Needs to continue building this. It's an awkward angle for Cookie. You can see it's very hard for him to get that damage in. Natsuki to 96. Here's the rally. Comes out first. No ultimates available here. 14 Peps are getting bowled over by the attackers. This rally just too much value on the point. And beautiful plays there. Beautiful understanding of the situation. High noon from Cookie, but there's just no chance of this getting the clutch. The point already capped. Cookie gonna drop into his death. Same for FD God and Zerian, just dying on the cart. And that's a very big fight to win. I mean, in the end, it's basically only the rally and the high noon that you expend, and now you're into third point, and all is forgiven from that rocky first attack.
At least for me, what's the difference right now is just the brig play. Like Natsuki is able to come up, right? Not dying out, pretty horrible times for the team, and then getting just immense value for the rally. So right now, I mean, where Peps is looking at like potentially even getting a first point hold, right? Getting towards the end of the map here. For
big
1D.
pull into the pulse bomb, and that's big damage to that pulse bomb, but the rally from FD God probably going to be enough to stabilize the team. Dip just wants to get out of this position. Against the rally, it's just going to be too hard to get kills. Trade is good. Tread with a big spin as well. Massive damage. Natsuki's so low, just can't quite be stabilized. And that's a nice catch from Tread and the boys. But that was expensive. That was rally forced. That was Ant Matrix forced. And Terror Surge as well. So it's up to Ken with the pulse bomb to kind of keep this one going. And once again, I'm eyes on Natsuki's rally. It's only 57%. But he's going to get that before clock runs out. And I'm wondering what the answer will be from Peps.
I like the Sojourn switch here, being able to kind of like burst, Willis down if he's, coming in using that spear spin to be quite aggressive.
There's a lot of corners here, though, obviously.
Huh?
There's a lot of tight corners. I mean, Sojourn doesn't have much of an angle to work with, and they're going to be holding last into a rally push now. Big pulse bomb, but it just forces out the drone from Yoham. See if Tread could maybe get aggressive and try to capitalize on that lack of a lamp. See if Zidra wants to swing it wide left here. Would kind of like to see that move here in this position. Natsuki's low, trying to continue charging up that rally. A lot of heals coming out from the brig right now. She should be able to charge this ult relatively quick with everybody taking damage, but there it goes. Cookie finds Zidra. And with the OC now, you need to back out. You need to get a clean reset here for 1D100G, but they won't get it. And you are right, Matt. This Sojourn paying dividends. Another opening kill from Cookie.
It's just the threat of the one-shot, like, around some of these corners. I agree with you. The corners are, like, really tight and actually probably better for Cassidy, like, overall. But like the longer sight lines and the threat of the one shot when players have to kind of come around the corner and there is no shielding option. And then once Willis's armor is gone, he's just a sitting duck.
Rally counters the OC though. It's going to be hard for Cookie to find damage. He's still slipping it in though. Manages to catch Zidra with a couple crack shot rails there. And with still a charged rail, that rally kind of came down for nothing. Here's the Matrix trying to continue this aggression. Once again, it is Cookie, the hero of the squad. This Sojourn has been on fire ever since he swapped. And that's going to be a hold here with just barely any progress into third point. 1D100G dip. Wait, hold on. Dip. Desperation. What? Touching the overtime. Surely not. Surely not. Sidra gets another. Okay, is there another toucher? Doomfist is back. Hold on. This is a fight now. Only 3 players alive on the field here. 4 Peps. Spawn very close here for the attackers. The clutch Doomfist pick. Tread low. High noon from Zidra, keeping him tanky, making him too hard to clean up for this Orisa. The drone comes out, but still enough damage coming in. Tread is going to fall. Now, desperation mode from Peps. They need to clean up this cart and quick with overtime spawns. This is going to be rough. Willis thinking about getting aggressive, but for now, FT God has the rally. This is all they should need to stabilize into this comp. They shouldn't even need their tank here. FT God maybe going to look for the rally right now. Does pop it, able to clean up Willis. And it should be enough to get the hold here. FT God takes some damage, stabilize for the moment. Dip now touching. But it feels like too little too late nonetheless. I mean, that's a huge difference getting this point all the way to like the last meter of third point compared to where it was stopped previously. That opens up a lot of possibilities for 1D100G on their defense.
Yeah, just going from like that first corner there all the way to basically like end of the map off of essentially like garbage time fights. I mean, that is crazy there.
That's dip, baby. One dip, 100 gorillas.
For one dip, I mean, sure, but it just feels like there's so many missed opportunities for Peps here on the defensive end.
Let's see, this area in the Ant Matrix. Where's it go? Oh.
Yeah.
Low key, I don't think that would have been a good ult in the high ground either, but it's all good. It's all good.
I mean, just a zoning.
It's a zoning ult. It's like they're like, oh my god, the Matrix is behind us, guys. What are we gonna do?
Anytime it's a little, just look. If you guys are at home, and you do something like that, just tell your teammates it's zoning. That's what we told people about Jedi for years. Yeah. Just
I got stunned out of my ult, guys.
Push them out. Yeah, I got stunned.
They're like, bro, but I see it. How to get down there? It's a bug, bro. It's a bug. It's a visual bug.
Cookie obviously doesn't have as great a stats as Sidra, but I feel like the Sojourn swap towards the end was
those are some big kills,
quite massive. I wonder if he stays with it on offense. I would like them to play the Cassidy, but I wouldn't hate it if he's like, you know what, I'm feeling myself with Soj right now.
First point, I'm a little worried about the Soj, but it is that like higher variable option, and so maybe that's what you want on attack, where you kind of want the chance to just randomly win rather than the consistency of a Cassidy.
Dude, Willie's also takes like really aggressive positions, right? The ability to like build up these rails and just land some of these shots. See already putting those shots.
That's a dink on the Sidra. Like a little, any extra damage from a teammate. That's a kill. That's an opener, and so shows the threat of the Sojourn. Misses that shot there. The control from that flashbang also a problem, and Cookie's doing a great job holding onto this high ground position despite Brig Cassidy coming to clear him. Takes a lot of resources to defend this high ground. But so far, the defenders are doing just that. Brig Cassidy, where's the heals? Where's the heals for Tread? No, my boy Tread. He's doing the most, holding the front line. Zirian a little too busy, maybe trying to support that Sojourn in the high ground take. Just wasn't quite ready to keep the Orisa up. The drone a little bit too late to come out.
The one thing I would say as well, Jake, with the Sojourn is a lot of the times what we see the Orisa chase down a Cassidy, spear spin, get on top. The Soj can just slide away, right?
Yeah, she can kite the aggression. Oh, Zirian, maybe need to pause here.
No. He's planning like he's gonna jump over the wall here in a sec.
He's planning, bro.
He's screen watching. It's like he's gonna come flying over the wall. Trust.
He's planning, bro. He's planning, guys. I'm planning. I'm gonna go back to spawn.
He's getting a drone.
Is that okay?
He's got a drone lineup. He's trying to get a line
That's
up.
my call. Guys, I'm planning. Hold on, I can't heal you for a second. I need to plan.
Yeah,
okay,
let me know when you guys are in position, then I'll come. That's what he. No, I think Zirian potentially.
It's looking like a little bit of an internet situation there.
I'm taking an IT course, and what I can tell you is that looks like a network issue.
Looks like a network issue. Turn the router off and turn it back on again.
Yeah, haven't got the certificate just yet. But if I was looking at that, I'd be like, hey, brother, your connection is not doing too good.
And that's a tough one, right? BAP DCs, I think he's going to lose ultimate there. I think he was close to the hit matrix too. So kind of a reset here. Hollywood looking tough mentally for Peps. I mean, they've set themselves a win condition, but Hollywood is a very defender favorite map. I've seen a lot of full holds on this map, a lot of holds in at a second point, a lot of holds in, like every point is winnable for the defenders. And I feel like that is a tough recipe to be going up against. So 1D100G, they have everything they need to close out this map and even up the series. But by that same token, if you manage to come back from this spot on Team Peps, feels like that would be a mental backbreaker for 1D100G.
Oh, 100%. I mean, if Peps is able to come out, pull out this map, I feel like 1D would be pretty terrible in terms of morale. I do wonder if like some of the Sojourn stuff we're seeing here from Peps opens the door for maybe like a Cassidy ban as we move forward, right? For Zidra to either match the Soj or play like a Freya, something different. I think that could be something that could come into play.
I will say, I think 100G are actually maybe a little bit hurt by the Cassidy coming in the meta. I feel like Zidra's Freya was really good and was like a key part of their success. So if anything, I would rather 1D100G are the ones that ban a Cassidy and bring out Freya back into the fray. And then Zidra has gone toe to toe with some of the best hit scans in EU on that character and looked pretty favorable. So I feel like if they can bring things back towards Freya, they're going to be pretty happy about that.
Yeah, that's true. I think Freya's definitely become a little bit like weaker with some of the adjustments recently. That's why we're
Soldier
not like
76, Matt. Soldier 76.
Half of these characters can fly now. Why are we playing? That's a soldier should fly.
He can run, bro. You're so true. Let's call up the dev team, baby. Full reset. Zirian gonna be coming back here on the Baptiste. Back in the game, back in the action. It's already used that lamp just to like help the team not get picked up on the retake. So he's not gonna have that here for the walk up. Zidra with the high noon could be a problem here. Tread's got to manage that spear usage very carefully. And you see the walker pressure is pretty immense. Full charge from Cookie. Opportunity to take a defender's head off. Looking to do just that here on the trades. A little bit of high ground control as well from Team Pep. They're in a nice spot, but they're almost just trying to bait ultimates here. Pulse bomb goes wide from Ken. No connection there. I believe the drone was used though by Johan. Yes. Now Cookie pops the first shot. Looks at the OC. This Orisa just tanking heavy in the front line. Big connection though. Spear from long range shuts down the high noon. And now Team Peps looking to get back in with some aggression. They're Willis diving in with a spear spin. That speed back rather. But the drone too late from Zirian, just not able to save himself. Uh-oh, that's a big mistake. Now Willis, Tread trading out, brawling in the front line. First rally is up though from FD God. Willis somehow stays alive and outduels him. Maybe just overextending with that rally. No Baptiste in the backline to save him. Willis dying late. Can you get one more late pick for the attackers? They would love to get something, one kind of trade out, but it doesn't seem to be coming. And 1D100G.
Can you make a play after this though, right? I mean, I know
yeah,
Willie's
you have a little
coming
tempo,
off
but
spawn. Yeah.
Orisa's reasonably fast in the rollout. At least she has like some movement skill to get her out. But yeah, they're gonna get full point position. Zidra needs to stay alive here. Matrix gonna make that very difficult. He's caught in the corner, hunted down by Ken. Natsuki with the rally trying to stabilize, but it's a 4v5 now. Defenders coming back. Willis, big spear into the backline. Hold on, he's trying to get aggressive on the Orisa. Team Pep's falling off completely from the play. Dip with the follow-up. And now with even player Zidra coming back on his signature Sombra for the fast retake. Willis does go down and Dip is still incredibly low. Natsuki on the brig being hunted, chased down by everyone. Baptiste as well, caught into the corner, in trouble. Dancing with Willis. There's a dance with death here. Tread finding a lot of the cleanups. And 1D100G seem to have finally crumbled here. A couple of those late picks, the stalls come in and Team Pep's eventually able to overwhelm, but that was not clean.
In your opinion, why aren't we seeing more Sojourn? Like, it feels like obviously Cassidy I feel like it's been a few patches in a row where he's getting some adjustments, and then some of the other hit scanner kind of get brought down. So, and it feels like obviously Cassidy pretty sturdy and puts together some pretty good consistent damage. It just feels like, especially against some of these Orisa comps, like Sojourn could be just such a great answer that we haven't seen as much.
Yeah, I like the Soj. I think for me in the brig comp, I actually prefer the Soj. What? He pulled somebody else. Okay, it was the drone. The other bat came around the corner and just took a pulse bomb to the face. Dip needs to run to a pack there. But in the Lucio comp, I think Cass might be a little bit better.
Yeah,
better at killing the Lucio in particular. But I agree with you. When Brig's on the field, I think this is a good read from Cookie to be bringing this one out. Tread has managed to hold on to this high ground, but the power spear from the opposition sends him packing off the high ground. 1D100G looking to take a dominant spot here in this position. Cookie struggling to come out, swing this high ground, and Zidra on high is able to just dump damage. I mean, this is a very dominant position from 1D100G. The pulse bomb, almost a special delivery up the elevator. Not quite though. 1D100G still stabilized, managed to get back up to the elevator. Big spin though, pulls Tread off the high ground. Nice heads-up usage of that play. Tread now is going to take power on the high ground, but the elevator snatched away from him by the Tracer. He can't quite make it up. Big spin, pulls players off, and it also puts damage onto Natsuki. The follow-up is there from Ken. Getting that cleanup, and the rally from FD God is just overwhelming. Big ult dump from Team Peps, and they managed to get this one over the line. 1D100G. It's going to be a retake, and doing that into the OC. Cookie on the high ground. He has every opportunity to close this one out.
And there's no rally on the other side, right? I mean, what, you're going to come around with maybe a dead eye? It's going to be really difficult for anybody like, Dip to even get up here to challenge Cookie. So Cookie with the dead eye up on the high, or overclock up on the high ground. I mean, this could just be devastating, right? Not a lot of opportunities to counter this. I mean, you see shots into Natsuki right away.
Yeah, but damage coming down from the Sojourn, but so far nothing brutal. But Willis, he's out of Fortify, and in the end the abilities just outlast the OC, doing a little bit too much. 1D100G having all the position on the map, but in the end Tread is healthy on Orisa with no enemy tank counterpart, and he is going to feast. It's an absolute beat down here, and it's going to be up to the 3rd point hold for 1D100G. Team Peps, they got 225 to work with. Very winnable for them. However, they find themselves in the doldrums ultimates-wise, right? So coming into this 3rd point, 1D100G, they really do need to win a couple decisive fights and make a hold early in the point, and then be able to come back for another shot in overtime. With 2 minutes on the clock, I think this one is almost certain to come down to the wire.
If you're Peps, I think the goal is here, if you can get both support ults out for a 1-dip, I mean, that would be massive, right? Give yourselves an opportunity to come back with double support ult of your own, maybe even another overclock and be able to win it, right? I think that would be massive. It's going to be the M Matrix here used by Johan. It's fine, right? It's not allowing Peps to push on up, but still, it's not going to result in anything massive. Nice pulse bomb there. That's going to get the immortality field out as Natsuki gets very low.
Yeah, ammo field's used on both sides now. Rally for Natsuki is available. You got to be careful. Walking too far up for Team Peps. Here it comes.
Stun onto Tread, delayed this Terror Surge by just a second, but still massive damage. The follow-up is good, and somehow, despite the rally, Peps are just dominating in this fight. 1v100G crumbling in a crucial spot now.
Dude.
And it's all going to be down to an overtime retake. Team Peps at full strength, pushing forward. They're about to close this one out, Matt.
And they end up losing that fight using both of those support ults like I was talking about. Team Peps comes back. You're going to have an
this
Ant
spawn
Matrix
is so
plus
late,
rally.
Willis.
It's brutal here.
I love this very early Ant Matrix. It's so hard to walk up and touch. Dip has to be the hero for the team. He's already recalled out. Somebody else has a touch. Here it comes. It's Willis making his way onto the point. Does have that Terror Surge if he wants to deploy that and be able to hold on to the cart. Big High Noon as well, threatening people, forcing them back into the corners. Big rally from FD God. But the damage comes in on a Tread just before the spear can connect, and I think that's going to be enough. 1D100G. Willis still reasonably healthy. Cookie maybe could bring this one back, but the spears forcing him to double slide, full retreat out of this fight. And that's what a clutch High Noon shot from Zidra. If that doesn't connect onto Tread before the spear hits him, I think we're looking at Peps closing out Hollywood. This is truly a duel of inches. Cookie with the OC, not the easiest spot to use it though.
But Joham's also end up building up towards another Ant Matrix here. I mean, a massive turn of events here that goes in one Dip's favor, as we'll see though. Can they hold on? Not a lot further here for Peps to be able to win it.
Pulse. Oh, and the drone's not there. Unavailable. Dip, does he get a pulse from his own? Yes, Briggs off the field. Now Cookie with this OC just dumping damage. Willis went a little bit too deep and is going to be punished for that. It's Ant Matrix in the backline, but the big connection, a collat from Zidra, or from Cookie rather, onto Zidra and Joham. And Team Peps gets it over. Man, Cookie on the Soj is just, he's filthy right now, Matt.
Yeah, the Sojourn's been a huge difference maker. I mean, since he's gone over to it, that's really when Peps has started to look phenomenal there on Hollywood. And I think that's the turning point. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see them try and go to it in the next map, potentially coming up. As look, I was saying, I thought the series could end up going this way just with how these teams have been trending. I think Hollywood here, one Dip could have won this. I think there are moments where you probably look back and like say they should have won this, but Team Pep's able to pull it out. I think Tread's still looking to be a pretty top performer here now on the Orisa, and then Cookie coming alive in a big way on the Soch.
I agree. I mean, this was 1D100G. They had every advantage they could ask for. This is their map pick. They're in full control here. Trying to bring back the series from this point is going to be a desperate affair. And I really feel like they need to change the story of the match in terms of this Orisa. I feel like the mirror, Willis has looked good at times in the mirror. The team hasn't looked bad, but it's clearly just the absolute wheelhouse for Peps and the boys. I mean, they're looking so solid. Zirian had some very nice plays. Like this clutch actually is really crucial to the overall time bank running down on the defense. And I mean, Briggs under a lot of pressure here, but FD God survives the Lucio ban and now has an uncontested pick for the rest of the series, more or less.
Yeah, and what, you know, for one Dip, they've gotten rid of the Diva and Lucio thus far. Do you try and ban the Orisa potentially for like the next map coming up? It feels like that would be the way to go, right? Try and put Tread onto maybe the Diva. Is there like a fear maybe they would play some type of like Ramatra based setup? I don't know, but I still think you would favor some of these Diva comps into that.
Yeah, so you know, we could see like an escort pick come out. I wouldn't mind to see like a you know, something like a Gibraltar, right? And just to force some high ground, to force the Divas to come out. And I don't think that'll be an easy win, but I think that'll be one that maybe is a little more comfortable for Zidra, for Willis.
It's
and
EMEA
Dip.
though. We're not playing Gibraltar.
Nobody plays Gibraltar.
You know,
I'm telling you, it's crazy.
I was gonna say,
like this
it's gonna be New Junk City or Runasabi. Those are the only two maps that it's ever.
Yeah, actually.
In EMEA, but. Like New Junk City, I'm curious what the bans are.
This is a great place to ban Orisa, I will say. This is a very
you would have to ban
Orisa. Like this is a very good Orisa map. If you don't ban Orisa, I mean, I don't think Willis is getting like cleared in the mirror. You know, he's also having some big plays, but the team play is not there. And I do think Willis made a pretty big error at the end of Hollywood. Like the Pulse Bombs traded Briggs out, and he's got a Baptiste and a Cassidy playing a window in the back line, and he just pushes deep down mid and gets like 5 rails to the back and dies. It's like, I don't think he needs to do that. I think he just AFK in the corner and just get healed by the Ant Matrix and like stall out with closer spawns, and I think they win.
Peps is going to bring in Soon here for Ken. So Ken coming out, Soon coming in. They did this yesterday.
Soon is a map 3 and beyond player.
But
Ken is owning. Ken is actually owning.
Ken is kind of like Ken is playing well. Why are we doing this?
Play bad, but this is just this is like the problem of having rosters with more than 5 players. It's like you feel obliged to use players that maybe there's not really a reason.
This just feels like a sub to do a sub.
I feel like this is a setup also for Soon to fail. It's like if you close out, it's gonna be like, okay, whatever, sure, you won 3-0, great. But if you start losing maps, man, and we got to bring Ken back in, and it's like, it starts to get scary. I feel like this opens the door to some kind of a comeback situation. And like,
okay, so the bans, I think you're going to be surprised. They let the Orisa stay, and then Peps gets rid of Genji on the other side.
Matt.
Yeah.
Why are they banning? I guess Kiriko's good on this map, but it's not that good. Like, you don't. Like I don't know.
What? Because if let's say the support went through, Peps has already banned. They've already banned the Brig. So like what? Like what?
I think DBG is just ride or die on Orisa right now, and I don't like it. I agree with you. I feel like you don't have to do that. I feel like you could find a way, especially with bans. Maybe some maps you gotta play
Orisa. These are both a little confusing at the moment. Like even for Peps, like Soon has been fine, but like we just watched Ken go huge for 2 maps. Yeah. Like
arguably he's having like the best series. Him and Cookie, I think, and Tread, are all having great series. That's your like aggressive tricore. Like that's the dream, and you're gonna take a risk now bringing in Soon, And
well, now to bring in Soon to play the same exact things you were just playing makes
exactly.
Like almost
It'd be one thing if it was like, oh, you're playing Genji, and then Soon comes in, you're gonna play Trade. Okay, sure, right? I like can understand that in theory. I'd still be like reticent to do it, but we'll see. I mean, Soon, I will say, he lived very well in the match yesterday. Like he was like a real thorn in the side of the opposition, and he did have a pretty strong series despite the loss, but like you said, it's just a sub to do a sub.
Well, there's nothing wrong with Soon's play. I don't think there's even yesterday, right, when he came in, I thought he was totally fine. It's just when you're rolling and you're going to play the same thing, the sub, at least on the outside looking in, doesn't make as much sense, right?
It really does feel like it's like, you know what, we got this player, let's give it, he's a good player, let's give him play time, which I like understand emotionally, but it's the reality of competitive play is you don't want to be making emotional decisions. You want everything to be about winning, about, for Peps, ostensibly right now, there's the thing about close out this series and go on to playoffs and what's your best look, right? And are we bringing Soon in playoffs? Like it for no strat change.
I've always kind of hated subs in general. Like if I was like coaching, like I'd almost be like completely against it, because like now it puts you in, you win this, okay, great, but then now you're like, okay, like how do we split time moving forward? You lose this map, then it's like, do you bring Ken back? Do you leave Soon in? Then now you're kind of like, the team is kind of like losing a little bit of vibes, like the momentum's kind of now going the other way. It's just, especially with players who are playing essentially the same thing, I always think it's a little bit bizarre where no, with both these bans, they've set this up to be another Orisa kind of head-to-head. So we'll see if One Dip can finally pull out this mirror matchup.
They're just gonna run it back one more time, baby. Let's see. We need to see a big performance here. I think the supports from 1D100G need to come up big in this map. They need to be fighting off the, and it's the sim keep. I love this, actually. I love this adjustment for Dip here. I think the sim is very good right now. I think not enough teams are using it, but we'll see. Is the execution clean? This is not an easy comp to run, especially your first time, but Tread just gets cooked. And talk about a way to deal with the Orisa, this sim. An absolute nightmare for Orisa, who relies on being tanky and being unkillable and running down the backline. And now the dynamic completely changes with Symmetra on the field. I mean, Orisa has to be very cautious. It becomes a much scarier fight.
The sim is a game changer for sure. I mean, I feel like when we've been on EMEA, the two of us have talked about this for, it feels like an eternity, where the sim is so good, where we don't see a lot of teams go to it. And like, I do think it takes like a high level of just kind of like skill and teamwork to play it, but I think even just the ramping damage is almost worth the shot here.
I feel like literally like you could be really good at it the way some of the top teams are, and they like TP around like maniacs. I think you could also literally just like run forward, hold WM1. I still think
or just throw the TP downs as like fakes. They have to respect the potential for you to go through it, right? Like it's not like you're forced to.
Or just do it like this, where you're just sort of TPing around. He's just like poking different angles, being annoying. And I mean, so far they're stabilizing. Baptiste is going to be on the run back right now. I think that's a recall out from Soon already. And this is a chance for Team Peps. I mean, this has been scrappy enough where you won't have that super clean hold. But in the end, 1D100G have full control. Natsuki to first beat. I mean, and beat with the Symmetra is devastating. It's almost unbeatable just because Symmetra is like guaranteed to get full energy. Matrix used aggressively here, trying to push in deep to the backline. Zirian, low HP on the point, dip, full energy. They give the flip up. They're just playing for the fight win. I don't mind this strat. FD got in big trouble now, caught alone on the flank, couldn't escape that scenario alive. Now, Willis getting healed up, spear spin, gonna start contesting the point. Matrix from the lower corner though, from Zirian. Now the beat comes in, dip, full energy, getting aggro with the Symmetra. Willis low is gonna be traded out, so there's still an opportunity for Team Peps, but the player's just dropping like flies. The beat maybe has done a little bit too much, and awareness of the 1v1. Zidra looking to trade this one out, looking to close it. It does just that. FD got back, but yeah, too little too late for the Lucio. And we may be in for a longer series than we thought, man, the way Maps wanted to. And I think Sim is the meta. I think teams just like are too slow to figure it out. And on 1D100G, it took desperation to bring them here, but I don't care. I'm ready to see a team play.
At least in the EMEA. At least in the EMEA, this seems to be kind of the go-to. I do wonder, like, do their bans make any more sense now that they're going to be playing this? I still don't think so.
I think the Kiri ban does make a little more sense because the mobility of Kiriko is actually very good against him, because you can't out-tank Sim. You just need to, like, kite her and be out of range of her. And Baptiste, not the best at that. Aggressive hold here from Team Peps. They're trying to fight into this. Zidra with the high noon. Instant cancel there. Very good awareness from Tread, who's doing a lot. The beat as well, layered over the top. And Dip with the Sim wall. I don't think it's going to be enough, though. Beat allowing them to just crash over the top of 1D100G, who are actually grabbing this point cap, though, with the Sim wall and the Chaos. And Yoham still has the Amp Matrix, so this could actually get a little bit interesting. Cookie holding that high noon, big channel onto this Orisa. Very tanky, but the damage is too much, and Willis soaks the shot. That Portify was just enough. Here comes Soon, though, from the back line. Pulse Bomb misses, and somehow 1D100G, they're bringing this one back. The lamp keeping everybody alive. Soon cleaned up the off angle, and Soon just came into a death trap here in this series. Willis delaying the Baptiste. This is going to be a nasty delay on Zirian. They do kill him off, but now Soon has maybe overstepped. Is getting cleaned up as well by Yoham. And Dip went back on the Tracer here for the quick reset in this fight, but I'd love to see him keep going back to the Sim as much as possible.
I hate this for Peps. I just... Okay, so like...
They need to do some, like, especially Soon coming in now, it's like, oh crap. Like, oh crap.
I think here's a window, though, right? Where Dip is back now on Tracer. I would have liked to see them stay with the Sim like you had mentioned. Maybe this is a window, but also...
He needed to get back fast in that fight. I think it'd be smart. He's going to go back to the Sim. Amp Matrix big on the point. Cassidy just barely rolls away and survives. Now, Zidra, when this Amp Matrix goes down, could look for a high noon of his own. Tread has been a heat-seeking missile on this Orisa, though, running down Cassidy's, but still finds a connection onto Soon, maybe a bit too low. The high noon just getting that finishing blow, and now Zirian desperately trying to scrap this one out, but there's no one left to touch point without Soon into the fight. Tread coming in, trying to get some whatever trades he possibly can. Lucio cut down as well, and although this is turning into a scrap and you know, Peps are finding a couple big kills, I just don't think it's going to matter. You just need to die quick for Zidra and manage to get a couple trades as well. I mean, this is going to get weird because the next point's going to be open very soon here, and players on 1D100G are just now going to respawn.
Yeah, but even if they give up initial first control, right? Double support ult's kind of coming on in. It looks like Dip will still play that Tracer
too. So actually, I think 1D100G are going to be here first.
Yeah, they're going to get to the high ground as well.
Tread's aggroing forward here. Maybe wants to go for a Terra Surge. Right now, Boobin player's back, using that spin, making it very hard to use the Amp Matrix, but the beat may be overwhelming right now from Natsuki. The Pulse Bomb comes in, and Tread did everything he possibly could in that fight, but the pressure was just too much, and what a spear from downtown. Willis takes Soon's head off. Baptiste now running for the hills. A couple players here caught in, isolated. I don't think you're going to be able to escape this on the Cassidy and the Lucio. Maybe FD God can trickily wall ride his way out of this. The damage is not quite there. Some slippery moves there from FD God. Team Peps on the retake with a very nasty ultimate advantage. But this can be an awkward point to force quick fights. It tends to be a little bit slow, a little bit easy to stall the point. Soon on the retake with a Pulse Bomb. Trying to sneak his way into the flank. Maybe got scouted there for just a moment. Maybe they, oh no, they are aware of this position. Soon instantly cleared, forced to re. This is a very difficult place to force the Pulse Bomb. Does not have recall, chasing a little bit too deep. Okay, Soon draws the attention, gets back. Willis holding the choke point aggressively there with the Terra Surge. The Amp Matrix, too much damage for him to withstand. And now 1D100G, they're still healthy on the other 4 players, and High Noon slowing Team Peps down. And this is buying time now for Willis to maybe come back into the fight.
Just pushing them back, just delaying. You're also going to have Dip, who's going to be able to kind of keep this contested for a long time as well. And Dip with a pulse bomb, we just saw in the previous fight, doing a nice job of it. Oh, that's a huge one there, killing that. But you lose your back.
Oh my, the drone, just perfect timing there from Yoham. Keeps the players alive, but soon punishing that lack of an IMO field, getting in for more on the Cassidy. Tread with the follow-ups, but trades are still good here. It's a 3-on-3 on the point with Lucio into the mix. It's anybody's fight now. You're trying to come down and force this stall. Spear onto Soon. Doesn't have recall, has to dash away out of this one. Natsuki, though, takes a big spear from Tread. Tread, though, very low HP. This one's gonna start to still turn against him. The Baptiste from the back, though, Zirian in a beautiful spot. Dip and Willis need to get something done, but I think Baptiste, Lucio, just gonna be too much to get through here. And Tread ends up outplaying that one, getting the edge over on Natsuki. I would love to see the sim come out, Matt. I would love to see it so much at this moment.
I'd love to see them go back to it. It looked like maybe they just kind of use it off of the rip as a little bit more of like a surprise tactic than when they were going to continue to play. But Peps with an opportunity here to get their first flashpoint on the board. You get some high ground control here. You're trying to build up towards an AM Matrix here, 4-1 Dip. But they'll have that beat on the other side to counter it. You just have to, your FD god, make sure you're pretty safe in getting it down. That's a huge win there by Soon.
Big catch. Pulse Bomb also zoning some players off the AM Matrix. Aggressive run forward. Willis has to hold that over time. And they're respecting the AM Matrix very well. Tread has that Terror Surge of his own. Drone a little bit too late. Willis super long range. Hard to get that one in time. Tread just uses the Fortify, hanging onto that ultimate. And they're being greedy here, saving a lot of important ultimates for the next point, and they're going to be rewarded for that. So Team Pep setting themselves up for the run back here on New Jug City. 1D100G, since they swapped up the sim, it's been a little bit troublesome.
Yeah, it's a massive win there for Peps. Like you mentioned, they hold on to both support ults. You hold on to the Terror Surge as Cookie goes back over to the Sojourn. So we're going to see that Sojourn play that was so good on Hollywood yet again here on New Junk City.
I think it's also a better option if the sim does come back out. So this may dissuade Dip from going for that kind of a move. But this is a very open point, right? A lot of high grounds, a lot of range, a lot of versatility for Sojourn to be able to jump from high to low. Zidra opens up with the high noon, some big damage as well onto the front line. Zirian with the responsive AM Matrix, though, keeping the team very healthy and contention on the point. Neither team wants to give this fight up. Tread goes with the opening Terror Surge. FD got with a drastically better sound barrier, though, and so it's Team Peps looking to charge forward, clean up kill soon. Finds Zidra. Now more targets in the sights of Team Peps. 1D100G trying to stabilize. Dip low on cooldowns. Has already used that recall. Zirian's going to cut him down. Beautiful spear by Tread. Once again, so consistent with that ability. And now the rest of 1D100G crushed into the fight. Tread with these Terror Surges. He's getting so much every time. Always starting an advantage trade when he's got that ultimate up. And this is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, go back to this. We like this. So for one Dip there, I think the benefit is like they get some of these ultimates out on the other side, and a lot of it is while it's contested. Okay, so they're gonna go back here and play that Tracer. Well, you would have liked to see them play the sim. I mean,
I really would have. They just use the sim to get out fast. They just go with the Brig as their response here, which I don't hate, but I don't think it was gonna be a game changer here either. Willis with the Terror Surge, but how do you get to Cookie? Cookie's the one who's gonna be able to take this fight over. He's gonna be long range OC pop now on the high ground. And maybe it's been baited here. 1D100G just hiding. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think you can really get aggressive here for Cookie. And that's a nice value. Oh, he needs one last chance to get a rail shot. Okay, the dodges are good for 1D100G, but not good enough. Zidra still finds the opportunity. Willis is low. Do you want to commit to this? It's so desperate. You're being flanked from all sides. Cookie just like takes a quick wrap, punishes the walk up. And 1D100G struggling. Zidra gonna go back to this trusty Freya facing relegation, right? This is going to be going down to the final point. Remember, 1D100G lose this, they're going back to promotion relegation. They fought so hard to earn their place here for another stage in OWCS, and it could be all crashing down around their ears right now, Matt.
I mean, they win 2 points with the sim and then just ditch it, right? I mean, it would have been good to kind of see for the rest of the map what things could have been with that, but they go with the Freya swap here towards the end. Like you talked about, Zidra been very good on this hero really throughout the phase. It's really kind of what got them here to this point.
Especially against Sojourn. I think this is a good matchup for Freya and Sojourn. It's part of why we haven't seen as much Sojourn. But oh, not if Cookie hits the first rail. A beautiful swing from Cookie and just deletes Zidra out of the fight. And this is going to be an easy cap now for Team Peps. Holding on to the ultimates. As I say that, oh, hold on. Natsuki, Willis, the spin. They're able to take down Zirian and keep this one into contention. The opening pick wasn't enough. The clutch coming in now from 1D100G. Tread low. There's no Baptiste to heal him back up. He's in real trouble. The fortify advantage here for Willis. B comes down from a lead. Tread's in trouble. I don't think he's winning this trade. Yeah, getting the help of some more players here, but There's just an overwhelming serpent of players, and Dip gets back in with 2 kills of his own. The pulse bomb onto FD God. Baptiste is back, but it's not enough. And the clutch kills on the flank, despite a clean opener out of Cookie, they still can't get it over the line, even with the sound barrier. So Team Peps sent relaying at 1D100G. They want to prove that they still deserve to be at this level, to have another shot at another stage without having to face promotion relegation.
Do you like the idea of investing the beat there? I mean, it's like a 4v4 type of scenario, but the Tracer's still alive on the other side. The Baptiste with the ability for the immortality field. It felt like it may be pressing the issue a little bit too much there. With that beat, it's going to be an Ant Matrix here for Zerion. It'll be the rally here for Natsuki, just trying to keep, really, it's just Dip and Willis topped up.
And OC comes out from Cookie, has a chance to find some shots here. The bullet shot on his face, though, is being tanked through everything. The support play is beautiful. Yoham barely slips around the corner. Gotta be so careful here. Zidra continuing to dance around, strike back with a few shots. Yoham is low, being flanked, being pressured. Natsuki, though, finds Soon, maybe going a little bit too deep to finish off that Bap kill. Zidra certainly caught dead to rights here, but somehow he's dancing his way out of this. No one's looking at the Freya. The spin now from Tread, trades a kill back. Brig fighting for her life on the point, but she will not be able to hold on to that. And Dip just stalling now, trying to run what clock he can. Does take down FD God. I don't think that's going to be a very meaningful pickoff since Lucio has such a quick respawn, but sends a message nonetheless. And Team Peps, nothing left in the tank. They had to use everything to get that one over the line. The Cassidy comes back out from Zidra. It's only Dip with the pulse bomb, but maybe the pulse bomb is all they need here. A stick pick would be the dream opener, even if it just does big damage or forces that drone. I think it could also be pretty good. Soon found pretty early on the flank, and the Brig tends to give an edge there to that Tracer on the flank fight. Rail shot?
It's just, ooh, the rail shot does connect on it. Willie's getting quite low, but they lose Soon.
Yeah, pulse bomb misses from Dip. Forces one of the slides out from Cookie, who's still looking deadly, still looking dangerous here with those rail shots. They know he always has a chance to bring it back, and oh, the jukes are just barely good enough from Zidra, dancing in front of Tread, just enough to dodge that rail. Dip forced into the recall. Baptiste low, still has targets in his sights, wants to continue to hunt this down, going all in for this play. There's no pack there. Oh no, it's missing, but now he's pulling Soon out of the fight, and the rest of the team so strong. Willis drops the spin, the Terror Surge on the point. 1D100G staying alive for now in EMEA OWCS. They are going to take New Junk City. It took heroics, it took a clutch of unreal proportions, and the sim cheese as well, but they keep the series going, Matt.
It's now, I mean, look, one Dip gets right back in it. Now it raises those questions I was talking about that I would like hate to even kind of like enter the conversation if I was Peps, of like, okay, you know, we made a sub, do we make another sub, like what?
It gets just very awkward now, because if you take Soon out, it looks like you're scared and you're backing down.
Yeah,
but if you keep him in and you lose, everyone's gonna think you're crazy.
But then also, like, Ken is playing good, and then you kind of you bench him for 10 minutes and you ask him to come back in, and it's like, it's not the same. It's just
it's not the same. It's like, where's the trust in Ken to be that guy? Like, he's been that guy for 3 maps. If I'm Ken, I'm like, okay, like, but like, you're kind of powerless as Ken. Like how does your team want more from you? You didn't play well enough, you know, like maybe that's not what's being said, but that tends to be the feeling, right? It's like that's the implicit reality of the situation.
Yeah, and it just makes it really difficult to get back into the flow of a game, right? To be able to kind of jump back in, be able to play at that same type of level. It just doesn't happen, just jumping right back into the game, right? In that fashion. So it puts them in a really awkward spot here as time goes on, and I would not want to be the Peps coaching staff. That's a really awkward situation to work through.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough spot for them. You know, we'll see if they're able to bring this one back, and maybe with a couple map picks back to back, you think Team Peps have every advantage they would need. But 1D100G have shown tremendous fight. They've been a team that has many times brought us to map 5 in series. We didn't expect that. So stick with us after a short break, and we'll see the conclusion of this series. Welcome back, everybody. You are watching OWCS EMEA. We are watching a crucial match here for the outcome of the stage. Both teams facing promotion relegation on the one hand or a chance in the playoffs on the other. This match is going to decide it. Right now, Team Pep's up 2-1. But DMSG, they got a map here. You know, like anything's possible right now.
I think we're going 5.
No, this is such a 5 mapper. This is such a 5 mapper.
This is. I was feeling so good about Peps, and now I'm kind of like, no subs coming into this one, right? So, still with the same lineups here coming in.
Soon was good on this map yesterday, you know, and
yeah.
1D100G, I mean, like, OWCS are going to play Sim on this map, but 1D100G, they don't seem that committed to it. They seem like they wanted to cheese mid, they snowballed with some ultis, and then they were like, no, let's play Tracer again. And they got the win, but come on, man. Don't tell me, like, how can all the teams be watching OWCS dominate everyone with Sim and not you wanted to just get a little taste, just see what the possibilities might be?
Yeah, it's just, I mean, it still puts Soon in a rough spot. It puts Ken in a rough spot. As Soon did look good on this map yesterday.
Please, Soon keeping it.
Soon did win a map against VP the other day, but the previous time we saw him, I believe, was back in week 2 against Twisted Minds. That one, though, he was playing a little bit out of position. He was filling in for Cookie, playing some, like, Sojourn, and didn't really have the Freya, yet in the wheelhouse. So I haven't seen a ton of Suit here, but now at the end of the season, they're trying to get him going into the playoffs.
Early recall for us, but a dominant position now from 1D100G, who've really secured the high ground here on this mid fight. It's not gonna decide this one, but it definitely does put them in a good position to continue to walk forward and make maybe a little bit of progress on the bot. Neither team wants to make that opening mistake, especially with the break. Some headshots coming in from Zidra, swinging wide and confidently onto that flank, putting down some big damage, but it's Willis who ends up taking the brunt of the punishment. Tread, both the rest is now forcing to use the Fortify. And they're both dropping low. Tread in a little bit of trouble, yet their follow-up is there. Where's the aggression from Team Peps? It's lackluster. The Lucio, maybe a little bit of better poke, but Zidra is the hero right now, starting to light it up. That flank swing where he's able to hit just like all those shots back to back, he rolls into that. If he doesn't hit those shots, he dies. It's him hitting those shots that actually keeps him alive, that denies some of the counter aggression from Team Peps and allows them to turn back onto Willis and get that trade.
And they actually put down a ton of damage on the Tread, kind of like work through his Fortify. Willis has a little bit of later Fortify, so gets slightly more value out of that. It'll be an Ant Matrix here with a Deadeye. Players are a little bit split now, though.
And he's got a little bit of channel. Okay, it's well kited by Team Peps. The Fortify is out early from Tread, but the Ant Matrix so strong right here from Zirian, right here in the middle of the fight. Very hard to evade. No ham trades, but Willis is down. Tread still healthy on the Orisa. Dip trying to trade one right back. Zidra is low. Dip full committing for that one. Okay, he's going to be able to maybe slip out. No, Cookie with the punish. Very long range heals coming in onto Tread, but he's done enough. And hold on, Natsuki's still alive. Zidra on the flank. This is getting a little crazy. Brig can kind of stay alive for a deceptively long time in this sort of a position.
And you're going to have players coming off the respawn. Oh, this is brutal, though. You're going to lose both these players late.
Yeah, it ends up being really bad for 1D100G. Team Peps can have the opportunity to equalize here. No first capture point control. Definitely puts them in a good spot, and those long spawns are painful, man. Back spawning at the back of the map, especially on Cassidy and Brig, who really don't have much in the way of rollout options. Just gonna be slow walking up to the point. And Team Peps has the beat. It's a little scary to use beat in this comp, though, because Rally can often just sustain and eventually overwhelm you. Pulse bomb comes in, drone's gonna be available, though. So a little tit-for-tat trade here. And Willis, he's the one to find the pick on Azirian. That's a dream kill with the spear. B comes in very defensive from FD God, but the rally's just not quite online from Natsuki, just a couple seconds away. And that means Tread gets the better of those Terra Surge trades. And despite the opener from Willis, I think that engineers a more positive trade for 1D100G. But Natsuki just a couple seconds away from the rally ends up being too much. I love the positioning from Tread, by the way, to mark the flank push from 1D100G, to be completely off the cart, knowing that his role is really to deal with the enemy backline more so than it is to contest the objective.
And you're going to get a lead here for Team Peps. They're going to get very close here to checkpoint. And looks like, okay, they will get the checkpoint now. Cookie will use a Deadeye to kind of give that opportunity for them, pushing everybody back up to the high ground.
Yeah, that zoning high noon is actually big value there, getting the cap. Team Peps, no ultimates to speak of, though, so they're a little bit scared to stick in for too long. Here's Dip as he's looking to get a pulse bomb stick here. Anything you can find will be massive. 1D100G are holding on to the big ultimate bank that they have. Zidra pops one, Dip just barely able to survive long enough to get the recall. Zydra, no follow-up from that one. So Team Pevs navigated this one well, using that Lucio speed or to continue to fight this one out. Dip big pulls on the Orisa. The focus fire is massive onto Tread, but who could tolerate that better than the Orisa? She uses absolutely everything. It's just not quite enough. Big damage from Dip, forces that recall out of Soon, and Soon could be in a bit of trouble now. Still, the rest of the team fighting well. Pulse bomb thrown from Soon, doesn't get a connection. FD God found Yoheim in the chaos, but Dip still has that extra health from the rally, looking very threatening here on the fight.
Yes, the bot will get moving back towards that mid-map, but 10 meters separating these two teams, not a lot of space at all.
Ooh, nice little tricky spot from Soon. He evades the hunt down. Dip was trying to force that 1v1, and Soon managed to slip the net. I wonder if Dip's gonna realize that's happened. Ooh, my spear almost killed Natsuki, almost pulled him out of position there.
They want to back up. They don't want to fight that exact position, but yeah, I wonder if they realize that Soon okay, so he's gonna come back to the rest of the team here, gonna be playing from behind everybody else. The matrix available here from Zerion, so for 1D you don't exactly just kind of run right into this.
Zydra taking the wide angle peek here. Very aggressive, a little bit risky, and the hunt down is coming. The connection is good, but there's not able to find the damage. And where's the heal? Where's the follow? The rest of the team not swinging wide with him. Took a big risk going that wide, but Dip manages to prop it. And the double support is actually very strong here for 1D100G. For now, they're staying alive, but the connections are so good. Tread has been lights out with these spears. The main just does not miss. Willis still with a bit of health to work with, but Tread has the much better fortify. Dip continues to find kills in these fights, continues to get more done on the Tracer, and Tread eventually finished off. This is Dip's world. We are just living in it. Soon chose to stole the bot in this fight, but I'm not sure about that decision. It means that in the end, it's 1D100G with map control. If Dip dies, though, it's all gonna be worth it. Soon recalled into contested territory, in big trouble, no blinks left, and is gonna die so late, man. It's a disaster.
Dude. You can't play like that. I mean, you're going to end up now giving them a one-player opportunity here going in towards checkpoint, which is potentially going to be tying the game. You lose that fight using your amp matrix. You come back here for one dip. You have this Deadeye to create space. You're going to end up with your rally as well. Cookie gets stunned out of his Deadeye. That's a big amount of damage.
Ajax! 1D100G seizing the opportunity, seizing the moment, rising towards an inevitable map 5. 1D100G profiting off of the pain. FD God head in hands has to come back on the retake, and it's going to be 1D100G taking the checkpoint, taking the lead, and potentially taking this entire map. Still a few minutes left to play, but Soon dies again. Oh my God, Matt, it is out of control right now. This is 1D100G. Map 5 was always in the cards.
Man, this would be a brutal scenario here for Peps. Probably worst case scenario. So Soon with some help from Cookie does get rid of Dip. So this will give them an opportunity to maybe actually kind of get back in control of things. But it's going to be Natsuki using the rally. So they're going to continue to try and fight this here. Is that they have a little bit of an advantage in terms of these support ults coming around the corner, and you lose Tread.
He's just melted. The amp matrix is too much. He's out of cooldowns. And without the Orisa, who's going to hold the card? Who's going to stabilize the situation? They're trying to stay in. Oh, a little bit too deep. Yoheim tries to swing that one into 3 players. The flank is still coming in, though, for 1D1G. They're not backing down. And it's Dip, the hero. 100 gorillas on the field against him. And he's coming out victorious time and time again. FD got cut to pieces. Soon, next in the sights, knows wise. I mean, he's learned his lesson. He's going to back off that one.
I mean, Dip is just, he's just been farming, man. I mean,
they're on demon mode. They're on demon mode now, baby. He's like, I want that smoke. I want that smoke in the 1v1. And Soon, he's getting kind of worked over here.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of look. It's been a rough one here for Peps as they ended up taking a lead by like 10 meters.
He's crazy.
And then now falling all the way behind as. Dude, Dip continues to play well. Jake, he's got 4,800, making up to 5k damage now, 17 and 3 for Soon on the other side. He's got more damage, but it just feels like a little bit of a less impact overall, less kill contribution as well.
Yeah, Tread is dialed. Tread is dialed in this Orisa. If there's anybody who's gonna bring this one back, it's Tread. It's finding some pickups with these spears. It's denying some of that ultimate value with the Terra Surge. And now a few ultimates have been built up for Team Peps. They're gonna have the pulse bomb, the high noon, but crucially, FD God close to the next sound barrier.
He's got to get a good beat.
It's got to be a good beat. This is you have a small tempo advantage on Natsuki, who's only at 70, right? And the rally, if that comes online mid-beat, you're in real trouble. So FD God has to find the moment to strike. Big headshot there.
Pulse bomb as well,
Cookie.
dude.
Zidra on a crazy flank out here solo. The pulse bomb on the Cookie does big damage. Where's the follow-up? Zidra is so insanely deep here, has absolutely no way to back out of this angle, but I love it. Nonetheless, they're just looking for trades. They're just looking to find anything they can. It's a throwaway fight, and it gets the beat out of FD God. Mission accomplished for 1D100G. I actually like that they went for a Psycho flank in that spot because, look, like, that's all you needed. Was to create the chaos that made FD God feel, I have to drop the beat.
And Deadeye and Beat used there, right? And you have like you basically doubled up their terms of meterage for Pep. So you still have probably 2 fights here for one dip to be able to kind of take this back.
Big high noon over the top, and Willis finds soon a rare spear connection, takes down the tracer of all targets. And Team Peps, they know better than to take a 4 versus 5 against the break comp.
Yeah, but now you're like in an almost unwinnable scenario, right? Double support ult on the other side, Peps the bot going deeper back into your territory, and what you're gonna have like an Matrix to work with. They're gonna have you know, everything at their disposal in one dip, and you can just play around some of these corners, right?
And Matrix just used on the walk up, but 1D100G have beautiful corners to play, and even Zirian knows it. Has to go through the zone windows, not getting back. And again, Willis destroys soon, wipes the tracer off the server, and 1D100G are charging forward into map 5. They've got a rally online. They're hunting down kills. Cookie grabs a Mega. Tread full committed in the corner with the Terror Surge, pulls one in, but that's a lamp already used from Baptiste. Willis hunting down with a vengeance. Tread caught in the corner, has the Fortify to stabilize for just a second, but isn't enough. He's getting pumped with heals. FD God finds Zidra in the chaos. Willis still looking for a chance to drop that surge in overtime on the payload. It is going to be a problem. Looks to think it's just going to be FD God eaten alive. And Matt, it is all coming.
Why?
The prophecy is being fulfilled.
Why?
One more spear for the road soon. Map 5. Matt. Map 5.
This feels like it could have been avoidable, but
There was
one dip.
nothing they could have done. There was nothing they could have done.
One dip. They take advantage of everything coming out now, and they will send us to a game 5. Where a lot of questions here for Peps, right? No, where do you go in terms of maps? What does the roster look like?
You have to put Ken back in. You have to just bite the bullet and put Ken back in. There's no question about that in my mind. If you don't put Ken back in, chalk it up if you don't put Ken back in.
Yeah, I believe like for the stage, like how I mentioned, we saw Soon a little bit earlier in the stage against Twisted Minds, and that one obviously not playing like in position, but I think he's like 1 in 6 or 1 in 7 in terms of maps at the moment. So it has not worked a lot of the time that we've seen him in. I would actually probably
Oh my god, it was a beautiful boop as well. I think Natsuki hit the whip shot to send FD God up into the air off the Terror Surge. Oh, what an Ajax. That was a nice one. That was one for the ages. And then Willis just spear after spear after spear. I think that's 3 straight spear picks onto Soon in 3 straight fights. Talk about a mental boomer, man.
Yeah, it's just like a really brutal scenario. And then like, what do you do in terms of bans? Like, because now you're going through some of the series thus far. You know what, that was Peps, it's going to be their map picks. They get first ban, right? They've gotten rid of Juno, they've gotten rid of Genji, they've gotten rid of Ramatra, and then the Diva thus far. So it will be the Team Peps map pick. They will take us to Circuit Royal.
I'm just staring at the feed, waiting to see subs. That's all I care about.
Ken is in.
Ken is out. Okay. But this, I mean, this is like, all right. I'm actually glad Team Peps are biting the bullet and just being like, look, give Ken his chance because he gave you every opportunity. But this is the scenario you talked about, Matt. It's not the same.
It's just weird.
It's not the same to kind of come back in and be like, okay, now win again. Now win again, Ken. Go win for us. It's like, this is the worst. This is so bad to be in this spot. Mentally, this is rough. And we're going to I mean, let's see what the pick is.
It's Circuit Royal.
Okay, this is the EMEA. So, that's the only escort map in the EMEA is
yeah, we have a condensed map pool here in EMEA, all right?
Gibraltar is not real, man. Nobody plays Gibraltar.
What? There's no way Peps would get rid of like our... No, they wouldn't get rid of the Orisa, right? I mean, because they've been pretty good on it throughout.
No, there's no way Peps ban Orisa, right? I mean,
no.
This one's hard to say.
Because Peps ban a tank to protect the Orisa.
Maybe, yeah. But Willis is, I mean, at this point, I feel like maybe both teams are just committed to playing Orisa, so I don't know if anybody wants to ban it. I mean, that's literally, they played nothing but Orisa all series, right? So it's like, at this point, okay.
So Peps has banned Freya, and then one dip has banned the BAP.
BAP is a money ban because I'm actually not sure Orisa is good without BAP.
And
I suspect it is not.
And just to confirm and make sure for you guys at home to understand this, right now it is Peps in 6 on the 7th on the outside looking in.
DVG in 6.
DVG in 6. The winner of this map is in, right?
Playoffs to relegation, one map.
Obviously, there's different map counts with a lot of these teams, but most of the time when it is 2 teams tied, we go to head-to-head. Whoever won between those 2 teams doesn't matter in terms of the map differential. Where this is everything on the line. Dude, and Peps could have. I mean, look, you don't know what happens in games 3 and 4, but like Ken was kind of frying, and now like if he comes in and like there's all this pressure, and
I will never blame Ken for this series. No matter what happens on this map. You know what I mean? No matter what happens, that's the only good thing about this whole thing for Ken is like can never be his fault in this series.
And I also wouldn't even.
He did so much in map
I wouldn't even blame like Soon. I think it's just like a rough situation to put players.
It's not Soon's fault. It's whoever's making the roster decisions. Honestly, is like, and this is why it's like Soon's having decent games, but it's a mental reset. And now the fact that Ken has to come back in on map 5. It's a bad taste in your mouth, right?
You're changing like the pace. You're changing how you're playing.
Communication.
Yeah, and now it's like, hey, you better go back out there. It's like
this would go down as one of the Peps series of all time if DVG bring it out. If Peps close this one out, things will be forgotten, right? Like you can in the end, you know what? You get this done in 5. It was way too close for comfort. You made some questionable moves, but maybe you've learned your lesson for playoffs, and we can let Ken take the stage and be that shining star and get a little bit more consistent play time.
Peps fans have been through it though. I mean, I'll tell you, like what they finish 2nd in stage 1 in terms of like the regular season, right? And then they just kind of get run through in the postseason. And then here it's obviously a rough go, but now with an opportunity to make it, if they kind of fumble it after this, I mean, that is a tough start to the year for Peps and their fans.
Well, it's coming down to circuit. I feel like the Genji's likely to come out here, and so despite the fact that it's been basically a tracer mirror all series long, the Genji on the field now tends to change tempo, and actually this is the comp I really wanted to see from 1D100G is the Genji Soj. I think this is where I was really, when I first saw them play, I saw them play a comp like this. I was impressed by the way that they played on corners, very patient, very, very defensive. And then when they pull the trigger, it's everybody going all at once. It reminds me of teams like OWCS at the very top, teams like Twisted Minds. When they hit hard, they hit with everybody. And that's what we need to see here under pressure in map 5.
Have you ever been in the situation that Ken is in? Obviously, you were on teams that sub players in and out. Have you ever been in this spot?
I don't know if I got subbed back in for a map 5. I feel like it's such a rough spot to be.
Were you ever the one who got subbed out?
That much? Probably not. I don't remember. I think I always was either playing or not playing based on the meta. But I would not want this happen. Even if I were one of these players, I would say one of us plays. One of us plays, and I'll bench the whole time, or they'll bench the whole time. I just don't want to sub.
Yeah,
unless there's a strat reason for it, which is a different story, right?
Yeah, and maybe Peps here with this offense first can kind of get some momentum back. So Cookie's been really good on the Sojourn. Maybe he can start to open things up.
Zidra's got a very wide angle here. Aggressive dash in from Ken, trying to push Sojourn off the angle. Succeeds in that for the moment. Now looking to turn back in and attack some of these frontliners. Both teams still healthy. Trades come in. The double deep like though. Dip and Ken send a rail shot back and forth, and it's FD God who loses his head in the process. I think that was a spear being juggled between the Genjis, something crazy.
FD God just an innocent bystander in the Genji
literally
battle.
Collateral damage, caught in the crossfire between the Genji deflex, soaking 1 million damage, reflecting together. And okay, that's a good hold out for the first initial fight. This corner fight is risky if you lose it though. Ken already evicts the enemy Soj from the position, backs out, gets support from the team. I love this team move from Peps. They're starting to clash forward. Zirian very close to getting that ultimate online. It's going to have that first tempo lead, and Tread already finds Zidra, so you may not even need the orbital ray. That would be massive. Here comes the dash in, Dip forcing aggression, but Tread quick on the punish. And it seems like Team Peps found their footing here on map 5, dealing with the comers, dealing with all these challengers, and they're probably just going to cap for free. However, think about how VP played this map. They did the same thing. They fought the corner, they gave up this checkpoint, they got the forward spawns, which 1D100G are going to get. This fight, Team Peps, is like almost for your life. Like if you can snowball past this point and avoid this type of a fight, you're in a great spot, keep the map control. If 1D100G bring it back right now, they are in an amazing position to run a lot of fights back the other way.
And Tread, it opens things up in that previous fight with a really nice spear there on his Zidra, like knocks him off the side of the map. There's a few players low here for Peps.
Big spin.
Oh, that is massive there from Willies.
Bash misses from FD God as well. Blade cutting through him, trying to get him through this break. Brig is so tanky, but eventually the damage comes in. Here's Ken, though, with a blade of his own. Ends up being the last man standing. Willis just going to have to stall this one out on the point. The closer spawns. Going to be winning here for Team Peps, and that was a knockdown drag out, just barely over the line. And it's a duel of the overclocks, a duel of the fates, really, for 1D100G. Zidra needs to win this one, but this series, it has been cookie with the Sojourn time and time again. So facing long odds on this retake, 1D100G try to take position.
And you mentioned Ken with that blade there, goes crazy towards the end, able to come up with like 2 or 3 kills with the blade. Really the difference maker when all those support ultimates on both sides are rolling, as looks like both teams trying to set up their Sojourn for the best spot possible to be overclocked on both sides. Cookie gets hit with a big spear.
And the deflect zones him away for now. Now the rails being poured into Tread. Cookie finds one. Tread is still incredibly low. The rail shot's good from Cookie. The last 2 OC shots connect. Zidra down, cut to pieces. It's just the supports, and Willis trying to tank up, trying to stay alive through this. Willis still pretty healthy. They know, and they're targeting the backline. Yoham, though, is jancing well. 1D100G trying to keep this one in contest. Willis running out of HP, just can't quite continue the fight on. Team Peps looking strong, looking dominant on the point, finding yet more kills, and they are starting to snowball through Circle Royale. Dip finds a kill and a reset, but it's just not even close to enough. And Team Peps starting to look a little bit inevitable. I mean, this is the dream start for a map 5 OT. Ken is back in with a vengeance, has not lost a step.
And this is the Peps that we saw in the first 2 maps. I'm gonna say if they win this map, I'm saying my prediction at 3-0 is right, because it would have been. It would have
That's copium, bro. That's copium. You should have known Zoom was coming.
No, it's not copium. It's not copium. That's legit. That's it. That's it.
That's legit. That's the least legit thing I ever heard.
What? No, I would only if they lose here, it would just be 2-1. But we'll see if Peps. We can kind of close the gap here. Like getting over this line here and getting around these corners, probably really difficult. Willie's a huge terror surge. Yeah,
a lot of damage on that. Forces everybody back on the rally. Rally's lasting a long time though. 1D100G, they're committing a lot to this fight. They need to win it. Spin comes out now from the other side. Tread getting into the backline, getting aggressive. Spear misses the hinder, slowing him down. The repush coming in aggressive from both teams here. The traded orbital raise. Nobody dying for the moment. Both teams healthy, getting the restore. Ken pops the blade, gets bashed, but still taking the fight to this brig. The life-stealing blade swings absolutely massive here. Gets both supports. Tread, meanwhile, on the other side of the fight, finds yet more. Willis desperate for a trade, but even being delayed for a few seconds there. I love that play from Team Peps. And it's all on a retouch finish. 1D100G, they have ultimates, but will they be able to deploy them? They didn't find any kills in that last fight. Dip has a hold for now.
And even getting stunned, I mean, he's going to pump that blade. It's just a last-ditch effort there. Zidra gets one with a Deadeye.
The lifesteal is not quite enough. Doomfist, Willis needs to find something. Cookie with the OC, though. It feels like this is his fight to lose. He's in full control. Slides in. Maybe a little bit risky, a little bit aggressive. Zidra gets the trade, but, I mean, Team Peps, 250 on the clock.
But
okay.
Yeah, I mean, they look good with you know playing this setup. So Ken comes in, plays the Genji. There was like a few fights, right? He has that one where all the support ults are thrown in, and he comes up with like 2 or 3 big kills. And then there towards the end, even with the rally used for Natsuki, Ken comes up with 2 kills, both supports.
I gotta
there.
say, Ken
finishes 17-0.
Maybe we should not. Maybe we should sub him out, Matt. Maybe we should sub him out.
Yeah, well, didn't he have another map in this series where he was 15-0?
I don't think he should play the next map. He's 17-0 is not good enough for me. Yeah, he wasn't. He 15-0.
I think he was 15-0 on map 1. Yeah, so like, yeah, he said
Bro was having the series of his life with your tournament on the line.
Yeah, from like. You know, just 2 of the like what? It's halftime here, and then from Oasis, That's at least 32-0 for Ken in the ones that we've seen him in thus far. I would say, you know, may want to consider just riding with him. As
this guy needs a bonus. This guy needs a bonus for enduring this series, for enduring and for being able to come out on map 5. And we talked about it. Oh, it's such a tough mental scenario, and oh, you lost all this momentum. And oh, blah 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 blah. Ken's like, quiet down, quiet down. I'm not interested.
I think the team just plays it like a different, like a more aggressive pace with him in, right? Which I think suits like players like FD God, where
I think it suits this meta, man. I think Orisa, you want to be the team taking tempo. You want to be the team being aggressive and making plays, and Ken's been the one to deliver that. But the sim comes out in the hour of need, Matt. In the hour of need. I love it. I love it from 1D100G. This is exactly what they needed to change the story. If they just get an overtime cap, this is escort. Like, that's good enough.
Right, and then they'll change things up on D.
Though, attacking the sim, I love this move from Team Peps on the defense, but the trade is good from Zidra. Still a relatively even fight, and the defenders trying to fall back off this one. FD got so low, the brig, you cannot die right now. Okay, just barely slips around the corner. Stabilizing for the moment, Dip, keeping the sim. You gotta lock it in, brother. This is the moment for Symmetra to prop it, and this is a very scary moment for Ken as well. Genji is very difficult in this matchup. You almost need to insta-kill Sim or you will die, and that's not so easy to do with Brig Juno right behind her.
Yeah, and for one Dip, can you keep Dip up, right? I mean, that's kind of the thing here. If you can keep this sim up, let the damage start to rain on Bezidra, takes out Cookie. You're playing a little bit more of like a death ball long-term type of game in these fights, but you see once he gets rolling, I mean, those players just evaporate with the sim.
I just want to point out, Sim has a 100% fight win rate. I just want to point that out. Maybe not 100%.
Yeah, that's
I think they lost like a couple fights on New York City, but Sim is owning even teams like, it's obvious that 1D100G have never played this. It is really obvious to me that they have not practiced this. The fact that they're only bringing it out with like,
but who cares?
Super desperation, and they're still winning, man.
Yeah, it still is having an impact. As a win here would be huge. Willie, it's quite low. It's going to be.
I never said their TP on the high ground. It's beautiful. Okay, the deep like beautiful from Ken. Doesn't put damage back down, but
that's huge.
Willis does get traded out in the chaos. Yoham though, having that ultimate online, and Dip is potentially able to profit from that. The map has been kind of flipped though, and they're off the cart, so it's looking very awkward for 1D100G, and yeah, maybe sticking around a little too long. Team Peps keep the formation tight, not overreacting to those sim TPs, and they're gonna get the cleanup they were hoping for.
And this is where you can actually come down here like we see Team Peps doing, like we saw Virtus Pro do yesterday, and fight this like spawn hold where it is such a good advantage to have on the defensive side of things. You can definitely, win multiple fights here like we saw VP do yesterday. You see Tread kind of taking that, corner position. That's the same thing we saw Vastola do. Vastola did it with like the shield perk, just kind of playing that angle.
High ground.
Ooh, yeah, that throws a wrench in things.
Yeah, and Orisa diving straight into the backline. Juno in a little bit of trouble, takes a lot of pressure, has to back off. So far, they've been very cautious with the ultimates, though, holding on deep. Ken comes in with the blade, does not care about this sim while charging forward, has Dip in his sights, and they're able to overwhelm the attackers here, send them packing once more. But that's an expensive fight. That's a 4 ulti fight here from Team Peps. And I think in the non-ulti fights, you're feeling pretty good about the Symmetra. The TPs, though, so far, have not been the most successful, right? Like, this is a team that has been relying purely on Sim's left click for the most part for the advantage. Still, with
they try and TP.
They've got a lot of time to work with.
They try and TP to the high ground there, and I think it's a really interesting call because it puts Tread in a really difficult spot, right? He has to like kind of back out of that corner right away. They're just not able to like finish him off. Maybe if you had like the Sojourn potentially, right? But it seems like Zidra more confident playing like whether it be like Cassidy or Freya. At least at the moment, but the Freya gone, you're gonna lose Dip. That's a large source of your damage. Now you're gonna have to back up. So a few fights here chained together by Team Peps.
Zidra channeling High Noon, taking a big risk swinging this wide. He's got the shield in front of him. The deflect though seems to be enough for Ken to stay alive. They're dancing well with that tiny bit of cover. And Dip back to the Genji. Was struggling on the sim here on this corner. In fairness, probably a hard spot to use it. Need to have some tricky TPs to break open the setup. Team Peps looking very solid in the same way that Virtus Pro played this map. They're kind of running it right back. Cookie now long angle on the Sojourn, drops the OC. Orisa trying to get up into his space, but she's running low on cooldowns. The Genji assisting that as well, so they've mitigated for the most part this overclock, but he's still gonna get a couple big shots into the back, and it's Ken finding one. Tread with a second. Yoham found the enemy Juno in the chaos, but still a relatively healthy Orisa should be able to do this one out if he can finish off the Cassidy. Yes, he can. Enemy Arisa trying to also trade this here. Out of skills on Tread. Ooh, he needs to dance well. He can't die here. Okay. Beautiful save from the team to keep him up and continue this brutal hold, right? We haven't seen teams break this hold. We saw VP run this hold, and they completely ran the clock to 0 here. And Team Pep's running it right back again. So they don't even have to do that, right? They just run more clock, and they're feeling amazing on the map overall.
So Zidra makes a change here and goes over to the Sojourn. I was going to ask you, like, how big of an advantage is the Sojourn versus the Cassidy here?
I mean, this map is
especially
like giga long range, right? Like, this seems like a really hard
especially
map
for
Cass.
Peps, right? If you're Cookie, like, playing high ground into a Cassidy, like, holding this long range, you're at such an advantage.
I like that disruptor shot here in the backline. Spin coming in, trying to disrupt the ultimates, but in the end, I just don't think it's going to be enough. Team Peps with a double support ulti. Just overwhelming, even over the Terra Surge into the close range fight. Zirian goes down to a missile there. And that's going to be a small tempo play for the attackers. Willis over to the Zarya. Real desperation mode now. I actually do like the Zarya here. I think it is actually good in this matchup.
Well, we've been talking about, I think, for a few days now, like, would potentially see some type of Zarya play in EMEA, and now I guess desperation time for one dip, you're going to get it out. The Zarya could be good into the Orisa, and then also, like, bubbling and supporting the Genji. You see dip gets right in there.
A lot of energy there. And gonna be able to pump a lot of damage if he gets yet more energy. Has a self bubble, stay alive, but the spin, maybe it's even too much for Willis. Blade coming in from Dip, he's not really able to find much. Comes and just swings on this Orisa. The blade hits coming in from both sides, but with Willis going down, Tread sees a moment to just strike hard and fast, getting very aggressive. Dip has no chance out of that one. And it feels like the last dregs for 1D100G. They forced their signature map 5, but it just feels too difficult. Team Peps looks so practiced in this spot, and it's Cookie with dream position with the OC. I mean, this is the way to put it in the bag right now, Matt.
And honestly, I know that the Sojourns, like, Cookie obviously has an advantage in terms of damage, right, over Zidra, but Zidra's playing Cassie a lot of the time. The Genjis, though, who have been pretty much staples the entire go. Ken is 32-3. Dip sitting at 10-12 as overclocks here off the rip. See if anybody can connect with anything. It looks like both teams just exchanging a little bit of damage.
Okay, the big connections, and Dip looks for more, diving in, getting a couple resets, staggering some of these last players. And remember, these are OT spawns now, 14 Peps. So that late death on Cookie is going to be a long spawn. I mean, there's a long way to push the card, so it feels like you should be able to get an overtime push, but Zarya with some good energy. If she can get like one solid bubble's worth of energy here, it's something, not much out of that. So good discipline here from Peps. Be a big difference here if Zarya's 100 energy on the walk up. But you can see Willis is just posturing aggressively, forcing the contest into his position here. FD God bashes across now, threatening an off-angle play. And Willis is going to have to hold this corner now. Retake with the rally available. Double support for Team Peps. This should be all they need, and immediately rally comes out first, following up immediately with the orbital ray. You're in big trouble. Frontline just crumbling. 1D100G. They're just out of gas. The ultimates come in, and Team Peps secure their spot in the playoffs. Gonna send 1D100G back to relegation. Despite an incredibly beautiful start to the stage from them, some very competitive matches, they've got to fight once again for their slot, and Peps secured a berth in the playoffs. It was a slow start to the stage, but they finally get it rolling, and I think it's clear what kind of look that they can go with going into that playoff.
Yeah, when it mattered the most, right? Peps got the lineup right. They had the better kind of strategy coming into this final map, and they kind of asserted their dominance over One Dip, where One Dip got into a great start of the stage, but man, they kind of fell off towards the end.
But again, the second part of the stage was also very difficult. They had a lot of difficult opponents, and quite frankly, this match here, that was very much on the winnable side. That was very much on the winnable side for One Dip and 100 Gorillas. I mean, even if you're just looking at Hollywood, like, there were so many moments where it really should have been them, and Peps kind of squeaked by there, squeezed by there. So yeah, I mean, Peps takes this one, not the most convincing showing. So they definitely have to go back to the drawing board and reassess their approaches. 1 Dip versus 100 Gorillas, though, I have so much faith that we're going to see them again next stage. So much faith.
I have a hard time seeing a team come out of promotion relegation. I feel like they're almost guaranteed to be back. I know they have to play that tournament again, but I mean, even last time they played, they, you know, just beat down all comers. They weren't really that competitive. They did seem head and shoulders above the rest. But it's still scary to fight for that spot, and it really, more importantly, is a disappointment to not have a chance in playoffs, right? You played so many teams to map 5. You probably feel like, you know, any of these games could be winnable. But in the end, I think Team Peps developed better throughout the stage, right? They had a better trajectory of growth, like you were saying, Matt.
And you never know, right? Like, with this one dip roster, everybody had a pretty good showing throughout this, right? There'll be obviously roster changes some teams will make. Maybe, some teams that remain in OWCS would look at some of these like up and coming players as nice additions to their roster. So you don't know if it's ever the same squad, right? But I would be hard pressed to imagine if it is the same squad, them not being right back in the OWCS once we kick things back off with the next phase.
Yeah, on an individual level, they were able to like keep up with the greats we have, like OG players, and One Dip versus 100 Gorillas. They managed to, take it to them. So I don't even see any reason to change anything. I think where they always fell short throughout the entirety of this stage was just closing it out. They managed to push everyone to map 5, then they just couldn't finish it, couldn't drag it over the finish line. So that's something to work on. I love that they took risks here too, though. Like rocking out with the sim when they clearly have not practiced it, just to make that effort and try to get the dub there. Lots of respect for the entire squad. It's been a joy to watch them. If we're looking at the standings, now we see the Team Peps overtook them. They are out of a promotion relegation territory, and Frosttails will be joined by One Dip versus 100 Gorillas for those promotion relegation matches, which are coming up soon-esque, really.
Yeah, it's going to be a team I want to see more from. They had so many bright spots this stage. They made so many exciting matches that I'm looking forward to see how they perform in the next stage, because I just have so much faith in them to be able to win out in promotion relegation. But for Team Peps, I got to say, Tread, Cookie, and Ken, this group of 3, talk about a glow up, talk about, heroes in a team's moment of need, people who step up in difficult games and deliver in difficult spots. Honestly, all of them look rock solid. Zirian had a couple huge plays, and FD as well. I mean, you gotta remember, he's being targeted a lot in the ban phase, but still putting up solid performances. So Team Peps, they've earned their spot in the playoffs, and I think there's quite a few teams in the playoffs, especially in that lower half, that could be vulnerable to Team Peps and could end up slipping down in those rankings.
Yeah, I mean, on an individual level, we know what Team Peps can bring to the table, right? Like, those are seasoned players, high caliber players, so they cannot be taken lightly by anyone. You can't count any of those teams out. But yeah, bit of a heartbreaker, of course, for the opposition. I do hear that we do have a winner's interview, though, and it's with no other than Ken. It should be voice only, so let's check in if Ken can hear us. Ken, are you with us?
Yes, I can hear you. Hello?
Perfect.
Can you
Hello.
hear me?
Welcome to the show,
Nice.
and congratulations
Thank you.
on this
Thank you so
victory.
much.
I want to hear it from you. You were in for the first 2 maps, got swapped out, and then came in as a saving grail for that last map. There's a lot of pressure, obviously, riding on you. How did you deal with that? How did your team rally the troops for this last map?
Honestly, to be fair, I'm pretty good under pressure, so it doesn't really matter for me if I have to come back as map 5, map 6, map 7. I'm always pretty confident. I know I have to win. I know my win condition. I know that I have to play to win and not to not lose. And I just roll in and just have that in mind. Pretty much it.
Yeah, so I'm just curious, you guys are looking ahead to playoffs. You've been doing a lot of substitutions back and forth. And this match, makes me think I don't know, I feel like you guys look a lot stronger, keeping a consistent 5. Or do you think you guys are going to continue to make more subs in and out for these series in the playoffs? Or do you think that's going to be reevaluated based on today's performance?
Yeah, I think basically what happened is we kind of have some issues in our team, because our staff is that our coach couldn't be there all the time, and when he came back we had a lot of informations basically to put in. So that's why the coach decided to more share the playtime with me and Soon, so it's not too much in the same time, if that makes sense. So for now we're doing this, and we don't know if we're gonna keep doing this, since it's been a solid first week with no really any issues. So I think we're gonna see what happens with the future, and no matter what, we're gonna be confident, I'm sure of it.
And I gotta ask, now that the series is over, right? You guys come out on top. Going into that game 5, what are the vibes in that team, and how much pressure did you guys actually feel? Because you're going up 2-0, staring down the barrel, getting reverse swept, but the playoffs on the line. That's a pretty dicey scenario.
Honestly, I don't wanna have too much credit on me, but I'm kind of the guy who cheers everyone up a lot of times. Like I'm like, okay guys, forget whatever happened last 2 games. We focus right now. It's last map. Give it your all. We're the best. Keep it in mind. Play to win. Don't stress it. Even mistakes happens. Just stand on winning, and just keep it going.
I mean,
right.
when you go 40 something to
yeah.
3, I think it's pretty easy to be cheerful.
You know what? It's not just your gameplay, but also this kind of mindset, which makes you our player of the match for this one as well. So congratulations on that. It was an
thank you so
absolute
much.
nail biter,
Thank you,
and
thank
we're
you.
excited to see Peps, moving
thank you.
on here into the playoffs. Thank you so much for joining us, and best of luck in the
Thank you for
upcoming
having me.
matches.
Thank you. See you guys. Bye bye.
See you and hear you very soon, rather. Yeah, Ken, Sapeli Puppet. They had to make that a close one, though. So your prediction is basically dead, Matt.
Who, me? No, I'm.
No, it kind of is, though.
I
It's
was
like,
surprised he wasn't
low-key.
I was
all
correct.
right.
Like
Was
if
it
this is if this was
Matt had a
Vegas,
little asterisk, very quiet, small text.
I was like, the small print.
this was Vegas, I would have gotten a refund. I would have been like, hey, like my guys are hurt.
I've watched a lot of matches this stage where I felt like I should be getting a refund. This one came down to the wire, though. It was a barn burner for some. Now let's take a look at our updated standings once again, as we're taking a quick look at where we're at. I don't think there's any more movement possible, even with the upcoming matches.
So
This is about
Twisted
flexing.
Minds,
This is about
yeah.
sending a
Yeah.
message.
Twisted Minds can get to 6-1, right? So they would pass
That's-
VP.
Depending on what VP does today
Actually,
as well,
I think
right?
they're- oh,
Yeah, because
true,
we have
true.
Ultimates and VP, and then
But VP
Twisted
have
Minds
2
versus
losses,
Frosttail.
so as long as TM win, they're going to be second seed.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they are going up against Frosttails. That's actually coming up next. So they should be theirs to win. I'd be shocked if they drop
Never
as
know.
much as a map. But you never know. It is Overwatch. Everything's possible. Let's see what these two teams have in store for us. We're heading into a very quick break. And when we're back, we're setting the stage for our second match of the day. Welcome back, everyone. High stakes in our opening game today, and it came down to the wire for Peps and 1D 100G. Peps are advancing, and 1D 100G are once again finding themselves in promotion and relegation. But they're coming back, no doubt about that. Zoe here, joined by Jake and Matt. And before we're setting up our next match, we also have to continue our snake draft. I believe it's Matt's turn to pick, I want to say.
It is.
That's correct. Yeah, okay,
see.
Matt, who you got?
So this round, you know, I have a support slot open, and then I also have a DPS slot open. I decided to grab Fixa from VP. I think, looking across VP, I already got a tank. Sawi stole Jwoo, although, there's a lot of controversy around that pick. She said...
Where's that controversy?
She said Mag, and she said China earlier, and then production was like, oh, Jwoo's still available. And she's like, oh, I guess I'll take Jwoo. So, they kind of helped her out.
Slander.
I decided to go with
happens.
Fixa. I decided to go with Fixa. Very good player. He's a good backline.
Yeah,
He's been solid.
That's solid.
He's been solid. This is where my draft really starts cooking. I've been saving some of my picks from some of the stronger teams. And I'm
Okay.
going to grab my hit scan DPS. I'm taking Shockwave. A criminal pick, by the way, this deep into the draft.
What do you
I
mean? I
mean-
got Quartz.
We have a lot of really great DPS players. And
I'm
if
saying
I
is
wouldn't
got
have
the
already...
Psycho Shockwave, baby. I got
Yeah, but I already had someone
Zoe's,
from VP. So
Zoe's last DPS though, there's not, you're.
it was Jwoo or Shockwave. Like, I mean, I'm sorry. Like, there was no...
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I went... Okay, so listen. I went with Crispy. It wasn't... I mean, it's... I'm not... I'm not extremely
you want people to be
confident.
confident in your team. Dang, I went with Crispy.
This sounds great for you, Zoe. I think your draft is going good.
No, listen. There's a
Would you have traded
synergy
down?
with my next DPS. I have a plan there. The problem was just that I did. Jake, you were right. I did pick from the top teams
You got the
first,
top three
and then
teams
I was
first.
kind of left with, having to make some choices.
You
But
shot all
I
your
believe in
bullets
Crispy.
early.
I think Crispy is gonna play up to the occasion. He's gonna step up to the
Okay.
plate. Yeah. Yes.
I mean, that's a decent argument. I mean,
Like,
sure, if you want to make it. I don't know how. Look, I mean, you guys out there in the chat, you could vote for Jake like normal. Zoe shouldn't even really want to defend her team right there. Just vote for me. It makes
I'm going
sense.
to tear your team down, Matt. I'm going to tear both
No.
y'all's
My
team
team,
down.
like on paper, my team is the best. But we can waffle all we want. Like, it's
Oh,
ultimately
Kappa.
up to our viewers to decide who they think has the best draft. We have one more to go, which will happen before the next match. For now, though, we're gonna let that graphic, different side, let that graphic be gone. But you can think it over as we're looking at our next matchup. Frosttails going up against Twisted Minds. High stakes game in our first match. This one is just going to be a game of Overwatch 2. No stakes, no pressure, which could make for an entertaining performance. Frosttails, this is the opportunity to try things out, have fun with it.
They've been playing some Moira. I know Jake's a big fan. Seeing some Moira gameplay
enjoyer,
Yeah.
out there, getting some Moira.
I definitely a little Moira. Let's get a little bit wacky with it.
Look, this team, they're 0-6, right? They've had some recently pretty competitive games, right? I mean, they go to game 5 against one dip. In a previous week, they take a game off of the Ultimates as well. So. It's a team that's had some performances where they're showing signs of life. Obviously, no wins to show for it yet, but there's something here.
There's something here. You know who had fun in the game last week? Twisted Minds. I mean, Simple was just terrorizing the lobby. Like, he rolled out on Zen and he was just walking into the enemies. Like, I want to see that again. That's what I want to see today.
This is like nearing Hydrogen Bomb versus Coughing Baby matchup here. This is a tough one, man. TM have been rampaging
Come on.
EMEA, man. They have been rampaging. There's no other word. There's been they played the Katsuya the close of anyone. That's a matchup that everyone is waiting to see in the playoffs.
Yeah.
We got to be honest here. This one should be like a quick speed run for Twisted Minds. Anything less would be a mistake, a failure from them. I think you guys are right. I hope they have a little bit of fun with this and get crazy with it. But honestly, I don't even think it's like trolling. Like the Zen comp on Ilios looks sick to me. Like that looks hard to beat. It looks actually scary, especially with the way Simple's playing right now.
But would that work against something like OWCS? Like, I don't know. I don't think they will bust it out there. But we might see it again today. Simple has been a standout. He's been on top of it with any hero he's playing. So let's see what both of these teams have in store for us in our second match of the day. Twisted Minds going up against Frosttails. Guys, take it away.
Thank you so much, Zoe. And as we get into this one, I can't believe it's not the Butter Boys. That's fine.
I bet you would just put a spoon in there and just start eating it.
That's yeah, for real. So real production. That's
I'm not exactly
viscerally against
sure.
that. Lucio Ban from TM on Ilios. I think they're running it back on the Zen here. I'm pretty sure about it. In fact,
just a few spoonfuls of butter is breakfast of champions.
Oh my God, Matt! You lead the way on that, buddy.
I'm not. I feel like that would be leading the way to being underground and no longer present. That would be a fast way to end up there. Just eating some butter out the fridge every morning. Not the ideal breakfast. Gotta get some greens in there. But
and it's a clash of titans right now. Zen versus Moira. And let me tell you guys, in this level of play, you don't want to be on the Moira. You don't want to be on the Moira.
What we loved from Simple was like the use of the like levitation perk from the Zen, right?
It's so sick.
And being able to access some of these high ground areas that obviously Zen was not intended maybe to possibly able to access with that level of ease. Where we'll see if Simple able to get that, make a huge impact. And I know you have Quartz
with the OG Mayhem skin. By the way, what a look. Oh, doesn't find Kyo there on the roam. Simple's getting low. Hold on. This first fight getting a little scary. The Moira putting a little bit of pressure on. Oh, the cleanse saves his life there. TVNT dancing well in the D.Va, but he's getting quite low. The lack of heals coming to him. Getting pressured now by the rest of the team. TVNT managing to stay alive on low HP, and Frosttails get the cap, so they're holding strong. Quartz has not been able to find the pickoffs.
I think you're just waiting for Quartz to find something, though, and then you're going to be able to collapse.
They're also building Trance at an alarming rate. Simple 75, taking a wide swing now. They're going to go with the full commit against him. Briggs here ready to defend, and this is the problem. Trying to actually kill the Zen with a phalanx of protectors right around him. Kyo does find a headshot onto the Brig. Funny Astro goes down, but Zen is just absolutely alpha mailing through the flank. Everyone is running away from the Zenyatta, and he has a Trance in the first ult of the game. That is unreal. He has Trance before Cole.
And you notice as well, like he's getting pressured out by Pack and doesn't even turn to look at him because he's putting so much damage into Majin, and just trusting that Funny Astro and TVNT with the repair packs and the defense matrix are going to be able to keep him up. As yeah, I mean, that is a nasty amount of damage being outputted there by Simple.
And it feels like Quartz at any moment can blow the game wide open, right? Like a one headshot, so scary. Even, you have Coalescence coming soon. Right now, the carry rush comes in. Simple has a chance here. This is should be an easy fight for them to stabilize. They're not even ulting just yet. Pulse Bomb comes in from Psycho, forces the cleanse out of the Kiriko. TVNT still healthy. They just outlasted this carry ult completely, and now the Trance is going to be absolutely backbreaking. They're trying to stay alive, trying to regroup into the corner. Simple ends Trance aggro here onto Kyo with the help of the Infrasight. Rally as well over the top. TM maybe over-ulting this fight, in fact.
Yeah,
they're going to get a very dominant team wipe.
And I think the one thing that TM, that it's very apparent, and it's something they may not have had in the past, is a lot of times this team couldn't really exist or compete at that top level. Like, of course, wasn't having like one of those games, right? Where it feels like now it's just like way more well balanced as an overall unit, that like if Quartz isn't just dominating the server, there's multiple ways for them to win. And now it's like, okay, if you get those games from Quartz, like you're almost impossible to beat.
Psycho just kills the Moira in the backline. Okay. Something's going on there. Tracer D.Va are basically just soloing the entire enemy team, as far as I can tell right now. Quartz is just chilling, looking for the Tracer, putting some pressure on Pack, who's basically just being annoying here. Kyo, has some channel, but he's taking a lot of damage from that Zen Widow. It's a very scary prospect keeping the high noon channel. TBNT cooldowns out. Coalescence finally comes down from Go-Go, but the picks have already come in. They get the flip with the Cole and the self-destruct. Too hard to contest into that, but just in mind, still with the massive player advantage. Pulse Bomb as well onto the mech. Psycho cleaning up. Moira out of fade. Should be eating, maybe chase down here. Yep, TVNT on the pickup. Q over to the Widow. Maybe they don't see this one coming. They have a couple seconds before they realize. Enemy Widow. Okay, nope.
Nope.
0 seconds
TVNT
left.
right in his face. I Obviously, OWCS has been so dominant here, really throughout Phase 2, Stage 2 here in EMEA. I'd love to see these two teams play again. I think it's way closer probably than some people realize as Twisted Minds takes this first round. I think Twisted Minds has gotten so much better since that first game, and even the first game goes right down to the wire. I mean, that series was extremely close.
I think TM has improved, and they've also changed, right? I think TM has really found their style, the one that only they can play. I think the Zen Cop is an example of that. I think they've done a lot of double flex sport where Simple has played more Kiriko than other teams. They've opened up the map in more interesting and unique ways than other teams have, and I think it's going to be a clash of titans, right? Like the sim strats from Checkmate versus this flexibility and confidence from Psycho, Simple, the rest of the gang. You know, this is a tough one for Frosttails. Let's see if they can make it competitive at all, but right now it's sort of as expected. Psycho running rampant on the server, Simple 0 deaths, right? A Zen 0 deaths, that's kind of all you need, and this is honestly the map where I really fell in love with the Zen strat from Simple. He's gonna be able to float over to the high ground, maybe off the rip even. I don't know if you want to go there right away, but like, this is crazy. I don't know how you deal with this position. Like, this is unreal. I've never seen Zen in this position before. The perks came out. I think people just hadn't thought, at least they can die.
Yeah, it's crazy. Especially, so crazy. Like, he sets up in that position. He's got the Brig up there with him. He's got the Ash as well. Like, how do you even deal with that? That is a big nice headshot there from Keo. Maybe that's the way to deal with it.
Yeah, multi-dinks there coming in off the low ground. And so Simple maybe overplaying his hand. This time Keo again with another, and more on the point, gonna be able to heal through this. So all right, Keo, a hero in this team's moment of need. Send Simple back on the reset. Let's see how the retake looks off the Zen.
We'll see if there's any more changes potentially for Twisted Minds, right? Do you continue to play this Ash? See, it's a recall already there as Quartz gets run down there by Majin. So 2 fights in a row. Pretty good here for Frosttails.
I mean, if you're gonna play the Moira, this is the way to do it, right? Stay aggressive. Keep the enemy team on the back foot. Tracer recalling into the spawn, though, in a little bit of trouble. Maybe a lot of bit of trouble there. Pack cut down. It's gonna make this retake hold challenging. Psycho got a lot of point time there. Force Cassidy back. That's gonna create more opportunities here for Twisted Minds to step up. And Gogo is still kind of far from that coalescence. Keo is a desperate roll to cleanse Force onto the point. TVNT still healthy. A Discord onto Keo would be a real problem for him as he tries to hold on to this point. Really wants to avoid that. TVNT knows his job, just hunting down this Cassidy at all fronts. Right on top of Keo, just eats him alive there. Cleans up that ultimate as well. And Quartz onto the Cassidy. I think this is actually a much better choice here. Like, against the Moira, no need to be greedy. No, and you have a Zen anyway, right? No need to have extra damage. Just be a strong deathmatcher, create space, and let Simple really be the final frontier in terms of the one who's gonna be holding out. Oh my, this is a crazy peek from Simple. So aggressive, and they put massive damage onto Keo.
And we haven't really seen Ash played much at all during this stage. It's really been a lot of like Freya, Sojourn, Cassidy. You see the spot that TVNT is. He's like right above this team, just able to just drop down and collapse.
So much space. Yeah, like this rush feels so impotent from Frosttails because Keo's constantly in their face. Simple looked like he was flying off the map there, but danced back over, getting so much value out of the Zen perk. The pistol from TVNT forces Kiriko to TP out of the frying pan into the fire. Quartz is that fire, and now Keo caught as well by the remake of TVNT. Easy cleanup for him. Pack and Majin trying to get the reset, trying to be able to come back in for some more touches, another reset, but I mean, the support swap into rally trance, that's rough. Like, I'm not even seeing how you even force the rally, force the trance, much less actually win a fight.
And why do you think they play Moira? Like, obviously it might be a comfort pick, but like, what do you see with that hero that is like, oh, you know what, this like makes some sense? Like, putting,
no, this does not make sense. It does not make sense, man. I won't defend it. D.Va is like the hard counter to Moira. D.Va Tracer are very, very good against Moira at this level. Brig, Zen are also really good against Moira. There's actually no good hero matchups for Moira in this comp. And so it's a Psycho pick, and they are getting off of it already because they also feel that. In the end, Frosttails, you know, they're a team, like, it's understandable coming into this match desperate. Normally I would criticize them more. In the end, in this match, it's like, look, you got to throw something at the wall and hope it sticks. Here's the rally from Astro, charging forward, just absolutely going to wipe the floor with the opposition here. Frosttails try to get a reset, but this is going to be a late death from Majin. I don't even think you're going to be able to get the retouch here. Maybe, okay, Q on the sim. Maybe you can port the Tracer and have her touch a little quicker. It's so desperate here.
And I wonder if there's any other maps you can play this Zen on. I mean, they look so good.
True.
With it here on Ilios. I wonder
if the touch with the boop. Okay, the Tracer, the touch recall. Imagine that.
I mean, he
popping this up to point. The bomb's protecting him though, and Simple. Oh, that was scary. It was like a millisecond away from dying on the with the trance. Good timing from Simple there. and the greed seems to have paid off. Frostale's trying to clutch this one out. They need to find some kind of kill. Quartz would be a start, but right now it's Quartz doing the killing. Psycho as well, taking the wide angle. Quartz just cleaning up the variables, deals with that TP, finishes off Keo as well, and it's just back in Majin. Pulse Bomb on the Simple, finally gonna stop this Zen's reign of terror. And eventually, it took them long enough. Twisted Minds closing out map 1, as expected in this series. And honestly, it's looking about as rough as we would have called, Matt. This one, and TM, show of force.
Simple finishes number 2 on the team in terms of damage output. And then like very close to even with Bunny Astro in terms of healing. So I mean, just the output from Simple is very good. Like, you know, Simple finishes with basically 6,700 in terms of damage. So a large amount of damage, almost the same amount in healing for this squad. And just having another, I know, pseudo damage dealer out there is crazy to work through.
Yeah, this is a tough one for Frostales. You know, they tried the Moira, it completely didn't work on Ilios. Yeah. I feel like that's a pretty bad Moira map. Maybe that's Well true. Is the best of the 3, and you didn't even get to play that one. So in fairness, to that point, but long range open sightline maps against Zen, you're gonna need more than good luck. I would say good luck, but it's not enough.
Could you play?
The switch to the Cassidy was a great swap here.
Could you play the Zen comp on other maps? Like, I mean, I
feel like what makes it work on this map is these like crazy high ground rotations. Yeah. And like on a map like Ruins, it's just naturally long sight lines, like a decent map for Zen. It's also because they banned Lucio, right? So I think it's interesting because I don't think the Zen works if the enemy team can play Lucio. I think that is sort of the counter. Is like a Lucio Kiri cross the distance kill the Zen over and over and over again. I think you might have a hard time keeping Zen up against a team playing that way. But I also love the strat because it allows Twisted Minds to leverage a Lucio ban, right? This is a team with Bunny Astro. Like, you would think they'd never ban Lucio, right? Like, they have Bunny Astro. They're probably the best, I mean, at least on par as the best Lucio in EMEA. And they're going to get mileage out of the Lucio ban with the strat. So in that sense, I think it's kind of a stroke of strategic genius from the team.
Yeah, it's... because you would never strike them as a team that would ban Lucio because they have one of the best in the region, but being able to do so and then using it like for such a large advantage, that's where it really starts to pay off. And you see with that Zen, they don't even lose the healing, you know, in terms of like healing output, right? You would think maybe the Zen, that's like a little bit of a weakness, right? Glass Cannon, if you can collapse on them, not as much healing output. They win that, and then they come on top in the damage in a massive way. So moving right into map number 2, Frostales picks Dorado here. So we will see what they decide to ban first. It's the Frostales map pick. I mean, you're not gonna, with no subs, you're not like TM's not a team that's gonna play like Winston, right?
Ban Widow.
Yeah, do you just ban Widow? I mean,
look, I'm
why pick a map though that you have to ban Widow?
I mean, KSA, I believe, before came in on this map and played Orisa, and they played like this. I think it was a Juno Kiri Orisa, and they just like tanked to the point for a million years, and it looked really hard to break, at least on the defense. So maybe you ban the Orisa if you're well researched Frostales and you expect that strat to come. They're gonna ban the Brig, but unless I'm mistaken, the Brig is not what TM like to play on this map. I believe they prefer the Juno Kiri. Maybe that was a resultant of a ban previously. So honestly, the Bat Brig comp is also amazing on this map. Like Bat Brig Orisa is super hard to break on defense.
You also get rid of, I like the Cassidy ban from Twisted Minds, right? Force them into playing like a Sojourn head-to-head or even Widowmaker. With Quartz on the other side of things, like you feel like, I mean, look, they probably feel like with just about any hit scan in EMEA, they have an advantage with Quartz, right? But putting him on like a Widowmaker against the opponent, you feel like you clearly have a better advantage than anybody in EMEA. So especially going to Dorado, I like the bans for TM.
I also think in this type of a matchup, right? Like, I think the strategic reality, I mean, when you're this favored as TM is in this series, rather than banding to like control the strategic tempo of the match and what comps come out, which is how you approach more of an equal team. I think when you're playing against a weaker team, you just, whoever had the best game last game, guess what? Your hero's banned.
Yes.
That's how I would be banning. And I think that's literally what they're doing right now. I think they're like, yeah, Keo, you got a couple nice kills on Cassidy. It's banned. And it's banned.
Yeah, just target,
just mess with their best players. Like, the only way Frosty is winning this is off of like crazy hero performances, and if you could just stop anybody from getting hot, it's not going to happen.
Right. It's no, force their best player kind of like off of what's working for them, and you feel like even if it's not a mega advantage for you, which it probably still is for TM, you're in a better spot.
I just don't think TM need bans this series in terms of like they don't need a strategic control because they have more flexibility as a team. And so what they really want to do is just mess with, honestly, I think we might see a lot of DPS bans this series and just like punishing Frosttails for any kind of flexibility issues. You could even see like a Diva ban coming out. Like, Twisted Minds is probably really happy to go to second and third backup choices in terms of the heroes they play. And with Big Ban, both teams are going towards a Diva look. Lucio Curie, maybe Lucio Juno. Makes sense, right? Without break off the field, Diva in, like, Diva can do so much. And honestly, TVNT, you said Simple was second damage. Number one was TVNT, and he was dominating on the Diva. So I'd love to get on TVNT's cam a lot this game and see how he just oppresses the opponents, like what he's doing to be so effective. Because he was honestly maybe MVP of map 1. As much as we talked about the Zen, it was the Diva who was doing a lot of the heavy lifting.
And we've seen Quartz at range on the Freya hit some nasty shots, like
this
just being able to like lead
he's already,
players.
He's hitting a lot right now. Like every peak, he's been hitting big shots. God, he looks so sharp the way he's playing. Like, I love the way he's flexed. Like, it looks really clean.
Just lands one on a player moving across there is, you know, already recall forced out. Ooh,
oh my,
nice,
and another one. Pack's dead. Yeah, the cleanup from Psycho. Opened up by Quartz, closed by Psycho. Now Twisted Mains with the player advantage, without Pack, without a Tracer. Funny Astro starting to get active now, taking some risks, taking some liberties with the opposition. Wants to continue to mark that Diva, continue to boop her away. You don't have the break, but the Lucio can still do much the same job in a lot of cases. Steven, for now, I think you're happy, Frosttails. They've been able to just get the regroup off. Imagine a little bit low on the armor. Twisted Minds, they would love to keep the pressure on this Diva, deny her the chance to get that armor back, but seems like Kiwi is going to be able to get that over the threshold. And it's a last second retake. Oh, that's so much damage on the Pack. Psycho's doing so much, creating so much space and opportunity. Keo finds Funny Astro. Wait, maybe doing a little bit too much on Twisted Minds. And Frosttails, they weather the storm. A couple kills almost came in, but almost not good enough. And TM on the reset.
I wonder if they should have just chased Majin right in the corner and put down the even like more damage. Just go, yeah. I mean, rather than kind of like pushing back a little bit as they lose Pack yet again. I wonder if you just get rid of that Diva in the mech. It's just a free point at that moment.
Rush is down, traded on the point. TVNT lost a bit of health, but there's so much heals available. Keo maybe trying to profit over the top, trying to find something, but Psycho's right on his back, and here's TVNT. Hammer and Anvil. Beat comes down, but it's only the supports in the tank. Majin dropping low. Pulse Bomb goes wide from Psycho, but it seems like he's got Kiwi in his sights. Teleporting away, buying a little bit of time. Quartz with that bola shot. Gonna clean up the baby Diva. Looking on for more. TVNT just gonna self-destruct so he can stay in the suit, keep the tempo of the point, but this point is done and dusted. Too late for Pack to come back in. And I mean, it just feels like it's such an uphill battle in this series because Simple, Quartz, Psycho, it's like these guys are so insane. It feels like they're always going to be able to find openers and to just kind of like crack the fight before it even gets down to something like an ulti trade or who's in better position.
Yeah, I mean, you lose Pack right off the rip. To Simple, where it's just a Curie like headshot before even anything kind of kicks off, and sure, he comes back later in the fight, but it's nowhere close to being in position to be incredibly impactful. So if you're not going to for a team like Frosttails to beat Twisted Minds, they need to not make mistakes like that, and everything needs to kind of go right in their department. So Frosttails has a little bit of a pause. We'll figure out exactly what's going on there, but right now Twisted Minds on 1-0, and they just get a first point with a decent amount of time, marking in a second.
Yeah, TVNT I think is going to be a big factor as well in Dorado. Unchecked by a Brig, Diva's going to be able to get a lot done and maybe be a really key factor in terms of the ability to find some of those kills when the ults start dropping, when the things get a little bit more chaotic. Diva can be hard to play in these scenarios, but of course TVNT is an expert on the character, has looked really good since he came in last year and kind of impressed a lot of people as far as his performance in EMEA.
Okay, so it sounds like Psycho's mouse actually. So it's TM Psycho's mouse messed up a bit. He's getting a new one replaced. You know how you solve that, Jake?
Sorry?
You know how you solve that? Your mouse needing to be replaced in the middle of battle.
You have like a box of 25 other mice in your closet like me?
You just don't. You just use the sticks. You just pull out, yeah, you just pull out the sticks.
The sticks for Psycho.
That's what Psycho should do.
Play
hey, you
Tracer
know what?
on controller in OWCS.
My mouse died. Hold up. Let me get this little Bluetooth pairing going. Get the sticks on. I wouldn't even know the buttons for Overwatch on.
Yeah, like, what are the Overwatch? I will say I have played Overwatch on roller before. I was playing it at a friend's house, and I was playing with their friends, and I was playing, dude. My Torb and my Winston on roller. Oh, it's nasty. I'm nasty on the Winston, baby.
You know the default of all controllers, right? You know that right trigger would obviously be shoot. We're gonna get a little, maybe you're kind of like rocking those bumpers for the abilities, but I want to see. There's players in other games, right? I mean, a lot of other games having players with the sticks rising up. So he just said she plays on the Switch. That's
So he's top 500 on the Switch. That's what I heard. She's going pro. So he's top 500 on Switch.
Okay.
Watch out. Watch out. So he's Torb, dirty.
We gotta get more. We gotta get more
Demon
sticks
mode.
players here.
You gotta start lead the charge, brother. Lead the charge. What would be the best character on the sticks? I feel like Ryan on the sticks could be sick. What about?
So do I get aim assist or no? Do I get aim assist?
Yeah, let's say you do. Let's say you do, because I think you need it. Let's be honest.
I mean, Cassie would be pretty. Dude, Freya would be actually crazy.
You think I hit scan?
Yeah, some aim assist.
I don't know about that, man. I don't know about that because the aim assist doesn't really it doesn't really give you like projectile leading, right? So maybe on like true hit scan, but
yeah, maybe like some soldier, little soldier.
Some soldier, okay.
Little like soldier
True.
action.
Get the tac visor on, and you're just vibing.
What about Tracer on the sticks?
Oh god, Tracer is probably the single worst hero in the game.
What a visceral reaction from everybody who can speak to me.
Ugh.
I think Winston would be good.
Yeah, Winston. No, I'm like a Winston Torb. When I was playing on the sticks, Winston was so fun on controller, actually low key. Because when I'm primaling, I stopped thinking about the punches and the leaps. I'm just boom, 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 boom. You know, that's like the vibe.
Let's bring in our controller expert. Yeah, our controller expert.
So actually, no jokes. I am completely hiring. Well, so it's because I had a baby and I couldn't be on my PC and I could hold a Switch. And here we are. This is the most unrelatable conversation I've ever had with our chat. Remember when we had a baby, guys?
Yeah, many of our chatters have young children.
So many of them.
It's very common in the chat.
Speaking of young children,
in the chat.
Young children are playing right now. Take it away, guys. I tried to save you, but we're good.
Getting back into the momentum on the offense. We'll see, Pack. Oh, that's a wild pulse. I love that. I like it. Go for those, bro. You got to go for those.
Dude, like, that would have been such a sick TikTok if you would have got that.
Match if you hit that. Like, low key, I wouldn't even be mad if I lost if I hit a pulse like that.
Nah, he's going for clips. I mean, why not? He's trying to get on the Overwatch Esports social. He's trying to get out there.
He's in trouble. Oh, Quartz on the off angle. Doing big things on the flank. Getting marked for now. Getting pressured out. But, I mean, Twisted Minds, they just profit elsewhere. You come, you deal with Quartz on the flank, and somebody else runs out of resource. Majin has to use all of his cooldowns to get that done. Staying alive, getting a little bit of regen here, not taking any damage. That's nice. Gonna be able to get back to full HP, and Kyo has run to the ends of the earth to stay alive, and he actually needed to. If he didn't back that far, he would have died.
Yeah, we'll see though if it even matters, right? You see Kyo through that X-ray, like kind of trying to still make his way back.
50% beat gap right now on the enemy Lucio. So Gogo is Not close to having that beat. Imagine with the Substrike. Oh, does get the mech damage though on a TVNT, but the pulse bomb from Psycho just doing a little bit too much. And here's TVNT starting to profit, starting to eat some of these players. And he's eating good, man. He's eating good. Clean it up. On to third point. Gonna have about, what, 4:30 on the clock here? 4:10. Okay.
They feel like they could kind of set a very difficult, almost impossible time to be here, where they're just kind of running through the map. This is also a map, obviously it's Frostel's map pick. It's not really great for Moira, which is like what we've been seeing a lot, from them.
Look, man, if you're picking so that you can keep playing Moira into Twisted Minds,
they've been doing that. I also want to say somebody in the chat said that the gyro controls are good, which I have never tried.
I actually heard that. No, gyro controllers on roller, maybe that's the future, right? Because I think it gives you a little bit more precision, a little bit more like instant tactile precision. TVNT getting low. The counter rush from Simple, though.
He's got the health pack.
Probably going to be just too much here. A big shot from Quartz. The follow-up is there. The rest of the team cleans up and look at Quartz just hunting up on the high ground. Majin has to do a full flight just to get him out of this off angle. The beat from Gogo doesn't make it onto Majin, so the Diva in real trouble. Yeah, popped out of that suit. Popping them like grapes here. Funny Astro getting a little bit low. Needs to maybe stay alive, get a little bit of heal. Pack throwing some damage back the other way, and a recall. Oh my, into the Bola shot. A little bit scary there. I thought that was a self-destruct from Diva. It was not. And now Psycho starting to farm somehow.
What happened there?
We didn't replay on that one, Matt. And
Yeah,
Gogo,
it looks like
can you make it out of the spawn.
Looks like some
Funny
players
Astro
got
ready to
stuck
put
to
the
this
Diva.
side.
Boop.
All right. So 241 there. 4 Twisted Minds. Psycho switches over to the sticks.
Is not normal, man. That is not normal.
No, this snap is tough to complete. So 241 is a lot of time.
Twisted Minds now. Gonna set up on the defense. What do you think they could bring out here? Maybe a little Junkrat. What do you think? What do you think about the Junkrat, Matt? Can I convince you?
Yeah, sell me on the Junkrat
Dorado
here.
defense in a serious scrim before.
What does Junkrat need to be relevant again?
Literally, just go back to the original buff when they gave him the 2 conch mines that did max DPS or max damage at the full range. That would be broken again. I swear to God, in mono, that would just that was too broken.
I mean,
Do you want to know some fun facts about Junkrat, Matt?
Sure.
You know when they first buffed the Junkrat like that, where they gave him the 2 mines and they made the tire faster and climb walls?
Yeah.
It didn't make any noise in the air. So you could like go to the skybox and you'd like fly off the skybox and like fly into people, and it's full silent the whole time down. So there's zero noise cue on it. After you left the wall.
The legs.
Dude, this is
legs.
I like this. I like this. I like what actually low key, it's kind of dope, you know, like just gunning him down off the high ground. Maybe you could like sim TP him up into spawn or something. Have him play on opposite high ground.
I mean, what? They're playing Freya, Soldier.
Dude, they just got the gats out. They just got everybody's like, I'm taking the guns out, baby.
And they saw the Black Ops 7 trailer, and they're just all hyped.
They're like, yo, we're trying to get warmed up, bro. Trying to hop before we hop into search. Let's
yeah, it's like Psycho plugged in the sticks, and now he's playing
he might be
Soldier.
on the sticks. It doesn't look like he's on the sticks. I'm not gonna lie. It's looking a little snappy. Sim TP gets the Diva in. And these guys are just standing and delivering on the high ground, man. This is.
They keep so the Sim is cool, but they keep the Tracer with it, right? Typically, we see the Sim replace the Tracer in
No,
these
they're cooking.
comps.
They're cooking. Simple finds one. Solo kill, by the way. It's gonna be a lot of solo kills at this comp.
Oh, and
TVNT looks to punish the enemy Diva. Oh, you went too far. Funny Astro went to. I cannot believe there are Sim turrets there. Neither can Funny Astro. He's like, what the heck is that, man?
But what do you think about the Life Weaver in this comp? We've seen a little
really
Weaver
good.
rise up.
It's really good here. Yeah.
What is really
Weaver,
good about the Life Weaver here?
It's just the perfect hero. You know, think about the amount of heals you do. And Psycho goes down, creates an opening for the attackers here. Quartz trying to dance away. Diva attacking him, but thinks better of it. Simple, being the better soldier hero, gets a kill of his own. The drone keeping him alive. Oh, and he even kills him back. Okay, just a little bit too much for Simple to be able to get even that done. Quartz is staying alive, getting some regen soon. Oh, imagine. Oh, like that, bro. Quartz is too sharp.
Those are pretty sick shots there.
TVNT lives. And of course,
what do
it's
they
just
need to
not
do?
leaving, bro. He did not get the memo for the team to fall back. He's
No,
like,
he doesn't care.
Heard your message, and I have denied the request to retreat.
I mean, Funny Astro with a 2K here on the point.
He's not moving. He's just he won't leave this position.
What do they need to do to the Life Weaver to make him like? I think there's some cool parts that a Life Weaver's
also
kit.
auto aim on enemies for the same amount of damage.
Wait, what?
like making an aimbot damage. Oh, imagine jump the neck on Astro. Also kills Simple.
And then he kills a symbol with a glide.
Dude, all right, Team NT. He has he doesn't have self-destruct here. Psycho, Quartz, they're still alive. Where is Psycho? Like literally, where is he? Like, Majin's looking for him too.
Where is? Wait, what?
He's here.
Wait, what? Who did he get? Wait, we have a beat Ant Matrix here by the point. Dude,
Come to
this
his
is.
cam at the perfect moment as he gets the melee kill, spawn camming the Widow.
he's got visor as well. And this falls apart now for Frosttails.
Fight. Oh, whoa! What is the demon doing here?
Where is
Maj just giving him a taste of his own medicine.
Why is it over here? Maja, get back to the point.
Oh, the big visor! Oh my God, the demon's gonna win! Okay, Zyko cleans it up. He needed that visor. I swear to God, he needed that visor. He was gonna lose that. Zyko can't do nothing in this fight. The Simois is basically a hard counter to your existence on Soldier.
I wish every game we had was like this one.
You should just hop in and plat, bro. Every game is like this one.
This is literally just hop in and play.
All your games are like this one, man.
No. Mine are well coordinated.
Yeah, much better than this. Much better than some of the best players in the world.
Look at Frosttails though. They're going for like a little bit of like a Reddit play here, maybe like the you TP everybody up.
Oh, I wish he wouldn't go back in the mech. I wish he would look for a mech drop there. I mean, I can't believe he wasted his chance to go for a one-hit mech drop in this game. But he's gonna be back in the suit with ultimate almost. Boring. Looks like Funny Astro being assaulted in the flank. Simple has a drone to keep him alive. Imagine starting to punish here. And Psycho's alone on the flank with a Lucio. Who's the stronger DPS hero? Oh, it might not be Soldier 76. It's not. It's Lucio. And just in minds, they're getting kills elsewhere on the map though. Simple, the real DPS of the supports in this game. Beat on 3. Keo, can he get energized? Can he get torqued up? TVNT, full HP with a self-destruct. Could probably take his hands off the keyboard and just press Q when he dies, and maybe it would still be enough to win this fight. Self-destruct, beautiful over the top. Great positioning. He manages to catch Keo, and the mech drop to close it out. Go.
Go just gets just flat in there.
Oh my God, this is a game of all time, baby. Psycho, shout out to 76, baby. Loving that.
How is he? It feels like he's respawning in their spawn. Like that's where he's like.
It's like he's hacking.
There.
He's cheating.
Yeah.
He's like got the admin flight hack to appear in the enemy spawn over and over.
Like he respawns and just runs straight past the objective into their spawn.
Dude, when we went to his POV as he's meleeing Widow to death in front of the attacker's spawn door, that is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen.
That was wild. Do we have highlights from this one? I mean, this is.
We need to get that. I want to get like a full replay of the Soldier 76 point of view.
TVNT is double kills with the remake as the offense was great.
What do you even do about that, man? You just get swung and 2-clicked by Simple.
You can't do anything. I mean, Simple's been sick in terms of what he's been able to provide in terms of a lot of the support play. And look, the offense was just so good from TM that even if Frosttails had a fantastic offense, it would have been almost impossible to beat.
Yeah. I can't disagree with that. I mean, 240 on the clock is absurd. And I mean, Simple was also doing big work on the BAP. This guy, Simple, probably my most exciting player in the EMEA. This stage, man. Just like coming in on Flexboard is a very hard role to succeed on, right? There's a lot of demands on you as a player. You need to get kills. You need to do every skill perfect. You need to also heal constantly. Oh my God, go.
All right, so a little lopsided here, but it's all right. The vibes are still high.
0.07 KD is like, I think it might. Was it better than last map? Is that a positive trajectory or a negative?
I think it is actually. I think it might be. I think last one was 0.6. But Frosttails. Oh look. If we gave out wins based off of entertainment, baby in the playoffs.
Both teams would get a win. Both teams would get a win.
This team, Frosttails, would be like 6-1. But unfortunately, they're running into TM right now, who's very good. Just on a little bit of a heater. Been on a heater since their first game against Alcatia. and looking to take care of business here against Frosttails. Obviously, a lot of fun going on the server on both sides, but TM just wants to get out of here with a fast win.
It's definitely all business for, you know, somebody's like TVNT's locked in, he's dialed, he's closing this one out at every turn. You know, Psycho's getting a little silly with the legs. That's okay. We respect that. You got players like Quartz hanging in there, doing their work. And this, in fairness to Soldier, he was finding kills. He was finding opportunities.
Yeah, it obviously this one going to be very difficult for Frosttails to work their way back into it. And I think TM, I'm excited for them for the playoffs. I think they're, you know, them versus Alcancia, right? It goes to game 5 the last time. I think there's a real world in which they could beat them in a head-to-head matchup coming here again soon if they square off in the playoff.
Yeah, that's got to be one of the most hype matchups coming up ahead. And it's the last couple matches here in the EMEA before the playoffs. We're going to send things over to a quick break. When we come back, the conclusion of this series, one more in EMEA to decide those final standings looking ahead to playoffs. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this. We are back into it. Problems resolved. Frosttails putting a respect fan onto the TBNT Diva, taking us to Runasapi. Twisted Mind's being Widow of all heroes. I mean, like, I just like.
I mean, obviously a huge Widow map here.
Yeah, it's a big Widow map. It really is troublesome. I think they just like throw in the first hero that comes to mind. You know, it's just a little.
Yeah, I think they know. They kind of smell blood in the water here. That they can just kind of.
There's not much water.
Frosttails out.
There's a lot of blood and there's not much water in this series.
It's mostly blood. What are they playing with Divagon? What do you think we see?
I mean, Ram would be like their normal thing that they played the most of.
I'd like to see the Majin Roadhog.
Oh, I like a little road. Oh, I actually love what Frosty is cooking right now. A little Maga Bastion. Little Maga Bastion type action, type beat.
Oh, Maga Bastion.
TM with the
Hanzo.
double builder. Please play double builder, TM. This comp goes hard. This comp goes crazy hard. Double builder, wrecking ball. Like low key. This is like the.
Is this what the both teams are rolling out with?
They might.
Oh my God, they are.
Dude, they're yes, double builder ball. I'm not even
Okay.
capping. This comp is like kind of okay. Like Sim and Torb with the TP and the build stuff is like really annoying, and ball is also.
Why did
super
Psycho
annoying.
not
Where is
take
Psycho,
the TP?
Bro? Where is Psycho?
Why did he just walk? Okay.
Psycho's
Okay, he just
exploring
decided to
the map.
walk out.
Bastion is gonna get flanked from all sides here. Let's see what TBNT can do on the ball. Bastion is gonna be like a spectator in this game. He's not gonna see an enemy. It's like
is
the
going
ghost
on?
with a Torb standing there. Oh, a Torb Hammer 1v1
What?
for the
Oh, yeah.
opener. This is a classic, an absolute classic. Torb Hammer
Yup,
1v1. TBNT, the bodyguard, the drone into the skybox, marking the beginning of the battle.
This
The bell
is
has been rung.
EMEA.
And E has been used. All right,
Oh,
Neo wins the fight. And now all holds off. Both teams continuing to double down. Player advantage for Frostills, but so many players dropping low just to still winning the fight.
I mean, double builder ball, just way too good. I mean, everybody
Double
knows.
builder ball tends to be is one of the stronger comps in Overwatch. If you're
Yeah.
playing for the first time, you know this one is considered illegal. It's too powerful.
I feel bad for all.
teasing you with the
Yes,
jump
this will
grab.
work. Switching over. Yup, Majin Roadhog.
baby. The Roadhog. The Roadhog.
Pull it
right
out.
here.
Why not?
All right, TM.
I think we should keep Frosttails for next week.
I think Frostills should have an honorary spot in the playoffs.
Yeah,
If we
need to
be the
make
commissioner, I'm gonna
the
do
commissioner's
crazy
ruling that Frosttails should be able to continue to live on.
stuff. Yeah, we don't care. Competitive integrity, no. TVNT's just rolling into them.
Where is he going? Oh, nice,
On the
pile
head
driver.
slam. Okay, TVNT, the head slam. He rolled up on the Bastion's head and then slammed the Baptiste. Clean with it, the teleport forward. Bastion's in trouble. Beset on all sides. And Keo in trouble. You know what? I gotta say, God bless
Kio's
Frostills
controller
for
died.
picking a push map.
Kio's controller died. There's,
Shout out, they're picking a push map. The mine's on the spawn door. Imagine you're in trouble. Oh, he's
no. He's just getting some extra healing off of it. Kio's
round
back.
2. Fight.
Here we go.
Ah, the ball. TVNT. Hey,
Oh,
hey, chill,
now
you
they
gotta
gotta
get
heal
full
him
healed. He
up.
needs to get full healed. Where's the Moira at? Where's the healer
What's
at?
going
He's
on?
gonna
Yeah,
regen.
what, are we doing
Here we
this?
go. Here we go. Psycho
Boom.
wants revenge.
Boom.
Lost it
Boom.
last time. Better E-pop. Big
Ah,
connection
I mean-
with Psycho. Trades it out. Majin immediately trades and punishes. Getting a little.
All the backs are out from Majin as
There
well.
could be a Widow peeking, Matt. You don't know.
Wait, what? Who's this out here? Okay, that's
It's the
that's
Bastion.
Quartz all the way out there.
It's been a long time since I've seen it too, man. I admit. Oh, TVNT. Oh, we got that on the game.
Nice high ground control though.
Yeah. Is that?
I mean, yeah, this
He's
is
harassment. He's vision aggro. Vision aggro being taken by the ball. Quartz finds a kill on Kiwi.
Could you
highly
imagine tuning into the show
disruptive
late and like not understanding? So like the context.
Game
being
3,
like, so
Frostills
what
trying
is-
to make the reverse sweep. The Roadhog rides again.
Yeah, so you're seeing this
God,
Frosttails obviously
He's cooking him
out.
up. He's cooking up the
Yup.
ham. And just too much gas on the floor there. Oh, the aim is a little bit off there. Keo looking good in that duel. Okay.
Where is the
Psycho.
bot? Why is the bot not moving? Somebody go move the bot.
Don't even ask that question in this game, Matt. Don't even ask that question.
Ah, the Junkrat is out.
Oh, wait. The pack is going to give somebody a nasty surprise if they come dance with him in the flank. Oh. Okay, not quite. The sim wall is going to completely zone him off, and he's going to be very sad. I don't know what he can do here. Kind of a
Yes, the
questionable trap.
Winston
I'm gonna
Junkrat
analyze all
Hanzo.
aspects of the Junkrat play here. It's not looking good. Big beat from Astro, and that'll be a backbreaker. This should be the end of the series. Go with the coalescence. Maybe he can get this one done all by himself. But the damage is too good. The aim too strong. Go. Wait, hold on. As I say that, everybody starts
Gogo's
listening.
kind of farming a little bit.
Nope, Simple cleans it up, and that's the series. Twisted Minds 3-0, securing the second seed here in the NBA. And Frosttails, they fought hard. They fought bravely, but it wasn't enough. The Torb duel's 1-1, so I will say Keo still ends this one on even footing. It's a draw from the Torb duel perspective.
I didn't learn a lot about these teams in this matchup. I've
Double
learned.
Builder Ball, Matt. I'm just gonna say this may not be the last we've seen of Double Builder Ball. You might think it's a meme. That's where you're wrong.
I'd be okay not seeing double builder ball again.
It's crazy that that's coming from the #1 Moira supporter too. So
right.
I'm telling you, double builder ball is better than you would think. Like it is funny, but it is low-key better than you would think.
this series had a little bit of everything. The legs were out as well. Yeah, getting pummeled in the attacker spawn feels bad, man. But the entertainment value was certainly here for the series. And that was a quick one. I feel like we literally just started. I did want to grab water, and now I will dehydrate because it was over before I was able to actually get up.
I gotta say, both teams put on a fun showing here today.
I was entertained, and I honestly I hope to see Frosttails back into the mix. Of course, they are in promotion relegation. They have not been able to win a singular match this stage. But
it's tough to come in as the lower team from promotion relegation into basically a den of vipers in EMEA. I mean, there's some really strong teams. Like Virtus Pro has at times struggled this stage, right? It just shows the level has gone up so much since last stage, and gives real problems to even some of the top teams. So Frosttails coming in here, continuing to fight it out all season long, continuing to, do their best and to bring out comfort strats and to try new things. As I say, as they Torbhammer 1v1.
You say come out and try their best, and they're on Roadhog Bastion Torb.
Yeah, but if you're such an underdog though, like that's what you kind of have to do. Like you just kind of have to throw stuff at, because you're not going to beat them in a mirror match. Like
for the Torbhammer 1v1 is low-key a genius play when you're getting
I loved it. I was entertained. We do, of course, also have to give out the honors of a player of the match for this one. And we decided that TVNT should have this one, if not just for that 2K remake kill. That was just
very competitive POTM here. A lot of options, a lot of impressive performances. We had to give it to TVNT. I mean, he just fought so hard in this series through insurmountable odds, really. I mean, it's really just a dream performance. Career high, perhaps.
I mean, this match should just go down in the highlight reel for sure.
Yeah, it was a match of all time, and we were here for it. Where were you when this happened? That's the real question. Now we are happen to have a quick break to recover from everything that just transpired on the server. Gonna sweep off the blood from the floor and make space for the Ultimates and Virtus Pro, which will be our last match of the regular season here in Stage 2 in the EMEA region. So you don't want to miss it. Make sure to stick around, and we will be right back after this. Welcome back. We're about to head into our last match of the day. In fact, the last match of the Stage 2 regular season in the EMEA region. The Ultimates versus Virtus Pro. But first, we do have to finish our draft as well. We have been drafting our fantasy teams for the last 2 days. And we're doing our last draft now. That's right. And after this one, you, esteemed viewer, can vote which team you think is the best one. That could be a vibes kind of situation. You can vote with your heart or with your brain, you know, there's different approaches.
Just vote for me.
Or you can, yeah, that is an option that you have, in fact. I believe I am the first one to pick. Yes, that's right.
Yep.
And I definitely did not forget who I picked ahead of this one. I remember. That's right. I had Crispy last. My big brain plan was to get some Brits together because I think that works. So my last pick for the DPS player is Kai. He's gonna farm together with Jwoo. It's gonna be an explosive DPS duo. I have Zia. It's gonna be good. I believe I have Simple as well. So I just have people that shoot, and Crispy is also on my team.
Okay.
That'd be great. I have full faith. I believe.
I regret not picking anybody from Frost Tales by their last game. They were a ton of fun.
Take Imagine on the Roadhog.
Dude, that would have been such a vibey pick.
You saw that one coming, by the way. That was an impressive pre-call.
Yep.
Like, great read. That was a very Roadhog pill type
It's the moment where you wave the white flag when you select Roadhog.
You just knew, yeah.
All right, guys. My last pick, my piece de la resistance of my draft is going to be Kelix. I waited to grab my Katsia player because you guys already had Katsia players, so I knew I could have whoever I wanted. And I chose Kelix. I think the main support, key factor.
I picked with the final pick. Who are you? I think you take him out of some of the craziness that's happened with Genji. He's a baller. I tell you what. And you look at some of the other DPS, you're locked out of some of the teams, and you make these selections. It's tough, and I think he's up there. I think, who are you in Quartz? I mean, my goodness. I mean, that is a duo.
I love that you gas up your own shows. It's like, my goodness. Like, what's the backdrop?
Whoever drafted that team is.
I don't know. I'm looking at
smart.
these teams now, and I'm trying to be really like objective about it. But my team clears. Holy. Actually. Yeah, like I don't even feel like I have to defend my team. I literally just like think pound for pound, my players are they're just better.
Well,
yeah, that's it. But it's not up to us, really.
You got probably the best tank, right? I would say Heesung is a bit better than Willie's, but shout out
I've
to
got
Willie's.
one of the best like support.
I got the best DPS
I think Jake
lineup.
ended up with
He's
a
gonna
decent
roll.
team.
I got the best DPS lineup. I got Kelix.
don't.
How do you have the best DPS lineup?
How?
It's just
She has Jwoo, and I have Quartz, and who are you?
Yeah, but I have between the two of them, I have the stronger combo. I think you guys have individual players who are very strong. I think I have the best combo, the best duo, which is really what the DPS duo is all about. I also got Kelix on Katsia. I got the brain of Katsia. Think about that.
Yeah.
I've got the aggression, I've got the coordination from Katsia, and Kelix plays all the flex sports beautifully. Fixit has been great on the Brig, up and down on the Lucio. Crispy, up and down on most of the main supports. And honestly, I think I have the most stable backline as well.
Honestly, the only thing that's bad about my team is that we've surpassed the region restriction rules, so we would be ineligible.
That is true.
Other than that, we'll get one of the. We'll get either Who Are You or Heesung or Fixa.
I don't need imports. I'm pure.
We'll get one of them
They're
citizenship.
very
We'll get one of them
NBA.
citizenship. We'll find somewhere.
Either way,
Good to go.
it's not up to to us. Obviously, we're all super pilled for our own teams, but the chat has to decide. The polls are open right now, and after this next match, we will be revealing who you think has the best draft for EMEA. And I can't wait to, take that imaginary trophy. That said, though, I always value a second opinion. Not that I don't think chat is always right, but I do feel like we gotta get a professional in here as well to talk a little bit about not just our drafts, but also about the upcoming match. So let me introduce a man who needs no introduction, in fact. It's the man, the myth, the legend, OWL 2022 Roll Star, Dennis Havelka Award winner. It is Hadi, everyone's favorite. First of all, why haven't we talked to you in so long? Like, I'm actually offended that you don't check in with us every once in a while, Hadi.
I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry.
Yeah, you're bad. You're bad.
I was trying to actively avoid Jake. I was trying to just avoid Jake. That's right. On the show, but yeah.
Just comes on the show, makes it personal. Okay, all right.
He's everywhere.
Sometimes you gotta do that. Hadi, before I gonna get your opinion on our respective drafts, what are you up to right now? What's it like in Hadi's world?
I mean, I'm mainly just chilling, focusing on content creation, focusing on my stream, featured co-streamer for the day, very happy for the opportunity and all of that stuff. Yeah, putting in the hours, content creation, some YouTube, some streaming. So yeah.
That's right. Well, then, speaking of content, we all made a draft. Do you have any opinions? Have you followed our draft?
Did you see our drafts?
Did you see our drafts?
Yes, I saw them. I'm very, yeah. Thank you for putting them up again. I'm very confused why Jake has the worst draft by far. Like,
that's
I agree.
What are you doing, Jake? Like, Matt's draft is fine, but
they're just gonna solo carry.
Okay. I mean,
Kellex is a beast, bro.
Yeah,
Kellex is a beast. This
DPS are good. I mean, yes, I love Kellex, but how can you have? Okay, I love Willies as well, but how can you have Willies after the performance of the day? You know, Chet.
Willies is a rising star.
I mean, yes, he is. But Chet
in the vets, right? Like
Chet cleared him so hard. Did you watch the game, Jake? Did you watch the game?
I regret not giving Tread the look here. That's fair. Tread also a rising star, but I wanted to dig deep on Willis. I just have faith in him. He's in the long-term future. We're building for the long term in my roster.
It's like your development player on the roster.
He's a dev player. That's why I have the 4 vets. You need the young player to match the 4 vets, right? You need like the true up and comer.
I see it.
Add that spice into the team. If we're all vets, it's like we're slow. We're missing a step.
You just clocked out if you're all vets. You're like the ultimates at that point, if you have if you only have a team of veterans, you're like clocked out, slow, like not really passion, but Willis is gonna bring the passion to your roster. Yeah, I see that. I see it, Jake.
That's why I chose
Willis. So, but even after all of your cope, Jake, I still think yours is the worst by far. Then after that, Matt is like second in terms of players, or like maybe like close, but Matt, you just like. You're breaking the rules, Matt. You have 3 Koreans on your roster. We're breaking the NA.
No, we're not. Rules will figure it out.
I got 0 imports, Hadi. I got 0 imports. We don't need imports. Homegrown Euros are gonna bring the win home.
Yes.
My org, Hadi. We got some VC money. We're gonna figure out visas. We're gonna get around all this.
You're gonna get some visas. You're gonna get some citizenships over. We're gonna
figure it out. We're gonna marry some of the players. We're gonna get them.
We're gonna get a team house in Malta. Everybody's I think citizens are all good to go.
Saying all that, I think Zoe has the best draft, okay? And chat should vote for Zoe. For Zoe for having the best draft.
Well, if Jake's team is the worst and mine is ineligible to play, I feel like that would be the default answer.
That seems like a really easy win for me. I don't know, Hadi. But it's good to have a second opinion. Take it with a grain of salt, of course. That's just Hadi's opinion, which is definitely the right opinion. But it is the opinion from a former professional player. I mean, Jake is also. That was like a slap at Jake for no reason.
Watch Willis come back next stage. Watch it. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, and then we can bring that draft. That draft, I'm sure, will have aged really well.
Jake is an ancient player, an ancient pro player.
Jake is investing. I like it.
Yeah.
It doesn't even count anymore. Yeah. Well, let's talk about this upcoming match of the players that are still actively playing. Hadi, you're intimately familiar with everyone on both of these rosters. Any thoughts on their respective stage, on their rosters, and the likelihood of whichever team comes out on top?
I mean, I think like if you would have to make a bet, it would have to be for VP. But I really hope TU can do good. Like TU needs to do better with the roster that they have, with the stacked amount of roster that they have. I think they're very disappointed about their stage, and I feel like even though it won't change anything for the tournament on the line, I think TU like needs this win for the mental. They really need the win for the mental. So I really hope they do good. You know, they can do way better than they're currently doing. You know, like you see that roster, that Kevstar Kai, they have Twilight, you know, Overwatch League winner, Heesung, Sky as well, so many ex-Owl players, so many like Heesung, Rising Star as well. So yeah, I think VP have a really strong roster. They have like a really strong like meta read and all of this stuff. But if like I really need TU to do good, you know. So I'm really rooting for them because also Chris, my former coach, I just hope they do good. But I think VP might have it in the bag.
Yeah, I mean, VP looked really, really strong. JB was farming. We do see them switching between Vestola and Ice Gnome. I just saw that Ice Gnome is in the starting 5 here as well. As, you know, a tank player yourself, how is that when you're being swapped in and out? Like, do you think it's a net positive to like add the flexibility, or is it a negative not getting all the playtime and the reps?
I think it's mainly like mental dependent. It depends like on the mentality of your players, you know. Like sometimes it can like hit for like your ego, you know, as like a tank player, a really strong shot caller role. If you're like getting subbed in and out, it can kind of make you sad. So you need to know how to deal with that. But saying that, I think Ice Gnome, he's a really good player, you know, young player, German player, kind of a rising star player. So I hope he does really good. And I mean, he's extremely good player, so I'm really rooting for him. He's a very nice guy as well.
He's looked pretty good since they've come in. I agree with you that the Ultimates, they have like so much talent on this roster, and it's interesting they're trying to play dive, but then things are starting to move more towards Orisa, and like a little bit unfortunate. I think the thing for me the last few weeks is that Twilight hasn't just been trying to play Ana 24/7, which has been pretty brutal to watch on some occasions. Mixing in some of that Brig and just being a threat on that, I feel like is a huge difference for them.
Yeah, you need that versatility, right, like Twilight to compete.
Yeah, it's true. Like if Twilight could just one-trick Ana, I think he would be very happy. But unfortunately, the meta is shifting away. So need Twilight to be a little bit more flexible.
Yeah, flexibility has definitely been the name of the game, especially this stage where we've seen so many different composition being viable on the different maps. And then of course with the hero bans, and it makes like you really have to be able to play suboptimal versions of the compositions that you like to play. Now I hear the match is ready. Hadi, thank you so much for joining us. As I said, you are a co-streamer of the day as well. Where can people find you to devour all of your content?
twitch.tv/Hadi_W, Hadi Overwatch on YouTube, Hadi_W on all of the other socials. So yeah, would massively appreciate you checking me out, all of that good stuff, and thank you guys so much for having me.
We will indeed do that. We'll be rating you after this is over as well. Hadi, thank you so much for joining us. Always great hearing from you. We're ready for this match. So Jake, Matt, the Dinky Boys, please take it away.
Great chatting with Hadi, great as well. So getting into this match because, you know, as you guys mentioned, this is a huge one, I think, for the mental stakes for the Ultimates. I mean, VP as well, right? VP have had an up and down stage. They don't want to give this one up easy. I don't think they could easily like wipe this loss off of their memory if they do end up dropping it to the Ultimate. So I think this one could actually be pretty close, pretty competitive.
And we'll have to get a check, but I wonder how this like impacts potentially like the standings as well, right? You see, VP.
I think that the Ultimates could surpass if they win, right?
Right, because like you know, in terms of the head-to-head, obviously they would have an advantage getting win over them here. So there could be a lot like significance on the line here for these teams, right? Obviously nobody's going to catch the Twisted Minds and Alcatia of the world, but I know that next spot though potentially is up for grabs.
I will say my biggest criticism of the Ultimates as I watch them play is at times they just seem off sync. The coordination, that's the key. I mean, the individual performances have been strong. Kevster has had another amazing stage to add to like the 34 that he's already delivered in top level Overwatch. But he's got to continue to perform on that level, and really the coordination needs to be there between Heesung and the supports, between Heesung and Kevster, and then for Kai to be able to have space to do his work. And with the Orisa ban, things are kind of open-ended on Ilios. We've seen a ton of Orisa here, but VP banning that out allows Eisnam to come in here. We'll see what they end up playing. I think the Hazard is probably a pretty likely choice on this map, but there's definitely room for experimentation as this throws things into chaos.
And the Ultimate's on like a little 2-game win streak here at the moment, so potential for them to kind of roll things together. I mean, even think about it, right? The Ultimates lose to, one Dep versus 100 Gorillas in a game 5. If they end up winning that, right, you're looking at a team that we're probably viewing much different here in stage 2, as it'll be both teams playing Hazard compositions off the rip. It'll be Kai, though, playing that Freya here in terms of the damage dealer with Shockwave playing the Sojourn. So the difference there and the difference in the support line.
Yeah, Lucio Juno versus Brig Carry right now. Heesung taking a ton of poke, gets the finish there for Jwoo, and Jwoo looking to profit for more. Brig, incredibly low HP, grabs the pack. The debuff from Kevster just enough to stabilize and get him out of trouble. So great team play from the Genji, but in the end, first flip goes to Virtus Pro. And they're in a great spot, the Ultimates now, on the retake. I also like the Sojourn. I feel like more and more I've been doubting the Freya in terms of the other hit scan options have looked more consistent. Think about what Cookie was able to do in that match on Soj earlier in the day, and now Shockwave, let's see what he can do as well. Kevster, though, walking in with the speed ring, getting a deep dash in, cutting back Shockwave, who has to fall back, take a cleanse just to stay alive. Eisnam staying aggressive, and once again, it's Jwoo striking first blood. Eisnam follows up with another, support line is down, and the rest of the Ultimates just have to head for the spawn here. Not much hope in this fight, and I mean, Jwoo's Genji, man. Talk about new school, rising stars, man. He is on a heater right now.
Well, his Genji has been awesome, but I completely agree with you. I think that the Freya was really good, early part of stage 2, but I think seeing it lately, it's kind of fallen off. I think, in potentially even a bigger way than people may have realized, because the Sojourn and the Cassie just seem to be so much more impactful at kind of continuing to play it. Could put your team at a slight disadvantage here.
Rush could be hugely problematic here. It's a very early ultimate. Twilight is already dead. Eisnam, once again, man, the dives have been so good. Here he comes, cleaning up Heesung and looking for more now. B-Hupping, chasing a little bit deeper into the spawn. They're going to send people all the way to the doors here. They have a time to maybe even chase Kevster. It's a big risk, though. I think they're wise not to force it here. And every dive from Eisnam and Jwoo has struck blood, right? The ultimates, we talked about this being a really important win for them, and to get a win, you want to start off with some energy, right? You want to start off with some competitive rounds. They do have some ultimates to maybe make that happen.
They're about to get some of these players to their first set of ultimates, and it's like the final fight. I mean, just a brutal start to this series for TU thus far, as there'll be an overclock here used by Shockwave. It'll be a downpour used as well by ISO, and that actually gets Sky. While the orbital raise going on, it's going to be a blade that comes through as well from Jwoo, but that make it two-player advantage here. Now it's going to be evened up by Kevster.
Heesung has to drop the downpour to secure this one, though. I think that's way more than they would have wanted to spend on Hold John. Jwoo has a reset now. There's a Lucio and a Genji in this fight. This is not over yet. Kai being assaulted, being attacked. Punished, though, by Heesung, who trades it back the other way. Tank versus DPS should always favor Heesung in this fight. And yeah, Jwoo is just going to back out, stay alive for another day. Twilight manages to hold on to the rally, but that was too close for comfort. Got very scary in that engagement. Rally, though, should be massive in this no ulti fight from VP. We'll see, though, because Virtus Pro wasting no time, aggressively diving forward, taking his position. Heesung tries to chow that high ground, but Eisnam already killed Twilight.
That's rally, dude.
Gone. He's not able to deploy that in this fight, and this could be slipping away. Eisnam with another. This guy, you talked about Hadi, the German tank, the rising star. Let's see what he's got so far. It is a lot. Heesung, Kevster, though, strike back on their own. And some respawns coming back into this. Okay, so maybe the ultimates, those late kills, could be enough. Unless Eisnam can find anything more here. A pick would be pretty devastating, but maybe has done just a little bit too much. Oh, he's dancing away. Oh my god, that was way too close to a C9, Matt. That was like a millisecond off. Twilight pops the rally, Bash is big. Virtus Pro has to fall back. The flip comes in for the ultimates. But Virtus Pro are going to be able to reset and regroup this, and Eisnam again. This time he kills Kevster, and the rally is running out of gas now. The turnaround, brutal. Gala pops the rush. Everybody charging forward onto the point. one down, two, another. The resets coming in for JWoo, and this Genji has the supports dead to rights. The Ultimates knocked back on their heels here. Round one, gonna go to Virtus Pro with gusto. I mean, Eisnom just ate this server alive. JWoo as well. And Genji Hazard, talk about two heroes to have a pop-off on your opening round.
And I would love to see Kai switch off of the Freya, maybe go over to the Soj or the Cassidy. But it's interesting because these are the two teams, right, who wanted to play these types of comps that make adjustments to their roster to be able to do so. The Ultimates, obviously, making the change, bringing in Heesung into the mix, and then obviously having Twilight play most of the time. And then for VP, right, you've actually brought in Eisnom completely as a tank from the outside. And even after their great stage one, we're not happy with their performances at the international level. So they make that change, but it's definitely seemed like VP has slotted into a better spot.
Matt, I want to draw your attention to the support damage stats right now. Huge gap. VP is like more than doubling up on their opponents in the support level. It's kind of the nature of a Brig Juno comp, but the Lucio carry got so much done in that round, maybe created some of those openings that Eisnom and Jay were able to capitalize on. The Ultimates without the Lucio are also going to cede the high ground to this dive comp, and Eisnom wasting no time. He's going to immediately start pushing into the flank, coming into flank from the back, and punishes Kevster in trouble. Oh, big shot from Kevster onto Gala. Twilight able to clean that one up, gets the reset to Kev and keeps him alive, but Virtus Pro aren't going to back out of this yet. They're not going to give up, not going to surrender here. Looking to maybe get some counter kills and make this one a winnable scenario. Seems like just a little bit too much. A big damage from Kevster, and the follow-up was there. And without your Kiri, it's hard to sustain deep into those fights.
They do end up losing Twilight towards the end. Icestorm's still alive, and this is just a lot of just kind of a little bit of damage here coming down out of the spawn, but JWoo's going to come back here, so you have an opportunity to fight this now. Yet again for VP. You do give up point control first, but these fights are going to come so fast. Shockwave misses making it up to the high ground.
Yeah, I don't even know if that jump is possible. It might be. It's very, very difficult. But backline doesn't matter. Eisnom, JWoo cutting them up. Twilight forced back, had the cleanse and full kite out of that. And he's
you usually don't see teams so flip this that fast. Like on this map.
I mean, you don't usually see teams getting blitzkrieg this hard, man. Virtus Pro, every single fight are like full sending into the back line, and more often than not, it has worked. The one time they failed is because Kevster hit like a god instant triple headshot onto Gala when he TP'd in. Nice push away from Shockwave, though, denies him his positioning. They're just going to rush and double down, though. Classic Virtus Pro, leave no man behind and continue to fight this one out. Heesung in the corner, blocking it up, so tanky, but runs out of CDs, and the damage is now starting to be poured in. Eisnom, Spike Ball tried to catch somebody out. Doesn't get a kill with that, but man, the Ultimates, the tempo is so against them, and their comp leaves them really a little ability to match this aggression that VP are putting down.
And you and I both know, if a team is potentially, like, I know we think the Ultimates, right, they've talked a little bit about it as well, struggling maybe with like communication issues, the best way for an opposing team to kind of bring those to light is to just up the pace, right?
Yeah,
just make the other team play as fast as humanly possible. That's where communication issues will just rise up even more, right? Just upping that pace, because if players aren't able to, communicate at that rate, or maybe they're not on the same page, it will definitely show, and it's shown thus far for the Ultimates.
Twilight, see what he can get done with the rush of his own. They've made it forward onto the points. It's a decent start for the Ultimates. Virtus Pro, for now, holding back. See if they want to strike first. This time, seems like it's going to be the Ultimates who go first with their pop here. Twilight got dropped very low. Kevster as well got cleaned up into the rush. I mean, Virtus Pro are winning this fight without the support ultis being deployed. Now JWoo with the blade. One reset would be deadly here. Can he quite get it? No. Sky dances away really well. That's my support, but Virtus Pro still doing enough. The rest of the team just running a rampant, right? Fixa, Gala, and Eisnom just inting into the back line. And it feels like the Ultimates, they're scattering in the face of this aggression, but there's really no chance for them to take the fight. And that's a dirty beat from Fixa. Just no hope for Kevster in that one. Sky trying to stall, pops the Ray. Gonna delay for a second longer. It was a little bit too high in the air to get the touch there, so I had to drop down to the low ground, and even the Ray is just not enough in this type of a massive number advantage scenario. Here's the downpour from Heesung. Cleanse, keeps one alive. Fixa does go down. So maybe some kind of hero kill here could bring this one back. The Ultimates,
they do
manage to stall this one into contention, and they do flip in the chaos. But once again, Eisnom in these sort of scrappy fights, he feels like he's always the one to get something done, or two somethings, or three. Matt, one more, dead to rights. Heesung in a big spot here. Maybe he can get something done, but has no armor on this defensive hazard. Who's gonna come in for the touch? It looks like Juno, barely gets a touch and slips out for now. Heesung in with the Den of Lions there, has to manage to stay alive with all the pressure on him. I mean, this is turning into a real scrappy fight, though. The Ultimates have some kind of chance into this one. Eisnom running low on CDs and gets punished, maybe overstepping. Kevster quickly slipping into OT, so the Ultimates managing the pressure well, at least in the overtime scenario. And I think they're going to be able to bring this one back.
Yeah, I think Eisnom was trying to play that aggressive there for that downpour and then try and trap everybody. Jaewoo takes out Heesung, so you do lose the tank here for the Ultimates, and you're going to have Eisnom back in the fight, so there might be a window of opportunity here for them to attack.
Yeah, there's going to be no defending tank, so the Ultimate's going to have to bend back, stall this one out. Kevster's going to have to do overtime in terms of the OT fight. Kai, a Bola shot can be pretty big here, finds an exposure shot, forces the cleanse as well, so if you can get a connected Bola, could be an opportunity for a kill. The rush already comes in. Bola was a little wide, but still put some good damage down. Here's the OC from Shockwave, though. It's being so consistent in a lot of these fights, swarming around the rest of this team, and it's going to be a C9 from the Ultimates. Too much pressure on their players to continue to get that touch. I also think that may have been a miscommunication. I think Heesung still had some skills and some HP there. I think maybe he could have got the touch. In the end, I don't think it would have mattered. You know, I think VP had every advantage to close that one out, and so they did.
That pressure, I think, is just too much for them to deal with on the side of the Ultimates. And for VP and their fans, like when you picked up Eisnom, like this is the exact type of thing you thought you were going to get and thought you were going to see, right? This team being able to play at a different pace than they were in the past, something that, you know, maybe Vestola, with whether it be style of play, hero pool, doesn't exactly bring to that roster, and Eisnom most certainly makes a statement here. You know, him and Jaewoo combined, just a crazy combo with that Hazard and Genji.
And I like to see this out of Virtus Pro in a match that put a lot of pressure on them, right? As much as like VP have looked like the stronger team and there are the favorites, there's also a world in which this is one where VP crumble, right? Where, you know, the stage in the overall hasn't been what they had hoped. They had some competitive match against the top teams, but they weren't able to hold on to that #1 seed that they grabbed last stage. And so, you know, could have been a mental blow to them. It could have been a spot where maybe we back off a little bit. Maybe we're nervous to play fast and aggressive, and they have been anything but nervous here. Eisnom opens up with a beautiful map 1, and I just hope we see him come back in for some more in the series. I wonder, with Orisa being meta, maybe Vestola is going to play a bit more this stage, but it's great to have a player as good as Eisnom in the pocket for when you do want to bring out that dive.
Yeah, but with these teams, the Ultimates want to play this style of play, right? Ideally, right? That's why you kind of pick up Heesung to play this fast, aggressive style of play, where maybe they don't want to play the Orisa. Maybe they're fine playing some of these more aggressive head-to-head matches throughout the rest of the series, where you can keep Eisnom in and play this. I think if you are the Ultimates, you got to think about other options. I know maybe playing the Orisa at this point, but this is kind of what you thought you would put this roster to be able to do, play at a different like level of pace and tempo, and it's worked at times, but not against the upper echelon of teams.
I feel one thing that is pretty problematic here for the Ultimates coming into this late in the stage is just that Lucio has risen so much in the meta, and this is a team that was built to be very good at some things, but they just weren't built to play Lucio, right? Neither Sky nor Twilight is really a Lucio player, and maybe there's a little bit of flex potential, but that's honestly one of the hardest heroes in the game to flex onto. You really need to be like a good Lucio player. It's super unique. The movement mechanics, even the timing on like dropping beat and stuff is different than the other support ults. So to be honest, it's a really rough one to be forced into, and I feel like Ultimates are doing everything they can to avoid it, trying to supplement it with a Juno, which in the last stage would have been the meta. We didn't see much Lucio, but right now Lucio seems to be back with a vengeance, and the Fixa has that flex, and it's giving VP the tempo lead, it's giving VP the strategic lead as well.
With Escort being this next map, it'll be a Circle Royale pick here for the Ultimates. Maybe they want to play like a double flex backline, right? Do you play like a Babalari or something along those lines?
You can ban the Lucio if you just don't want to deal with it, or ban. You know, I don't know if VP play the Symmetra, but I wouldn't hate banning it. I think Sim is actually quite
we've
good.
Seen
defensive comp.
We've seen VP play some Mei here.
True.
In the past, so maybe there's a way they kind of go for one of those DPS. I always just worry that like if you let's say if you're the Ultimate and you ban like the Sim or something, like if they take away the Brig, like what, like are you gonna play some Ana kind of comp if you're the Ultimates? Like where do you go from there, right? Are you playing maybe Twilight on like the BAP or the Olari? It just raises some questions in terms of what the support line looks like.
Yeah, definitely a lot of options for both teams. I mean, we've seen Circuit, you know, stylistically look very different in different sorts of matchups, and this is certainly a unique one. I think you're right to think maybe the Ultimates want to take out double flex support. I think maybe you don't even need to ban Lucio on this map because it is one of the most viable double flex support maps, even without Lucio in the equation. You could think about maybe some of the tanks, like wanting to take out, we've seen teams ban Ramatra here at times.
Yeah.
But I think you're right to mention Jwoo's Mei. I think he's been great on the Mei. I think Mei has been another sort of a sleeper comp here for me on circuit.
They could ban
pretty hard to
Genji.
deal with.
If you're the ultimates, would you ban Genji, right? I don't think
It's a good Genji
maybe
map.
they want to play that.
Yeah,
Okay, so
that's actually, I like that idea. If you're going to play double flex support, ban Genji to protect your double flex support from some of the aggro rushes that Genji would be a part of.
so we do have a sub. So for VP, they will bring in Vestola. No subs here for the ultimate. So with Vestola coming in, this tells you like, and Circuit Royale might be one of Vestola's best maps in terms of hero pool, and now it kind of reflects the map, right? Diva, Sigma, Ramatra, Arisa, these types of heroes are perfect for Vestola.
Yeah, in the end, I agree. I think, Vestola, this is a map where he was almost always going to come in. It's hard to see a meta where, the op tanks, what he's so insanely good at, aren't going to be relevant here, especially with the Arisa ban expended, at least from VP. May see a lot more Arisa in the series if these two teams have the same idea as the rest of the meta. Although, the Ultimates have been a team that has consistently been different, has been off meta and been willing to play different things. So maybe they'll have another answer than the Arisa. But here we got the hero bans coming in. The Ultimates open with the Illari ban, which is interesting to me. It strikes me as like sort of a support protect, and it's maybe of the flex supports, maybe they just weren't intending to use this one.
Right. So, Illari, I think it also protects them from getting rid of, on the other side, they could have gotten rid of like maybe the BAP or something along those lines. And but yeah, the Illari is one that we do see pop up a ton here. Potential, is there a Zen potential here? I think that.
I feel like Zen has always been good on this map. I think maybe it's felt off meta. I feel like for a while, this stage at least, been seeing way more BAP Illari than the Zen. But you're right. Like, what else? If you're gonna play double flex support, on a Juno. On the attack, I actually don't hate the Ana Juno in this style because Juno provides a lot of the speed, and then Ana, not only do you have Nano Blade, you have like Nano Overclock, but also just the chance for nades to like blow the game open and to, in spots where the Arisa is just immortal tanking in a corner. I feel like Ana nade is actually one of the best tools in the game to potentially challenge that. And I kind of like what the Ultimates have cooked up here. I really like the Zarya, especially into the Genji, into the Arisa. I think this is a strong matchup for Zarya. And if Twilight can avoid getting caught by some of the rushes, you could profit as well in the Ana.
Yeah, we'll see if this is kind of what they did. Oh no, they're gonna swap. So I do think there's some fashion of like Zarya or some world in
maybe
which
without
Zarya
Ram,
definitely
I
starts
think you'll
to
get
play
Ram.
more.
You get Ramatra picked if you pick Zarya. So maybe you have to ban Ram. I think that may be necessary to play Zarya, or maybe Mei could be a problem for you. But the Ultimates are going to go with the Ana comp, and Virtus Pro. This is how they play this map, right? Let's see if the Ultimates have a better answer than Peps, who struggled at the first quarter and then really struggled at the turn. Virtus Pro playing confidently on the corner, though. They're not playing passively at all in this spot, right? You could easily hold this one a little bit more defensively, but they are continuing to poke in aggressively. This time it's the Ultimates, though, pushing forward. Twilight would love to find a nade on some of these backliners. Finds Vestola with the nade. See the follow-ups there. Vestola very low, has to back off and get healed, has no armor, and so the Ultimates taking full position on the map. It's a nice spear dodge, though, by Vestola. A little AD strafe there. Keeps him alive, keeps him in the corner and in decent position. And the Ultimates in trouble, yeah. Jwoo needs a bit of assistance, though. He's getting turned on by the Arisa. Vestola, meanwhile, dealing with Twilight, so the trade's going back and forth both ways. Still anybody's game. Both Sojourns looking for the opener. Shockwave misses. See if Kai has a response here.
Yes, looks like Vestola just getting pressured out, right? So the Ultimate's doing a nice job rounding this corner. So they have to make a play here. VP has just given up so much position. They're going to end up with this orbital ray much faster, and I think that's why you see Vestola push up. He knows he has the protection potentially of this Juno ultimate that's going to come through.
Yeah, the Juno ult's strong. However, the nade from Twilight can kind of mitigate at least half of its efficacy. Vestola wants to charge forward, open with a big spin. This is the weakness of the Ana. Caught in the Terror Surge, you have absolutely no defenses in that spot. And so the Ultimates are going to just accept the team wipe, and getting a dominant fight win off that with just the Terra Surge is just like the dream for Virtus Pro, right? That ultimate tends to be nice in some trade fights, but it tends not to be a singleton team fight winner. And so to get that is awesome. And for Twilight, to be this far off Nano while some of the other ultimates are coming up is a tough spot to be, right? He died right in one of the previous fights. It's sort of the challenge. Ana really wants to be playing on Genji's tempo, and to be slowing down Genji's blade tempo is not ideal.
Yeah, because you want to combo this Nano with the blade, right? It's probably the thing you're looking at most. Like, could you use it with some of the other ultimates? Probably, but oh, that's a nice shot there. It's going to be the blade that comes through from Kepster, though.
And a nice kill by Kepster. The reset allows him to stay alive on the map. Genji and Orisa are in the backline, but I think they have to touch here, and I don't know. It's very tight. Can Genji touch? Oh my, just barely. Jaywu plays it down to the limit, and that might be enough to spin is powerful. Now can Bastoli get the follow-up touch? Spawners are coming back in very soon, and this Orisa very tanky.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, incredibly well navigated by VP. They make the hold off of what looked like a lost fight.
I was going to say, as soon as Fixa gets to the high ground, he just drops 2 packs into Vestola to keep him topped up, and that is a huge hold. You ended up using your blade there, Jake, and now you don't have it for the Nano. Maybe it's Nano overclock available? Is that what the thought is?
Feels like it's got to be OC used first by Shockwave, and the ultimates elect to just play this one slow, back off, play the corners. I actually like this move. Seems like it's very hard for Shockwave to push up here. The threat of the nade is way too great for him to slide forward into that high ground. So they basically drawn out that ultimate. The ultimates are coming down into overtime. Here's the OC, nanoed as well on Kai, but immediate aggression here from the rally from Jaywu. They're ignoring the nano overclock, and Dive and Kepster cuts down Jaywu despite the blade, but Kai is just getting swarmed in the backline. Gala, a rally in his face, a Juno and Orisa right behind. And this kill would be backbreaking. You cannot die right now. The ultimates, they need to get their last reset. They need to be able to get back into this fight. Heesung low, but he's got nade. He's gonna be able to stabilize. So I think the ultimates are gonna have that one last shot. But without a single ultimate, you would so much rather have the Brig in this spot.
Yeah, they're close to nothing, and being in that situation, you get close up, you have to brawl. The Brig is going to work out fantastic. Fixa gets hit with a bio, so he'll have to back up, but they actually get a kill on the Jaywu. That's massive. They killed Fixa as well. This might be the ultimate's opportunity.
Oh, nice sleep as well, and that's gonna turn into a pretty dirty delay onto Vestola. He's gonna have to come back now, and maybe he can stall the card before he dies. Okay, they can delay him a little bit if they want to, but they're gonna have to kill him pretty quick. But the ultimates managed to get it over the line, you know, just
not
barely.
Pretty.
But yeah, exactly. It's not pretty, and this is where VP, you know, really made mincemeat out of Peps the last time we saw them, was that they brought it back, won this fight, and then they just never gave up this corner position. So the ultimates, maybe feeling that threat, they probably want to commit pretty heavily to this fight and just keep that cart rolling up to the high ground. Although as I say that, no one's pushing. Okay, yeah, someone's got to go back and push.
The ultimates have everything they need to kind of continue this as well, right? Ray, Terror Surge plus Blade. Pretty wild combo if they'd like to pull that out. It'll be Gala opening things up though. With the normal Ray, it'll be Jaywu just diving right into Twilight's face.
Kepster though, in the Ray, he's so powerful. Twilight is able to win that trade. And that's gonna be a closeout now. VP on the reset. Ray Blade, not a terrible expenditure, especially in the ultimates. The fact that they get that overtime fight done, which was so difficult with no ultimates, now they put themselves in a spot where they had 2 last fight, they got another 3 this fight. They're in a great scenario to capture second and put some more time back in the clock and some more wind in their sails here on Circuit Royale, which frankly they need to win this map.
Even though you do end up losing that fight for VP, you come back here with another opportunity, right? Terror Surge here for Vestola opening things up.
Devil Nano perk online for Twilight. Now he's very tanky in this fight. It's a powerful perk upgrade. Once the Ana gets that online, she's a lot more durable in these ultimate exchanges. VP trying to fight, but they don't really have that many tools. Instant dash in by Kepster, trying to harass down the overclock from Shockwave. Shockwave getting healed up though in the rally. They're not able to finish the kill, and despite the damage coming down initially, the rally's enough to stabilize him. And Fixa is a 4K from Fixa. What the heck? Brig going absolutely hog wild.
Hey, that's
what
my team.
Unbelievable retake.
He's repping my squad.
I will say, I think Fixa maybe is the best Brig in EMEA right now. I think the Lucio has not looked as good, but he still has the flex. But when this guy's on Brig, that's for me is a huge reason why VP had a perfect stage 1. Is Fixa's Brig was the best in the region.
And now an opportunity to close the door here. Under 30 seconds, Blade plus Orbital Ray here for Virtus Pro. And really, absolutely nothing here for the Ultimates, potentially getting stopped right before that second checkpoint.
An immediate cut down on Kai. Beautiful sleep by Twilight, but it's just not enough. The rest of the team is following up right behind. Jaywu wakes up. He wakes up angry. He was not well rested during that short duration. And the Ultimates make it a bit farther than Peps, but VP holds strong.
Yeah, you see when we're on board with Jaywu, He gets that first swipe, then goes, gets slept, and just Fixa just runs right past him. He's just so offensive, just putting pressure onto the opposing team, playing that brig, and gets very close to getting that second checkpoint, but VP felt like they had a pretty good defense overall. Their first point defense, just sending it into OT with all these contests, was pretty crazy.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. Some of those overtime retakes ran the clock down so far. And then, I mean, making that retake on second, VP have really come into their own here near the end of the stage. I feel like they're in a great spot in terms of momentum and tempo to go into playoffs and to maybe put up a stiffer challenge against some of their foes in OWCS, in Twisted Minds, and maybe challenge for the top. That's, I think, what this match was always about, was whether Virtus.pro would be dragged down to mediocrity or would have one more chance to rise and to challenge some of those top teams. And for now, looks like the latter. They're looking very good. JWoo, Shockwave, like everyone who needs to be popping off is popping off, and the stability from the backline has been amazing. Despite Twilight landing some big nades, like the ability for VP to kind of trade the aggression and stabilize through those potentially dangerous moments is also very nice.
And we'll see for VP. I'm curious going into playoffs. Like, I think this is a team that it's odd because their performances looks worse, obviously, in terms of record than like last stage, but at moments I feel like they've looked like that team and potentially even better, right? With like, I know how well, JWoo's playing, working Ice Gnome into the mix. That, however the meta shakes out over the next week or two, like I wouldn't even be surprised if they are sitting in a position where they are in the EMEA final.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a team that you cannot sleep on. Twilight on the defense maybe has a little bit more positional flexibility to play and to land those nades in a little bit more patiently. Virtus.pro have a tougher test out, but when they swing with everybody. Nade goes wide onto the Sojourn, just keeping her alive, stabilizing everybody. Would have loved to connect that onto JWoo as well. Now Kevster cleaned out from the backline. While the nade's on cooldown, Virtus.pro have a big tempo advantage, and that's forcing the ultimates back. Heesung takes a lot of damage trying to walk up here. They're trying to get another opportunity to nade from Twilight. Gets onto Vistola, but it doesn't feel like much. The rest of the ultimates, everybody's low. Nobody really has the confidence to step forward, and it's Heesung, it's Twilight who end up feeling the pain now. JWoo gets the reset, looking for more. And even Sojourn, I'm not sure he's playing his way out of this. Kai, Kevster, just desperately trying to escape.
There's not an opportunity for them to like play close either. I think the ultimates, right? Like VP's gonna push right up to this door, put as much pressure on as possible. It's not like the ultimates are gonna be able to barrel out of here and put some pressure on the cart and then get the spawn camping. So you're in a spot where, I mean, maybe you have one more fight after this if you're the ultimates, but it would get very close to just basically being one fight to decide the map here and decide it for VP.
Oh, aggressive nano to Kevster. He does not have the blade, but they have the trust in him to manage to get the kill anyway, and he does just that. Maybe he can follow up as well onto the Juno. Beautiful stuff from Kevster. Desperation nano, but this time it pays off big time. However, hold on, Vistola, JWoo, they still have a little bit more to say into this fight. You'd think the player advantage would be going against them, pushing them back. Oh, Vistola, he's nice with it.
They're going to continue to move the cart
down, and they're going to win this fight. They have the closer spawns. Heesung's got it back out of this. He pops the Fortify, but he can't overstay this position without Fortify. Yeah, no chance. He just holds what he can, but it's not much. And now VP, 4 massive ultimates. It feels like no chance for TU to tip this retake. Ray over the top from Gala. Blade as well inside of it, and JWoo gonna feast here. Kevster takes a big swing to the back. The nade, keeping him alive for now. He's trying to trade with that Genji, and the bash from Fixa is just too much for Kevster to be able to deal with spin. Does get one. Kai getting healed up on this high ground, but the damage coming in too strong from the other side. Vistola got very low, but the support now is back. He's able to re-engage. Heesung beset by attackers from all sides here. The Brig as well. Fixa playing overtime, getting everybody healed up. Even the Arista knows she can't quite take this fight any longer, and Vistola continuing to find kills in the back line. It is Virtus.pro to a decisive 2-0 lead in the series. The ultimates quiet so far.
And I don't know about you, I don't think Liana made any impact there, did it? I mean, you would have much rather have had the Brig with kind of how things were going, where we saw basically like an opportunity where they give that nano over to Kev, who doesn't have a blade, and they still end up losing the fight. I mean, the nano where like bios weren't really being capitalized on.
Like, yeah, that's like with just a naked nano on the Genji, killing both supports is way beyond what you can expect from that type of a play. And the fact that they can't clean it up, they can't capitalize. I mean, I just love that VP is like, they know how to deal with this. They're like, look, your nano Genji is going to do work on us. We know we're Legend highlight in the package. Twilight struggling there as his spots, and that's just such a crispy one from Shockwave, dicing him up.
Yeah, I mean we see a few times where those bio grenades come through, but not enough like dominant play from the Ana to make a huge impact. So we'll see if there's anything more that changes up. Yeah, it just does not look good. But I think Kevster came alive at Time Zero on the Genji. I think
great.
that's a positive.
You can't ask for more from Kevster. That's the thing. It's not like we're waiting for Kevster to show us something. It's just, for Virtus Pro, I think this has become the marker of the best teams. Is it's not about one player. As good as Jwoo looks, it's not just about Jwoo, right? It's Fixa coming in with the rally at the crucial moment. It's Vistola scrapping out in like a 2v3 and managing to get a crucial spear kill that brings things back into contention. And, I think that makes them so much harder to play against, where for the Ultimates right now, it's mostly Kevster, right? I feel like he has to do so much in these fights, and it's asking too much from one player.
Yeah, looks like the next map will be Suravasa. No subs for either side. So rolling right into this one. It feels like TU, are you in a spot where you have to... I mean, dude, banning supports to try and protect like an Ana or like protect your backline just feels so bad. I think like...
Unless you play Winston, I don't think this is an Ana map. And Winston's doable here. We've seen other regions play it, but it's pretty tough, man. Pretty undesirable, I think, in this meta.
Map 1, it was the ban of Tracer, and then map 2 we saw the Alari. So
they have kind of every ban they could want here. I would love a Lucio ban even.
Lucio ban, maybe a Genji ban, a bunch of different options that you could go with here. I think if you're the Ultimates, but backs against the wall for sure.
We'll have to see who's able to get it done. Will it be Virtus Pro closing this one out? They're certainly off to a very hot start. We're going to send things over to a quick break. When we come back, the conclusion of this series in the EMEA regular season stage 2.
Now I'm 4 stars from your shed house, and the raindrops from the sky. I promise I'm gonna make time. I'm gonna make time. I'm gonna make time. 'Cause I can't really make it right now. Don't know when I'll next arrive, but I promise I'm gonna make time. I'm gonna make time. I'm gonna make time. How are you today? I'm okay, that's great. There's nothing else I really want to say. Stuck in the rain by myself, it's a shame. I didn't need your company anyway. Don't feel comfortable, sad, honest, right? 'Cause I'm hesitant to say goodbye, goodbye. Now I'm 4 stars from your shed house, and the raindrops from the sky. I promise I'm gonna make time. I'm gonna make time. I'm gonna make time. 'Cause I can't really make it right now. Don't know when I'll next arrive, but I promise I'm gonna make time. I'm gonna make time. I'm gonna make time. I remember finding your note in the back pocket of my car. Sometimes I wish I saw you there. Sometimes I really do not care. Now I'm 4 stars from your shed house, and the raindrops from the sky. I promise I'm gonna make time. I'm gonna make time. I'm gonna make time. 'Cause I can't really make it right now.
All right, welcome back, everybody. If you're just joining us, Virtus Pro up 2-0 over the Ultimates. And the Ultimates, despite high hopes for this stage, so far have been flat in the series and are, cruising to a
right
pretty
on our
rough
bans.
finish here.
We were right on our bans, a Genji and a Lucio ban, right?
Yeah, I love the Lucio ban from TU. I think that Fixa, I think, generates a massive advantage for the team being able to play the Lucio, and I think Lucio is just good right now. Both teams running the Papillary to the mid. I actually quite like the poke comps on mid, especially with the Lucio ban, and it's crazy to me that they both have the same. But Kai on Widow?
Widow?
Excuse me?
I mean, this one's interesting.
I don't know if I've ever seen that on this map.
And I was going to say, like, Shockwave starting off playing the Freya instead of, like, a Sojourn, right? I think the Sojourn's probably a little bit more effective, but maybe just looking to make a little bit of a change up here. Nice shot there from Kai onto Jwoo, but this Widow is going to be tough to get value out of. Poor Heesung
is struggling, right? While the Widow's been looking for picks, Shockwave's just been pumping damage into the front line, and there's Heesung finally going down. Kai couldn't quite find the pick he was looking for, and now beset attackers swarming over him. Maybe he'll swap off. I don't hate the idea of coming into mid with it, but I think it's a little bit too greedy to make it work deeper into the round. VP take control, and I mean, there's a team. Talk about a team that's no stranger to playing a double flex or poke comp.
Right.
It's Virtus Pro.
What do you think, though, about like the double flex support here on this map specifically? And like, this is typically something we see just reserved for like Circuit, right? Now coming in here on Cervasa.
Fight of this map, I think poke is actually the best comp, but all four of the other points, I think it's much better to play a more dynamic style. And so, honestly, I'd like to see Gala just switch off instantly after mid, and for both teams. But we'll have to see if they have the same read, if they think they can make it work. Maybe some of the other points are like decent for it. Look at Gala, man. Bro is on the hard flank on Iliari, dueling Twilight. Who's going to win this 1v1? But the rest of the team profiting, Virtus Pro getting value off that flank fight. Twilight in trouble. Oh, managed to turn around onto Jwoo. Battle this one back, so they're still winnable now. But yeah, but Sola with a bit of HP. Too much of a problem here in this flank fight. Kai trying to get out of there. Maybe that disruptor shot is going to dissuade Vistola from the chase.
It's also quite fascinating that for VP, right? They're the team that gets rid of the Genji because that is one where Jwoo has been on fire on the Genji, but you feel like maybe even going up against Kevstar on the Tracer, still feel like that's even a big gap where VP they take this first point relatively easily, and now we'll see now if they're kind of parlay that into another point.
Man, with the Lucio Genji ban, I mean, options to punish this greedy comp have been greatly reduced, and so both teams gonna stick with the Ilaris. Let's see who is able to get more value off of this ultimate trade. I think I'm a little worried for Kai because, Sojourn tends to be a bit vulnerable to that flank fight, and oh, that's a big pick onto Twilight. Without the Captive Sun to open and initiate this fight, it's looking pretty difficult. Backing off to heal up Jwoo, clear out Kevster on the flank, and I mean, the Virtus Pro getting the opening cap cleanly on a poke mirror like this is so hard. I mean, retaking is hard, but retaking quickly is nigh impossible for the Ultimates. I mean, the walk-ups are just slow in this comp, no matter how well you play.
And it's going to be, what, 4 ultimates on both sides, pretty much. But Captive Sun here from Gala off the rip. It's going to be Twilight using his as well, as Twilight gets the better of him.
He does, but Virtus Pro are being more aggressive in the front line. Twilight finds another, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. The connections from Jwoo, not good with the pulse bomb. Has to fall out of this one. Ooh, Fixa, you're in a little bit of trouble in the map. Got to be very cautious. Jumps away. And Twilight, oh, that's a spear from Vistola. This could make a kill possible. There's a follow-up from Jwoo, just barely not enough. Oh, Vistola gets it over the line, and that's so brutal. It's such a long, drawn-out trading fight. And in the end, the Ultimates, they're no better off than where they started.
Oh, and I mean, Jwoo just always in the back line. Be an Ant Matrix pushed up aggressively here. Are you even going to be able to get a touch on this if you're the Ultimates? I mean, it might be like a last second thing here from Kevster.
Yeah, he can set up for it, but man, I mean, Vistola is such a problem on the walk-up, right? He is not letting Kai play the game. I love that focus. Ant Matrix from Sky, so far away from the point. Shockwave so good at kiting away from the person. And the C9 is so real. That is so rough. Both Kai and he's, I believe, just like inches away from the point. Couldn't quite make it there in time. And I mean, Virtus Pro up 2-0 in Flashpoint. And let's be honest, hasn't been competitive. He's gonna go over to the SIG. I mean, I see the vision in a poke mirror. But once again, I wonder, like, do you actually get the retake you want? And will you be able to control the engagement such that you can keep the enemy in front of a Sigma? Like, I feel like the threat of Orisa running down your backline is very real against a Sigma.
Yes. I don't think that, like, I think the Sigma can work in maps and game types that are maybe a little bit different. than Flashpoint, but in this type of scenario, I feel like it would just be, you're just gonna be able to feast, right?
Yeah, and Sigma just left all alone. It's that characteristic miscommunication from the ultimates, and I mean, this is a pretty sad end to the regular season. Just gotta keep it real with you. Okay,
this is one of the worst series they've played, it feels like.
Yeah, from the DPS. I mean, they're finding a couple kills. VP still grabbed the cap, and I feel like with BAP and Tracer alive, the Ultimates aren't going to be able to get the flip. I do prefer the Diva. I think for the Ultimates, it allows them to keep some of that tempo. But Virtus Pro are kind of beating the Ultimates at their own game, this double flex sport comp. You're trying to get this cap flip, but man, Vistola is so tanky on the point. Has used the Fortify now, so maybe Orisa things could start to turn against her, but it's Heesung who's being harassed. Jwoo putting a lot of his effort into harassing that front line. A big Terra Surge, massive damage. The drone just barely keeps this backline alive, but Heesung didn't quite get enough support in that moment. Too much pressure on him. Shockwave dancing with death there with Kai, but manages to get away out of that one. But once again, I mean, this Orisa in the backline, man, it is a problem. Just absolutely smoking anybody who gets near her. And some of these players are still alive, but yeah, like this is just turning into, this is gross, man. This is like just a really bad stagger.
Yeah,
they're just walking back in. Don't walk in, guys. Your supports are dead. Sky's on more.
It's actually a Moira coming out of the spawn as well, too. It's not just kind of like sometimes the Moira will fade and then swap over, but double support ult, bola shot available here for VP as Gala goes up. Does get taken out by Twilight, so potentially an opportunity here to flip, but so right now, okay, so you will get a flip here. The Ultimates, they'll fight back here in the final moments. They do. It is going to be basically VP just needing one fight to take it, though.
The Moira, is it the answer? I really think VP really should play Brig right here. It seems like kind of obvious to me. I think they're going to go Juno Brig, and then I think that's going to be a real problem for the Ultimates to try and hold on to this point. They do just that. The Cassidy as well. I mean, I love the tech swaps from VP. This is like clearly the Ultimates tilted and like going for some YOLO stuff. And I like that VP are just like instant hard countering them.
They just want to get it over with
this. Yeah, exactly. It would be easy to match that same mistake and be overconfident, but instead you just come and match the brawl, force the fight to the point. Maybe Kepster with a pulse bomb can be a big problem though. The connection there would be massive, and Sky with the damage orb is enough to maybe take down Gala. The pulse bomb on the shield, though, it's not enough to take down Vixa. Shockwave finding kills elsewhere. Vistola still tanky, and Jwoo punishes, finally, this Moira. Kai has an OC, puts a big shot onto Jwoo. Jwoo very low, dancing with death once again. Another connection as well, but no, Shockwave peeking in on this, has a bit of an edge on that fight. Kai in the corner, hunted down now. He's selling half HP on the point, and the flip is up for VP.
And Shockwave's still here.
If VP lose this fight, they're still in a good spot for the retake, and I feel like this Cassidy is going to just continue to be an issue. The supports are back. They're enabling the Cassidy. Jwoo has to back off for now, low on the CDs. Moira, what's she going to do? Against the High Noon, not a whole lot. Kill comes in from Shockwave, and without the tank, Vistola coming back with a Terror Surge, finds a kill of his own. And it's all over but the crying now, Matt. Virtus Pro take it 3-0. Wow. Immaculate showing from VP, and honestly, a legendary crumble from the Ultimate. That is a rough way to lose.
Honestly, one of the better games, if not the best game we've seen probably from VP all season in terms of working in Isonome, having Vistola in as well, and probably the poorest showing for the Ultimates at the same time, as they really kind of brought nothing today.
Yeah, I mean, they were barely on the server, let's be real about this one. Virtus Pro, extremely dominant in this one, confident. I do love that they're finishing it up on the Suravasa, as you already mentioned, kind of playing Ultimate's game, right? Playing the double flex support in the back line, and just making the switches necessary to always have the upper hand in any kind of compositional matchup against the Ultimates. So they came well prepared. They knew exactly what to expect from the Ultimates, and the Ultimates just kind of struggled to find their identity, not just in this match, but throughout, I feel, the entirety of Stage 2.
You know, this match, you just think about it, it's like back to basics for VP. Like what they made that they cut their teeth on last stage was just this like heavy poke mirror, and then they're like, yeah, you guys want to take us in this mirror? Test us, let's see who wins. And they're just, as a team, so good in that mirror. They really understand it. Kepster had some very big moments, you know, in this match, especially on the Genji, had a lot of clutch fights. but the full court play from VP. Eisdom was in, they looked amazing. Vestola comes in, they don't miss a step. I feel like this is a great sign for Virtus Pro if they can have these very different styles. They can match on a full poke, defensive, greedy mirror, and at the same time, they can completely double down on the pace, rush you with the Lucio with the hazard. If they can continue to play these like very different styles on such a high level, that could be, I think, a really potentially a great sign for them coming into playoffs, something that they could build on and maybe even challenge some of the strongest teams in the region.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see how they are going to stack up against the international competition as well. I'm sure they, as a team, have a lot to prove, or they want to come in with redemption after the last tournament they've been partaking in, right? So I think Virtus Pro definitely coming in with an agenda. 3-0 victory to close it out in Stage 2. This was the last match of the regular season, and our player of this match, of this very last match for them, is Fixer. Matt, you just knew it.
One of my players.
Yeah.
I mean, he
He's
is
your boy.
fantastic. One of my boys, best boys. We go way back, me and Fixa. But I think he was fantastic on the break all throughout. I think probably the biggest differences in this series were probably in the support line and in the damage dealer lineups for VP and the Ultimates, where I thought you saw really great play from Fixa all series long, and I think you continue to see that as he's a huge part of this team moving forward.
Yeah, the flexibility on another level, and just able to like constantly punish the enemy team, not only with his picks but with his play. And the Lucio looked amazing like this game. I think that's been like the biggest flex for Fixa, where I feel like the Brig, stalwart, top tier. But the Lucio, to be able to bring out that and to be able to just like run down the Ultimates time and time again, great beat timing, great engages, great awareness of the team play, and even clutching out some of those low numbers fights. And so for Fixa, this is a very good sign, exactly the player who I think needs to step up in playoffs. Not that he's not been playing well, but there's just a lot of demands on main sports these days. You have to be a hyper flexible and very capable individual.
Yeah, and I just love that for VP, in every single role, they have players which are so flexible, which have shown that they can rise up to the occasion, step up to the plate, and really put in the work for their team. So even if one of the players isn't on 100% at any given time, the rest will make up for it because they're just on top of it all. And now let's take a look at our regular season standings for EMEA, as the season is officially done. Not the season, the stage rather is officially done.
Before the real series, the one that we've all been waiting for.
That's the more important graphic, in fact. Never mind. I'm lying. Let's reveal. Yes. Go me. Wait,
there's no way.
What?
Okay.
I thought they were sorted.
I got slandered by Hottie live on broadcast. It was over when that happened, man. Hottie took over, man. Hottie just mind controlled the Twitch chat.
Bro, when I saw Jake's name pop up a second,
they love Hottie a little more. So I think we brought in the right guest to slander Jake's draft.
I was about to, the controller, you can use it to play. You can also use it
to smash
as a
monitors.
weapon. Yeah, when I saw that pop up second, I was like, there's no way. I was like...
But you know what, Jake? We keep your draft for a rainy day, and as you invested into the future...
Mark my words, guys. Willis,
right?
He's on the come up.
That's right. 2026, your draft is going to go so hard. For now, though, it is what it is, and you came last. Suck it. Now, these are our group standings for EMEA. They're all wrapped. We're all done. Everyone is locked in, and we know who has to face relegation and promotion as well.
I gotta say, guys, like the Ultimates after that match, like I'd rather be Gen G. I'd rather be Team Peps. The full tilt Moira swap in the match is like I'm watching out for that one, bro.
Yeah. I mean, they also could have looked at it. They could have looked at where they didn't really have a huge preference over like where they kind of ended up in the bracket, and maybe it's like, okay, fine, but I mean, that's still
is that your
just,
narrative?
It's the principle of that thing. I mean, this was...
Yeah, exactly.
You could have been... I think you could have passed VP in seeding. I mean, I don't think you could have fallen further, but I feel like, right, if they were the same map score, I don't know.
They're not the type of players. This is not the type of org that is okay with that. Yeah, no, exactly. They're not okay with the showing like that.
going and just getting blown out of the water in a match like that, that is not what you had cooked up in the strat books. That's going to leave a sour taste in your mouth.
Absolutely. Yeah, they're okay with a loss if it was a competitive loss, and this was not that. Now, here is our official bracket for the playoffs. And of course, the top 2 teams get to pick their opponents. Who do you think they're going for? Are they like obvious
100%,
candidates?
it's going to be actually. So I guess at the upper, it'll be what, VP or TU?
TU. So you'll see Alcancia will pick TU, and then you'll get TM versus VP, which will be a sick game. Another
think
that was
the last time those 2 teams matched
exactly
up, right? Oh man, and VP on a very good run to say that maybe they could play things out differently, and another chance, another bite at the apple against Twisted Minds.
All right. Well, all of that is coming our way very, very soon. Now, before we say our final goodbyes, I want to give the 2 of you an opportunity to highlight a player or a team whose journey specifically spoke to you or impressed you or just caught your attention throughout stage 2. Matt, starting with you, who caught your eyes?
I mean, I think the easy thing would be to say Alcancia, but I'm going to say Twisted Minds. I think Twisted Minds, we talked so much about Alcancia that this team still finishes 6-1, plus 15 in the differential, and they take Alcacia all the way to the distance. I think Twisted Minds got off to obviously the start with that loss, but they've run the table since and looked really good. I'm looking to see if they can actually kind of win all of EMEA. I think they're one of the teams that can play all these different looks, including the sim, which we've seen be really strong.
Yeah, I agree with you, Matt. I think Simple really impressed me as well as like a very bright star for the team. Somebody who I think we're going to see a lot of at the highest level. I think he's like made a serious name for himself with the flexibility and just the level he's on right now is very impressive. The team building around a new star like that is you know, a huge performance for Simple. For me, I think I do want to just talk about Alcacia. I mean, maybe it's easy, but for them to like have delivered such a solid stage and to be a team that is totally unique, right? Nobody plays what they play. They are the only team hard spamming the sim. They play like Zarya at times. They're like willing to experiment. Ziad has been amazing. Talk about flexibility. He plays everything, looks really good on it. And I just feel like for a team that has the best chance in a global competition, I mean, Katsuya, it feels like they're a shoe-in for that spot. It feels like they're a shoe-in for top 2. That being said, with TM and VP in the region, it's not going to be free. But I just think that the uniqueness that they bring, the creativity that Katsuya bring, are going to pay them dividends here in EMEA especially, but also on the global stage in Riyadh.
Yeah, and they weren't really pushed other than on that very first day of stage 2, right? It was Twisted Minds, the only team which was able to like really make him sweat a little bit.
I just wanted to check just to make sure I wasn't freaking out. First game for Alcacia is a 3-2 against Twisted Minds. Then they lose a map to the Ultimates. That both happens in week 1.
And then
since then they've just run the table. They've not dropped a map since week 1. So that is what, 4 straight weeks, pretty much 5 straight weeks of just
15-0
dominance.
5 matches, 15-0.
Yeah,
good
in terms of maps. I mean, that's crazy.
And they didn't just play one style, right? They were also experimenting with compositions. They were subbing people in and out. Like, so it's not like they just run a thing until it's being found out. They showed us different looks, so we know that they have a lot of stuff in their arsenal to play with. And that is going to make it very, very exciting. Come playoffs, come international competition. Top 2, of course, of the playoffs in EMEA will be moving on. And then we also have last chance qualifiers. So the teams are still able to make it through those. It's gonna remain exciting. But that's it from EMEA, and that's also it from the Dinky Dudes. Gents, it's always been an absolute joy to spend part of my day with the 2 of you, and I can't wait to not speak a word with either until you get paid to hang out with me again. So awesome stuff.
See you next week.
See you next week. See you when the paycheck rolls in.
Talk to you next week. So,
but it's the day's not done for all of us, and no, we still have NA. We have to put a bow on that region as well, and also during a quick break, we're gonna tune in to another battle of the bots. So, you know, I bet your channel points, vote for your favorite bots to win, and afterwards we will be back with Dill Ducks, that way around, and Team Liquid, as well as Extinction and the SSG, all of that and so much more after this.
return stronger.
Did you hope I had forgotten? I will give you shelter. Put them in the ground.
Enemy needs 5 minutes. Enemy needs 4 games. Enemy kills for 8.
promise I'm gonna make time. I'm gonna make time. I'm gonna make time. I remember finding your note in the back pocket of my car. Sometimes I wish I saw you die. Sometimes I really do not care. Now I'm 4 stars from your shed house, and the raindrops from the sky.
Across the world, the strongest rose to the challenge.
Well, there's the overclock. 3 kills for Lanta.
They have fought for pride, for prestige,
A blade for Jay Wu, and there's the kills that you were looking for.
and for a place on the world stage. Every match brings them closer to legacy or obscurity. Rivalries will reignite.
Zera connects with the stick. Zera does it again.
New stars will rise, and champions
Oh, Copper. He looks so good on this Winston right now.
will fall. This is the Overwatch Champions Series.
Welcome back, everyone. Sunday, fun day. So we're going to bring the double J for the last 2 matches of the day. It's Jack, it's Johnny, and I got bars.
That's bars.
Friends, yeah, right?
That's
right?
crazy.
Was working on this the
was
last
good.
2
I like
minutes. Yeah, thank you.
Damn.
Yeah, I'm just riding the high. I'm riding the momentum from winning the draft against Jake
You
and
destroyed
Matt.
them in the draft. It was
Actually, well,
Hardy influenced it, so
what? How dare you? No,
no,
I mean maybe a little bit, but he put the Jake fans in their place. That's what I'm saying.
that's always good.
true.
Yeah, but far be it from me to try to sway people's votes with stuff like drops. I don't know. If you vote for me, you can grab those drops. Actually, no. You only have to connect your Battle.net account to your Twitch account, and you will earn them. But if you also vote for me, then it's just better,
I'm desperately trying to think of a way to persuade the
Good
audience.
time.
That doesn't work at all. How about I give you the schedule? This is my barter chip. The schedule, guys. A mid-season championship,
sick,
perhaps
dude.
at the end of July, and a last chance qualifier. Dude, there you go.
What do you have for us,
crazy.
Johnny?
What you got, Johnny?
Live events! We're going to Sweden! Let's go! Will I give you a tour in Sweden? Probably not, but it's cool
He'll
out there,
upgrade
so
your
check it
flight,
out.
though. He will upgrade your flight.
Will I?
Nicely. He will.
Okay.
Yes, he will.
Maybe, I don't know. I'll ask the OWCS
There's an
people and see if
asterisk
maybe I can upgrade
somewhere.
the price.
But you can get your tickets if you don't want to have a tour from Johnny, because we're also no one's getting a tour, but we can all meet up in Sweden regardless. Yeah, we can all look at the inside of the venue, because it's
time
a
to stop lying,
3-day
Zoe.
event at DreamHack. It's a festival of
isn't a
video
lie.
games and togetherness. It's the World Finals, guys. It's good times.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a good time.
That's right. But
DreamHack is actually
we
sick,
gotta-
so love that.
Yeah.
You
We
really
gotta,
should go. It's an awesome
rein it
experience.
back though. We're looking too far ahead. That's World Finals. First, our eyes are on EWC, and even first word, that's definitely a word. We have to talk about our drafts here for our NA region. We have 2 matches, which means we have 2 more rounds of drafting happening. Okay. And I am not entirely sure who's going first. Jack?
Me? I think it's me. It is me. I have decided it is me.
you have.
I have decided to pick up this player, the Felon.
Because?
Kellen the Felon on SSG. Because, he do be balling. I think he's got a decent hero pool. Not perfect by any stretch of the imagination. Not perfect.
Perfect.
But Winston, Wrecking Ball, fast meta with SSG. I like it. I like a little bit of Kellen. I've been casting him for such a long time as well. He does hold a little special place in my heart, yeah.
You think Kellen has had a great stage too?
Not the best. Not the best. But I think, honestly, when he is playing the Winston and his ball is improved like a ton too. So, yeah, I think he's had a decent season so far.
Also, it wasn't
he's on the same
Kellen's
level as
fault.
other teams, but-
It could also just be literally his entire team. That's why Jack is putting him on another team.
Okay.
To make him shine. He wants to
true, yeah.
elevate Kellen. That's the whole point.
Transplanting him and putting him on the perfect team to ever exist.
That's right. So you're building around Kellen
team.
even though you pick him 4th. Love that.
Yes.
That's how it works. I am next, I believe. And I went. So here's the thing with my team.
Okay.
In the EMEA region, I went for, like just my brains, like just top-notch players, like best in class. For this one, I went with my heart. I'm a vibes person in this region. You know what I'm saying? So obviously Infected was on my team, so like who else is bringing the vibes? And then it just came to me. He came to me in a dream. Renko. He keeps on smiling.
Renko came to me in a dream. Okay. Whoa.
Yeah, and he's living rent-free in all of our dreams and minds and thoughts.
What kind of supplements are you taking before bed? My goodness.
I don't want to talk about
San
that.
Francisco shock.
That's not what we're talking about.
The medication.
Listen, like Supernova's having a rough time, but Renko keeps on smiling. And that's what I want. That's the vibes I need in my team.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
Yeah.
Renko keeps smiling. Yeah.
It's true.
All right.
What do you got?
Yeah. No, Renko All-Star? Sure.
No,
Let's go
that's
with
not
it.
what I'm saying.
I needed a support player
Johnny's
to round
with this
out my squad here. And so, Sakura, I think, has had a great stage. They've been better of the rest here. And so I'm going with Cinnabar, actually, to round up my support line here with Lucamino and Cinnabar. I've kind of stacked my damage department here. And also, I didn't feel like I needed to pick someone from GK. I'll say my 5th pick, and I'm very happy with that pick. But I had to grab it for support, so I picked Cinnabar. Now, are we going to play a lot of Lucio? Yes. Is it going to be fine? Yes.
Probably.
This is a really good fast comp from you, Johnny, actually. Cinnabar's a good pickup. Good Lucio player. Then do you have Tree and Sugar Free? Just Genji Tracer, Genji Freya, like that kind of stuff. I like that.
I did. Like, after the broadcast yesterday, I was just like, should I have picked RuPaul? Did I need RuPaul on my team? I got Luke.
Well, no, because I've got him.
I've got him. Right. You also already had Tree, so there's that. You can't have.
Yeah, but I'm saying instead of Tree. Like, I was having dilemmas about stuff that has happened. Don't you ever do that? Like, reflect on the past and just like, oh, I wish I made this choice. I had that about a made-up draft on the OWCS broadcast. That's what I had regrets about. So.
That's what he's having nightmares about.
I'm just sending it with this one, honestly, because I felt so confident in winning my EMEA draft that for the NA one, I was just like, nah, I'm just gonna see where it takes me. The spirits that took over when I.
So it's got a vibes team, though. I like that.
Yeah,
not even the vibes team. I think it's just like an underdog team. Like it kind of sneaks up on you. It's like people are like, oh, Infected, Admiral, Renko, but then out of nowhere, Zoe's team is just gonna dominate. So I actually don't think it's too bad of a team.
Yeah, it's the people.
They're all like sneaky, really good.
Sneaky?
Yeah, they're all sneaky.
I don't know if they're sneaky really good, but
they're not like the first people you mention on their respective teams.
No.
Maybe in the case of Rocket is.
Sure, okay.
But like they're all extremely good players. So I think Zoe's got a sneaky team.
Okay, you know what? I take that. Yep.
She's going to win the draft.
Sneaky team. It's going to be good. Speaking of sneaky teams, we got a sneaky one coming up. Dildox. I mean, if there is a vibes team, it will be Dildox, right? Like I don't think we ever picked them as the favorites heading into any match, especially not against Team Liquid. And Team Liquid has been looking pretty darn good. But we expect to be entertained by the Dildox. And we knew that's what we're gonna see from them even before we saw them playing in Stage 2, right? Like based on the logo alone, I feel like they're just. Oh wait, I'm gonna remove it.
They're against themselves. They're fighting their inner demons.
A Dallas versus Fuel situation.
Dallas versus
Isn't
Fuel.
that
versus
true?
Liquid.
Isn't that true? The only team that can beat Liquid today is Liquid.
Yeah, this is actually so deep. That is so deep. Oh, I love that. But
Last day of the stage goes crazy.
Liquid's stage, though, let's discuss that a little bit. What were your personal expectations when the roster got announced heading into this stage? Where did you see them placing? Have they disappointed? Have they underperformed?
Well, I've been one of those people who come into every stage and I'm like, this is a stage. Liquid are gonna be amazing. Clear out. They're gonna be undefeated, and then inevitably things go a little bit wrong. They disappoint in a couple of matches. I don't think they're too happy about this stage. I think they could have done better. But I like the development of Liquid throughout Stage 2, and we hit on this yesterday, how the meta has kind of shifted away from a lot of like Lucio Kiri. Now there's a lot more like Bap Brig, and I actually think this style suits Liquid pretty well. I think Vega and RuPaul are having a lot of input in the game outcomes with the backline, and so I actually think Team Liquid are much improved towards the latter half of this stage, and I think come regional playoffs, there'll be a force to be reckoned with. So, you know, easy matchup against Dildux here, but I'm really looking forward to see what Liquid can do against the likes of GK and Nightmare come to playoffs next week.
Yeah, they're ready to throw a rubber ducky though. Like I'm into the wrenches.
I think they might be a little ready. They might be a little ready. I think I do agree with Johnny. I think Nightmare in that week 3 game, that 3-0, they caught Team Liquid on a downswing, and then after that is when Team Liquid really starts to pick up, like you said, with the Brig and the Bap, and like this Life Weaver Brig also kind of backline showing up a lot more. And then they had a very close game against GK, who ended up winning against Nightmare the other day. So I think if you've replayed that game now, I think Liquid would win against Nightmare. I really do.
Yeah.
Coming into the stage, I pegged them as like first or second, GK and then Liquid, or Liquid then GK, depending on who caught each other on a better day. But honestly, third place, like, you can't really bat your eyes at that, like, at all. Like, you're going to go into the playoffs, sure, you're not second seed, like, that kind of blows, but the way the meta is trending, like, they're good. They're going to be fine. Like, this team is so solid in the backline.
Yeah, I don't think any of the teams is going to be happy going up against Team Liquid. Like, that's going to be a tough match regardless of who will be facing off against them. For now, it will be Dildux, and all of that will happen after a quick break. So stick around. I'm going to see you after this.
Everybody, welcome back. We're here for real this time, and I do apologize for the delay. I don't know if you've seen over the last week or so, there has been some internet outages. Like half the internet went down, or at least a third of it went down. We're having a little problem with the back end, and yeah, so we are getting it rectified, and we'll be into the game in just a moment. So don't worry, we've still got matches to come. And if you just turn up, by the way, you're perfect time, because me and Johnny are going to walk you through.
Yeah, and if you're worried, why are you worried? Like, we're right here. We'll entertain you even if there is no game. So you're with us. Just drop all the concerns. You're in good hands.
That's so true. He's like, we're going to entertain you. I'm going to start juggling live on stream. Let's have a look at the rosters, though. Dildux versus Team Liquid. I can't juggle. I do want to. I can only do the 2. I can't do the 3. It's sad, really. It's really sad. Dildux versus Team Liquid, Johnny. So he kind of pointed out a little bit earlier on, like, yeah, this team 0-6 currently, haven't got too many map wins under their belt either. Team Liquid, an incredibly strong squad, so the likelihood is here that Team Liquid are just going to roll over them, but you never know. We might see some interesting, like, we might even see like an EMEA thing that we saw earlier with the ones.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm leaning here. All right, Dildux, they're 1-18 in maps so far this stage. Yeah, and I think Dildux have proven to us last week, actually, they played like Zarya Bastion or something on Turget Real for a little bit, and like I think we have a pretty good understanding that Dildux are gonna come into this match and they're going to deliver something absolutely cinematic in terms of compositional variety. And so I can't wait to see what they've got prepped, what they got up their sleeve.
We got cooked up. I mean, Liquid just looking towards the playoffs now. They win here. They lock themselves in on that 3rd seed. Tree, Zera, Infected, RuPaul, Vega. Your starting 5 substitutions. Kasaurus. One day he'll step in.
One day,
Johnny.
Danny
We'll
last
see
year for
Kasaurus
Toronto Defiant.
I was about to say, yeah, Toronto Defiant Danny coming in on the Torbjorn. Knife, of course, on the bench for the team as well.
Yeah, Knife actually did see some play earlier in the stage as well. Play some more flex heroes, Sombra, for example. But Zero has been the mainstay as of recent. Played a lot of Genji, Tracer. That's kind of what we know Zero for. And so it's going to be exciting to see what Liquid bring our way today, because they're a very versatile team as well. You know, we mentioned in the pre-show, they've been playing more BAP Brig recently, but they also brought out the Winston Ana yesterday and looked really good on it on King's Row. So this is a Team Liquid team that has really come into their own the last couple of weeks, and I'm excited to see how they're shaping up as we draw closer to regional playoffs next week.
Yeah, I mean, this is the final day. It is the final day. It's crazy, man. If time flow so fast, please slow down, please. For once in your life.
Oh my God, again.
Grind to a halt. Team Liquid banning Moira. Saw this yesterday, Johnny. And then Dildux banning the Tracer. Always the Moira, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's so good because you protect banning if you want to play more of the BAP Brig like they did yesterday on University and such. And you're like, well, we're not going to let you play super aggressive with the Moira, just inting into our backline. You're actually going to have to use your brain. You're going to have to use your brain cells to try to break down this tank of a setup of ours. And so, yeah, the Moira ban, does it make sense? It does. It does.
So what you're saying is, yeah, that it's a reasonable ban. I mean, look, to be fair, RedX has been playing Moira since the jump. So, you know what? Respect ban for RedX. And yeah, now going against Team Liquid's crazy backline where they can just play Brig all the time and they can just play BAP or whatever RuPaul wants to play.
Yeah, man.
Pretty terrifying. You know, Tracer off the board as well. Okay, no Knife on the starting lineup, so Zera's not going to be having that one available. Knife also spent a little bit of time on Crazy Raccoon, John. He did end up getting dropped from the team after they realized, well, they don't really need him currently with the level
like
of DPS
2 weeks away from Stockholm. Just like, yeah, we're going to the World Finals. Sorry, but we don't think we need you.
Knife. Yeah, that felt so bad. Also, if you want a little bit of just, I don't know, a bit of an aftershock, I guess, after you watch these games, go watch some of the Korea games from last night. Just ridiculous results. You wouldn't expect it. You wouldn't believe it. Go check Wikipedia. All right, let's jump on to University. Dildux and Team Liquid. No Moira for RedX. We'll see what they want to play. Probably the Lucio. But Dildux, PDK especially, Johnny. Yeah. PDK.
Come on, PDK.
The flex god.
I want to see it so bad.
I mean, PDK's played pretty much everything. I feel like he's played every hero at this point.
Yeah.
He's played Junkrat.
You were gone that in like week 2 when we and Rose, we casted Dildox. And it was a ride. It was like Moira before Moira was even a thing. And so here we go, baby. PDK on the junk. Lock in.
Oh boy. Okay, here we go. So rumor has it is Junk's better than Jake's. So let's have a look. Okay, this movement's kind of clean. I won't lie. That was kind of clean with it. Getting away from infected. And yeah, what? The wall bounce? You take that. Raze is dead, unfortunately. Same with Baz. So lots of PDK now. I don't really know where he is, though. Oh, he's on high ground. Goodbye. He's dead, Johnny.
You know, I could honestly cope about the junk.
Go on.
Like,
no, give me your code.
You know,
go now.
You're gonna sit back with this BAP rig, just lob in some nades and pray to Jake and the other junk gods. And just pray that you get a pick with some junk damage. You know, Gurkmeister would be all over this place.
Dude, the Gurkmeister 5k Riptire. New Junk City, point A. Like the first point. The Gurk.
Oh my god.
Look at him go. He's dead. Unfortunately, the Turtle Mayhem didn't really get too much damage either. Unlucky. PDK, Personal Development King. Improving every day, Johnny.
Yeah, it's a little out of sync with the rest of the team right now. He's dying like 10 seconds too late. But it's all good, like you said. We're developing. We're improving. Liquid's got a lot of ults here, Jack.
Yeah, Iris is out of position as well. Yo, nice break shield from Rolex. Yeah, they've no more Lucio for Dildox. Realize that they can't go fast into this team Liquid. I'm waiting for PDK's Riptire. Oh, that window's scary. As soon as they step up. Doing a break in the lamp, though, from downtown. Nice little, oh. That was the saddest high noon I've ever seen, I think.
Yeah, that's
a little rough. Oh, and he drags it back in from spawn. All right, okay. There's a rally from Vega as well. It's okay, because PDK's got the Riptire. Imagine if Riptire got amped through window. Thoughts on that?
They should do that. You know, I was thinking, what if Lucio could boop your teammates? Give me that as a perk. Oh, here we go.
No, they know where the tire is, because I think Tree is on the flank. Oh, PDK's dead. Oh, good, though. Ty's still alive, which is the most insane thing about Junkrat. Oh, and the Ty didn't get anything. Unlucky. Junkrat dies, Ty still lives. Make that make sense. Well, there's the Terror Surge, but Redx already dead. Switch back to the Lucio. Window on the point is going to provide some nice little bit of cover fire as Vega dies, and Dildox grab the point. Okay. Here it is. PDK on the Genji.
You know, they just wanted to set themselves back, Jack. They just wanted to prove a point and a reverse sweep this round. They don't care that Liquid's got 99%. PDK's on the Genji. He's playing seriously now.
A serious affair. Sarah's super low. They're pushing really hard. They end up landing in the corner too.
4v4. No Lucios.
I mean, yeah, Axel gets chased down again, but Razor is still holding strong in the front line, although everybody is so split. Zera versus PDK. Zera with CDs remaining, and even RuPaul on a very rare RuPaul Lucio. And there's the cap for Team Liquid. Okay, this fight is just about done, Johnny. There is a Terror Surge for Infected. Baz is pretty low. Ends up popping the gold on the point, but now we're seeing Tree on the Reaper, and that'll be that, Johnny. Team Liquid take round 1.
Yeah, good to see RuPaul on the Lucio. Getting some reps in on the Lucio if need be. I don't know when they would need that in the regional playoffs, but it never hurts. Skate around, get some wall riding going, you know? Vega on the carry? Now that would actually be useful, Jaws. Vega on the carry. You know, if you want to bring out like a double Fex kind of lineup. We've seen more teams do that. Yeah. Carry Juno. Carry on.
Oh, you know who it was? It wasn't Gurkmeister. It was Kaya. On the jump.
Oh. Yeah, there's so many Junkrat mains. We mix them up sometimes.
There are, yeah, from EMEA, yeah.
And they're both Swedish.
Oh, wait. Oh, Gurk's Swedish too. Damn.
Yeah, that
We know.
both Junkrat players are Swedish. I don't know what that says about us.
Something that means it looks like you're gonna play Junkrat soon, Johnny. Your DPS arc starts now, but you only play Junk.
Oh god, what a nightmare. Let's quickly move on from this. I don't even want to think about this. Bassos on the wrecking ball. Kiriana.
I really like this comp. Really like this comp from Team Liquid though. The Reaper is a little off kilter. I mean, not every day do we see the Reaper. It's got the mythic weapons though.
Yeah, what do you think about this skin weapon combo?
I mean, it's not bad. I mean, it color matches. It's like light blue and white. It works,
kind of cooking with that one.
I like that. I like that. I haven't seen those weapons in a long time. The what they're called. I don't. There's the Mercy one and the Ryan one as well. Well, Team Liquid do end up capping the point, despite me not knowing what different skins are what.
Mitigation Widow. Oh, you just had a look. Back on the Freya here.
Just have a little peek. Just have a little peek. Yeah, back on the Freya. Not too bad here for PDK. Wouldn't mind seeing some Widow later on, honestly. We've seen it a little bit more Widow than I anticipated this stage so far. Okay, Cassidy. So going kind of double hit scanny type beat here. Super quick though, Johnny. Look at this. Team Liquid just at the spawn doors already as Razor dies. Yeah, Redix is going to die too. Unless they get back to spawn in time. They do. But this Wrecking Ball has got no space.
Yeah, that's tough. Razor, he's dive target number one. I mean, they got Winston Reaper, Lucio Kiri. Liquid are going to engage. They're going to go in. So I'm afraid that Razor is quite a dive target here.
Oh, trees right forming towards Axel.
Oh,
that's
God.
how little he fears. Nice little sleep, but you should die to infected. Yeah, there we go. Pittygate gets the kill with the bolts, but yeah, a bit of a spawn hold differential here from Team Liquid. Bass is on the point, but
yeah, where is Bass? Where in the world is Bass?
I don't know.
Redix.
Dead, though.
Redix just swooped in. All right.
It insta dies.
Bro thinks he's playing Moira.
Yeah, I mean, kind of the same vibe, but you're going quick regardless. Nice little double boop, actually.
Yeah,
nice stuff. He's gonna get like monkey ball though. That primal rage steals the health back away.
This is the last fight, Jaws. They got ults. Unfortunately, they're dead. They're dead. Gildogs are dead. They're 1 in 19 now,
Tree
Jaws.
shooting at air. Okay, well, they do get the cap. They do get the cap, RuPaul. Yeah, potentially having a little duel there with Red X in traffic, but it is going to be Team Liquid with the map win. Nice little 7% on the board for Dildux, but as expected, Team Liquid come in with their A game, and I wouldn't be saying that lightly. Gonna be honest, I didn't expect to see RuPaul Lucio, but you know what? It's all good. I'm chilling. They're chilling. It's gonna be a good time.
You know, I'm a little disappointed in Dildux. Not because they couldn't stand up to Liquid, because again, Liquid are a big test here. But no aura compositions whatsoever. Come on now. We need to see the junk was great. I need to see more of the junk. Come on. Pick Circuit Real or something. Let's see more of the junk. That's really all I'm asking.
You go, let's see more junk. Circuit Royale. I mean,
okay, well, I
mean,
Hollywood for good old time's sake. I don't know.
Maybe see it. Yeah, Hollywood would be better. Even like a new junk city. I don't know about Circuit. You could do some funny stuff on Circuit though. To be fair, like you can double satchel over right hand side out of spawn. Possible.
You know, I've actually really enjoyed. I think it's Alcadzia. They play this. They play the Lifeweaver BAP. Or some kind of variation of it, like an Ilari. But then the Checkmate plays the Pharah. And so they play like Freya Pharah with the Baptiste and maybe like an Ilari or something like that. Just like so much poke in Circuit Real. I know this is completely unrelated to the game at hand here. But
that's good.
I think it just goes to show that there is a lot of compositional variety right now. And so if you wanted to play some pretty unorthodox picks, like you surely could make it work.
Yeah, I don't mind that comp at all. Like the super poke. What do you call that? A super poke comp.
Super
you got a word
poke.
for it.
You just call it that.
Super poke. Nah, sounds kind of
poke.
lame. What would it be? What would be a thing that you'd associate with like super poke? A harpoon comp.
Oh wow, I love that. The harpoon. I just like the idea of something.
I guess harpoon, you're like throwing it and reeling it back in, so that doesn't really make a lot of sense. But I'm thinking of what, like a thing you can poke really far with, like you know the pole vault sticks, and they're like, you know.
What about volley?
That was me trying to do a pole vault.
Like a volley of like you know, arrows, you know, flying in.
Yeah. Okay, the volley comp. Yeah.
No one would get it. People will come in and just like, why is it called the volley comp? Just like, we're sorry, chat. We're doing a really bad job cooking with this one. But if you have name suggestions for a Giga Poke comp, let us know. Maybe it's just
Speaking of which, Circuit Royale. Yeah, I mean, it is just called Poke. But if every character is poking, maybe it's something different. I don't know. Circuit Royale is the pick from Dildux. Johnny.
I was in a Apply stream earlier this morning, and so I was like, what's the difference between Rush and Brawl? And you're like, oh boy.
Oh boy. Let's
sit down. Let's have a
conversation. Yeah, let's spend 2 hours dissecting the difference between Rush and Brawl, and then not really come to a consensus, and then it doesn't matter because one thing switches and it's the other one version now. Yeah, I mean.
Yep. At least, you know, OWCS out there trying to clear up like the Overwatch lingo. It's just like trying to set some precedent, some level of standard, because it's just built up over like accumulated like 10 years of lingo. It's just like we gotta sort through this and actually like determine like what's what. And so I appreciate that.
Okay, our producer put a bunch of like pole related, like long pokey things.
Okay.
Related things for super poke. Utility pole? That doesn't really make sense. That was like supplies,
why does it
power and
pole?
Stuff. No, but like for poking things. Like for poking. Yeah. Like a pike pole, a long pole with a metal tip. A pike! A pike actually does make sense. Like, like in medieval times, a pike, it would be like, it's a long spear with like a little hook at the end or something.
Do you realize how stupid this would be? We would go from like, oh, that's not a poke comp, that's a pike comp.
It's a pike comp. Yeah, okay, it does sound really stupid. We're just adding to the like ridiculousness of names in Overwatch.
Poke is poke. I don't know. But anyway, I like the Alcancia comp. Yeah, and I hope Dildux, to bring it back to the match, I hope they bring it out something fun, because I think Circuit Royale has really allowed for some fun, unusual kind of composition so far this stage. So
it has been the most like innovative map, weirdly. Like before, when we saw Circuit Royale, I was like, okay, we're only playing Sigma, we're only playing like this poke style, but now it's like BAP, Lifeweaver, and then we've seen like Rhine, Zarya, like we've seen basically
we saw 1 minute of Rhine, or like 2 minutes of Rhine.
Okay, we saw 2 minutes of Rhine.
We saw
Zarya. But we've seen Zarya. Yeah, we've seen Zarya on this map. It's like, Zarya is like not good against these, but it's like, it works still. We are just experiencing a small delay again, unfortunately. So yeah, do bear with us. We'll be getting into the game in a moment. Don't worry. We're not just rambling for the sake of rambling. We are just trying to fill here for a second. But yeah, like I said, it has been the most innovative map over the last like couple of years, I'd say, because you're not like, it's not static comps anymore.
Oh my god, there was that one World Cup. I think it was the most recent World Cup, which I guess was 2023, and everyone just picked Circuit Royale all the time in losers pick.
Yeah,
and we saw only Sigma, pretty much, if I recall correctly. It was like only Sigma, and that was the meta where Saudi Arabia, Finland, they were extremely good on Circuit Royale. But yeah, since then, we've seen more Brawl. There's been more like, you know, Ram, Orisa, like you said, Sigma's been in there as well. Zarya to counter the Orisa, and yeah, all kinds of composition. So Circuit Royale, suddenly a pretty fun map.
It's kind of funny how much that's changed. I just can't believe we've seen Zarya. But then like with the backline, with like the Lifeweaver and the BAP, you can't just play a Brawl tank. You can't just play like a Ram or something, because then you can just yoink them because you're so far away. And it's like, well, you're not really ever in danger holding close, because the thing of holding close is you get flanked so easily. Like it's really bad. It really sucks. We are going to jump to a quick break. Like I said, we are just suffering from a technical issue right now on the back end. So hopefully the guys and the players will be able to like get into the game and then get the lobby going, and then get the game going as well. So yeah, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. After this, we'll have Circuit Royale, Dildux versus Team Liquid. All right, welcome back. We're about to get into the game. Circuit Royale, Dildux, and Team Liquid. There is a substitution for Team Liquid. You're never going to guess this one. You're never going to guess. You can be a guess in the chat if you really want, but I'll give you 2 seconds.
Not saying anything.
I'm not even looking at chat. So
wait for the viewers to see.
Okay. There's a substitution, and it's
There's a
not
substitution.
It's not.
We're being a little silly here. What did I say? Deluxe, they're 1-19 right now in maps.
Yes.
Let's see if maybe they can get double their map wins this stage against Team Liquid here on Circuit Real. You never know.
Bro, they ain't subbing
This would be a
you
great
on tank.
opportunity.
Like, we're not having you play. I mean, I think Team
Me?
Liquid
No.
might
What?
still be fine. You said maybe Dildux get another win, and I'm like, yeah, maybe they're not going to sub you in, bro. Like, they're not going to. Liquid aren't going to be like, hey, Johnny, you want to play for us on tank?
Okay, how much disrespect they're gonna put on Dildux? They don't need me to be on the opposing team. They're quite capable of winning a map here against OWCS teams.
Yes, that is true, but my point was, I think Infected's a little better than you on tank. That was more my kind of joke there. That's the way I was.
No argument here.
Yeah, I mean, the dude's kind of
I'm
good.
not disagreeing with you. I never claimed otherwise, so yeah.
Well, you'll see in a second. The substitution is not Johnny and it's not me. A small role swap as well coming through for Team Liquid. As we load in, all problems sorted. No one panic. Everything's fine. The internet won't go down again. We're chill. Circuit Royale, one of the more innovative maps over the last year or so. No, it's not Casaurus. It's not Casaurus.
Okay.
There is a Lucio ban for Team Liquid, which might give you a hint. A couple of role swaps, perhaps. Tree and RuPaul on support. Knife is in on DPS.
Vega was just like, I'm out. Like, you guys.
Vega's done.
You guys have fun. I'm gonna go play some ranked.
Gonna play some ranked. I don't think he's gonna go play ranked when his team is playing an official. All right, Dildux, let's see what you got. Redix on the Moira. Okay, here it is. This is what I want to see. But Infected is actually on the ride. This is not a troll, so petal platform over the top, I think, is going to be the... yeah. Here we go. Oh, hey, what's up, Baz?
Wait.
See you later. See you later, Baz. Oh, no. Baz was like, man, I can't wait to slam their front line. Knife kills PDK. Tree does die. His first time in OWCS, I believe, playing the support, and he's dead. So, unfortunate. But Knife is also giving us a treat on the Junkrat.
At least Racer and PDK, you know, they're taking turns. You go damage one game, I'll take damage next game. Just swapping around the damage support roles a little bit. Why not?
Yeah, I mean, like I said before, PDK is a flex, like a hyper flex.
A hyper flex? You call PDK as a hyper flex?
Okay, not hyper flex. You can't. I don't think PDK playing a lot of tank.
Stalker. Mirror.
Okay, I was thinking along the lines of Mirror. Yeah.
Okay.
First pro player to play in Overwatch League all 3 roles in a series, which was
that's some trivia for you.
There you go. What's up, Baz?
You know, even if it's Rhine being played this way, I still enjoy it. It still feels gratifying. You see that axe being swung.
How you have the most fun on Rhine, though, just charge to the back line. In fact, it is kind of dying, though. Oh, he catch it. Wait,
Didn't
what?
like that, buddy.
He caught Baz. I don't know how, but Baz just appeared on his screen.
That's what it takes to be a great Rhine player. You just have to know. It's like intuition. I'm gonna pin here, and someone will be right there. You know, if you ever watch Cloudy's stream, like, that's how it's done.
Yeah, I mean,
you're gonna see the future.
Cloudy is just a different beast on the Rhine.
Yeah.
Best Rhine player of all time.
Is Cloudy the best Rhine player of all time? I mean,
people, okay.
This is not the conversation I expected to have during today's game, but, you know, I think some people would argue that. Some people would say Super.
I would probably say Super.
It's the more...
But people would... Oh, nice Suzu. Wow, PDK.
Oh,
nice Shatter as well. Hits
Big
2-man in the back line. Renix has already got the orb out, so they should be good. Razors end up falling to Infected. Mines aren't going to do much, unfortunately, for Baz. Oh, hello. He's going to get kind of rolled, though, now. I was going to say, people are definitely going to be chatting about Bumper, but I think that's a little fraudulent.
Oh, that's Bumper's a false prophet.
Yeah, the false prophet Ryan player.
Actually, I don't know what calling someone a false prophet entails, and so I do apologize if you shouldn't.
I mean,
anyway,
like,
Bumper is not him. I'm sorry. Anyway.
Idol, I suppose. If you think he's a Rhine god, I don't know. Nice coalescence though. Straight to the back line goes Red X. Blade's gonna get popped to 2. There's a couple of swings on the Rhine. Unfortunately, Axel pretty low. Still gets the reset off of Tree. Red X picking up a kill onto Knife with the coal. Longest range high noon of all time from Zero. Got 0 damage done onto Axel.
It's a pretty nice comp to play against if you're infected. I mean, it's a Moira Kiri with a ball.
Yeah.
There's a lot of freedom here for infected. I think in this day and age in 2025, I mean, what a beautiful pin. That was gold.
Nice pin.
That was gold right there. It's very free. Infected can just kind of pin all over the place. Don't have to worry about it.
Kill.
Oh. Yes,
Come on,
yes,
nice.
Yes. Oh, RuPaul. What was that about?
Really, RuPaul? Well, they are going to be able to get a touch here with 4. Oh, what a nade. Wow.
Yo.
Tree hits a giant nade on the front line. Axel blows up. There will be a little bit of trouble heading Baz's way now. Pretty low. PDK ends up teleporting away from the rallying RuPaul. But Tree still pretty good on the crack. Dude, Knife, what is... He's desperately trying to get a hammer kill, but RuPaul is stealing every single kill.
This is low-key the best axe or hammer that Torbjorn has to offer.
Oh, the little, like, stone hatchet.
Yeah. Hatchet. Oh, wow. Yep, that's the most accurate word possible.
That's the proper
Here goes
term.
infected. Yeah. He's got shatter. Watch out!
Oh, I thought he was going to shatter that. I mean, surely he does. There's 3 people in front of him.
He can't shatter here.
They're too scared. They're way too scared.
Split. He had a moment, but he hesitated.
Infected's dead. 29 HP. Not quite. Wow. Somehow gets away.
You know, he really
Baz
should
and
have
Knife trade. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
He hesitated. You can't do that as Ryan. You just gotta drop it.
Oh, Zera might die here. Infected is high ground alone. Saying that, Exort is going to go down.
Solo shadow.
Infected now chasing Razor. Oh no, wrong place, wrong time for the Cassidy. Good seat from PDK though.
There's Goo here. Oh.
Something's happening in the back line. What's going on back there?
What's all that movement back there?
What's all that movement back there? What is all that movement? What is this? Wait,
it's a Moira in your back line.
It's a Moira. Wait, PDK. Wait, this crosshair is insane.
Wait, what did Infected shatter? Did I miss it?
I think he shattered nothing. Okay, thankfully, Razor paying for their sins of their crosshair game. Jeez. It's not even like a dot in the center. There might be. There might be. Wow. It might be a little bit too small, though. Nice completion there from Team Liquid. Dildux showing a little bit of flair, though, with Red X on the Moira. You'll love to see it.
Is this more or less one-sided than the Frosttails match earlier today?
Probably about the same. I mean, we haven't had the Torb Hammer 1v1s yet, which I would thoroughly enjoy if Knife wants to do that.
I'm here for it. I hope they bring it out, but it might be more of a push thing. Like maybe this one you play out defense, maybe you pull out the Hanzo. We haven't seen the Hanzo in quite a while.
Oh, a little bit of Hanzo.
He's
got that new skin, the reuse skin as well. Is Tree really playing the Mercy? He might. Okay, he is. Okay, Tree's on Mercy. This is a backline of all time. I mean, we are Johnny. We're talking about 0 damage backline here from Team Liquid.
Who needs offensive capabilities anyway? Damage boost.
Damage boost. I mean, so true. So true.
It's actually going to be a pain for the offense.
It is, yeah. I mean, the amount of damage that Knife's going to do. I mean, in fact, they're doing the South Korea Overwatch World Cup 2022 strat. Oh my word. Okay, Zera is just on heights. Well, and Knife's got the damage boost. Knife and Tree E-dating for this game. But I think, yeah, BDK and Red X also playing. Where is Red X? You're not on Moira. You're not on Moira here, by the way. You can't.
Oh, the right fuel? Oh, Bass. He did not have the vision.
So yeah,
He's got
Overwatch.
the movement though. Compare this to the previous map. You can just you just look at Knife the POV, and you know this dude's got like a forward smurf where he just plays Junkrat.
No, use this one satchel. Yeah, this guy's got movement, bro.
You can tell.
BDK was
Bro was surfing.
Okay, well they are moving the. Whoa, that was close. Razor almost got deleted there by the damage boost. Oh, well, infected. Not a place where you want to be on the Life Weaver, but it's all good.
Soul Shatter.
Oh, I mean, come on. And he's backwards too. That's a bit of a weird character battle thing.
PDK is popping off. Got a 2K.
Honestly, beautiful stuff. Beautiful stuff from Team Liquid. Tree trying to spin and res, and then
Yeah, look at this guy. This guy has logged some hours on Junk.
I don't think that's true. Oh, he almost hit that air shot though.
And show if he could show his career profile, I bet you there will be at least 50 hours of Junk.
Let me see. Let me check if I've got
50 is actually quite a lot of
I
hours.
will literally boot Overwatch right now, and
You have Knife on your friend list.
I don't think so. No, I
You don't have Knife on your friend list.
no.
Why are you joking?
Don't, sadly.
You posing for the
What? No, I mean I might.
I
I mean,
got
I've
Knife
got
on my friend list.
yeah.
I'll keep his career
Yeah,
profile.
I'll check. Well, me and him talk about Junkrat all the time, actually.
Yeah.
Oh my. Okay, Infected's gone in. Nice little tree though. Oh, that's a nitro tire from Knife. So yeah, I'd say this is working out for Team Liquid.
Tree is doing great here.
Oh, the shatter blocked. Ooh.
This is a Florida main.
That's right though.
Yeah, that's
It is. It's the Overwatch 1 one. Ooh,
it's appropriate.
good know. Who is the best Rhine in 2018, Johnny?
Best Rhine in 2018. You know, I would have probably gone like Mono or something maybe.
Start the Overwatch League,
I always
maybe.
loved Mono.
Oh, what a pin!
Yeah.
Oh, that's so sad. RuPaul used the grip.
I guess Froggy played for Philly Fusion at that point. But then
Fraggy, yeah.
Carpe didn't like playing with Froggy, and so they that didn't end up working out. And Sado was waiting in the wings for things we shouldn't talk about.
Yeah, that's the small bench of Sado for a while. They're going to cap the point. Oh my, where did Razor come from? Here comes another tire for you, Razor.
Oh, big slam.
Oh, differential on Knife. Okay. Knife dominated. 3 hours on the Junkrat versus Razor with 50 hours. Tree pops the ult, but yeah, a little bit too quick on the trigger for Axel. Takes Tree down.
I was a Neptuno-like performance by Tree there.
Neptuno.
Putting the ball going in. Oh, pass.
Does he get the pin? That was so close. But if you got the pin, that would have looked sick.
It's almost a bit Star Wars-like. You kind of need the Force. No pun intended. Like, you need to just feel it. You just gotta go for the pin and feel it. And if you're one with the Force, you hit the pin around the corner. Because you know they'll be there.
You know they'll be there, yeah. Just Rhine main the thing.
I know to a lot of people this will sound like nonsense, but it's kind of like the first Jedis anyway.
There comes Bob. Oh, Red X. Wrong place, wrong time, buddy. Wrong place, wrong time. Tree now off the Mercy. And now back to spawn. Unfortunate. But he's on the Moira, so that's Red X-esque. We'll see if Red X ends up changing as well. Wow. Zera, yeah, just kind of farming it up right now.
Zero's one of those guys who's just like, no fun business.
Yeah,
I'm flanking. I'm cleaning up.
I will just kill everybody.
Yeah, I'm just.
Everybody else is having a little fun. Oh, this is a crazy angle.
Here we go.
Oh, Bass is over again. Oh, what a shatter! Oh, Bass! What a beast!
That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, That was incredible work by Baz.
Wow.
Okay.
That just won them the
Dildux.
fight. He won the fight by himself with a jump pad from.
A legendary performance by Baz.
Oh, that was great. They got a
Mono
tire.
would
We
be
can get a
proud.
pick here. Maybe. It's a bit much to ask for, maybe.
I don't know. Knife versus Razor's tire. Razor's got it in like 3%. Here's the tire. He's got the nitro tire as well. Yum. Straight to the back line. Oh, not quite. Yeah, the
This is
reduced
winnable.
damage there kind of sucks.
Okay, maybe not.
Maybe not.
Oh, jeez.
I mean, come on.
30 seconds.
You know what? Maybe Knife does have a lot of hours on Junkrat.
See? I told you. Look, Dildux.
I'm
They
not
still
sure.
have a couple of ults here, Jack. 20 seconds to go, but you know, get a nitro tire in there. A window, a knife, feeding.
Wait, Knife's dead. Nice.
It's a good opening. Here comes
Wait,
PDK.
PDK is in the back line. All good. We've still got the window though, by the way, as well. No shift, sadly. So that regenerative burst was rather needed there. And this tire from Razor didn't get anything. And then that is going to be the end of the map, Johnny. Circuit Royale taken by Team Liquid. A rather fun affair, I must add. Nice 2-0 though to start the series. As Dildux having a lot of fun with it, which is, you know, mad respect. Oh, goodbye, Johnny. Oh, hello, Johnny. And Siri.
I got Siri up here.
What did Siri think of that game, huh?
Well, she's sleeping a lot, so I don't know what that says about the game. You know, just not the heroes that Siri likes to watch, honestly. And so, you know, we'll see come the third map if one of our pocket picks comes out. Maybe the Hanzo. Maybe the Hanzo and Siri will get going.
What's Siri's main, Johnny?
What is Siri's main? That's a great question. I actually do think that Siri has some like Moira energy.
Moira energy? Okay. So he was saying that she thought
Yeah.
the same thing, yeah.
I don't know why, but I just felt Moira. Yeah.
We should do a pet segment or a pet day or something. Everybody submits their pets. That'd be kind of fun. I know we did that for the Overwatch League a couple of times. We had fans submit their pet pictures. That was kind of cool.
It's
Yeah,
the
maybe we
best.
should do that again.
Yeah, it's the best.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, I love that.
It's a good time. Liquid though
Tweet
with a
them at us.
2-0 over Dildux. Yeah, I'm sure we can sort something out. It'd be kind of fun. Little segment in between the breaks or something. Obviously with Battle of the Bots, and I redid my fish tank as well for the fish tank segment, so they'll come back as well. Hope everybody enjoys. So
Let's
that's
go.
fun. But this game is also extremely fun. Everybody's having a little bit of a fun time with it. You know, a little Mercy life with a backline, and yeah, a little bit of
Tree on
understanding that Dildux are obviously in the position that they're in currently. So I'm glad both teams are having a good time. It's not all fun and games. It's not all serious business. Sorry, it's all fun and games at the end of the day.
Yeah, 1-20 in maps now, but that promo relegation, the fact that Dildux qualified in the first place, it was like magic. I covered that day with Jake, you know, we were casting those matches, and the way Dildux, just a force of nature, taking down the likes of Shikigami, right, and managed to qualify.
Yeah.
It was a bit of an unexpected turn of events, because I believe Dildux, they were in the lower bracket, they had to win 2 matches in a row, went like the distance, it was like really close. And you know, I said this entire stage. I think Dildux, they have a ton of aura. I love their team, I love their vibe. And so it's a bit of a shame to see them go down like this against Team Liquid here. Obviously one of the better teams in the region. Because this is not the Dildux that I will remember. I will remember Dildux for Redix and Moira. And actually taking it to some of the teams in the first couple of series of the stage.
Hey, you can play Moira on King's Row, which is
Indeed.
where we're going next.
Yeah.
So, you know. Yeah, promotion or relegation. I think if you are looking at that team like Dildux, there is potential there. I think we'll definitely see a couple of players around. Normally what happens, you know, promotion relegation, they end up playing it. If they do end up making it, maybe they change a couple of players out, but I'm kind of hoping they stay the same. Although, you know, going for a big win for Dildux, picking up only a single map, sadly. It's been a little bit disappointing, I'd imagine, for the squad, but, you know, at least now they're obviously having a little bit of fun with it. So, yeah, it's a good aura team, like you said, Johnny.
Yeah, for sure. They're having fun with it. And they're going to make some substitutions once more. and they're not gonna swap back PDK and Razor. They got another fun little substitution for us, so we'll wait for that to take place here.
More substitutions. Yeah, we'll get
More
them
subs.
on the screen in a second, or honestly, just when we get into game, that's fine too. We could play Hanzo here, Johnny. That's the one.
Yeah, we could roll Hanzo. Stalker like.
Yes, exactly, dude. Those dude, when people roll out the Hanzo, it's like, okay, they're already going to Sonic, and then they jump around the first corner and then just headshot somebody. It's like, bro, come on.
I can't be the only person who,
So bad.
when the rare occasion I am damaged on King's Row attack, I just have this urge, like inside my body, to just peek out with Hanzo. You know, you can take the first arrow with Sonic. 100%. But why don't roll out with Hanzo for like 15 seconds before the team notices that you're on Hanzo? Like it's one of the greatest things to roll out this Hanzo on King's Row attack. And I can't be the only one who feels this way.
Pick. No. I do that all the time as well whenever I play DPS. I either play Venture here or I play Hanzo on attack. It's super fun. Because yeah, you pop around the corner, you shoot a few arrows, then you just play statue, then you take high ground, like then you start running around them.
Yeah.
Feels good.
It's
Hanzo just
like,
feels natural on King's Row.
I think if we also buy statue, okay, now I'm like really going too far. But it kind of is like a point and click game. It's just like, are there people by the choke? Are there people in the window? Are there people on the high ground? It's like you just, where do you want to just shoot your barrage of arrows?
Overwatch, the point and click adventure game. You just like click, 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 click.
Okay, maybe not quite.
I mean, that is kind of like how you play Hanzo, to be fair. You are just looking at these small little chokes and then you are lobbing arrows and you probably will get a kill eventually. Freya and Winston, Wrecking Ball ban even, for Dildux there and Team Liquid. So yeah, no Freya. Like I said, we are getting a role swap again, I think, so...
All right, I don't even know if... Sorry, am I losing my mind? Or it actually says there as well that Team Liquid banned first. I don't know if that's true, but... you know, this is something that...
it'll be Dildux banning first, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, well... This is something like some of the teams asked for. Just like, hey, can we ban second? We like want to play reactive. Like that's the whole SSG thing, right? Where they were like, oh, we're going to try to bait you to ban Winston on... Suravasa. So it is possible. It is possible these days.
That was very funny.
It was pretty funny. It was good.
Couple of role swaps. PDK is now done the full cycle, the mirror cycle. LA Gladiators mirror at that time, I believe, when he played tank, DPS, and support in one series. And PDK has now done the same. So PDK on tank.
And Bass over on the Lucio as well. Good luck, buddy.
Yeah. Yeah, Baz on Lucio. All right.
It is actually one of those...
DPS.
I do think that should be named after Mirror. Because, like you said, Mirror was the first player to do it in Overwatch Esports, is to play all three roles.
Series,
like that. Yeah. And so, yeah, I quite like that. What did you say? Call it the Mirror?
The Mirror, yeah. Which sounds funny because Mirror is like an object, so it might sound weird, but... The mirror cycle? Yeah, maybe.
No, I like that. I like that.
The mirror. Well, there you go. PDK pulling the mirror here for Dildux.
Infected.
A little bit Hanzo. Yes, okay. And we're seeing, now we're seeing Widowmaker as well. I will say the Cami gun here is sick. One of the better weapons, I think. Widowmaker looks cool.
I can't remember the last time we saw Doomfist as well.
Oh, a long time ago. Like, seriously in a game? Like a Doomfist meta, you mean? Or like just in a series?
Well, I'm sure there's been some Doomfist I'm forgetting about. It's been played. Seriously? Yeah, it's been a little while here. But still, though, it's good to see Doomfist being played. In fact, it's pulling out, you know, a lot of fun heroes here.
Well, the thing is, on page 17, paragraph 4, sentence 3 of QuakeDon's Doomfist bug list, the Doomfist is not that optimal, so...
Yeah, it's...
I love you, QuakeDon.
Yeah.
I'm joking.
It's complicated. It's complicated.
I like the Zen here
Bro looking
for RuPaul. Well, he's trying to protect RuPaul as much as possible because RuPaul is getting kind of owned. Knife on the Bastion now. Which is good to see, but you know what? Baz, decent on the tank. Apparently a better Lucio player.
Yo, Razor, this is kind of what I asked for here, Jaws. I wanted to see the Hanzo, and, well... Razor's not disappointing. The Stalker of NA.
The Stalker of NA. We'll make that
Maybe
one
I'm
stick.
pushing it a little bit here.
RuPaul not quite the simple of NA either. Simple's Zenyatta. I was watching EMEA today. It's just crazy. Like, Simple is so sick.
Yeah, it was real funny last week when Simple pulled it out for the first time, and Jake just like, it was like a kid on Christmas. Just couldn't believe the flying Zenyatta on the Ilios Lighthouse, like in the different rooftops.
Such a good perk. Like the hovering Zen.
Oh,
what is this? Crosshair from
Who needs precision on Zen anyway?
Wait, wasn't Razor? Didn't Razor have this exact? They exchanged crosshairs.
This is crazy.
This is gross.
It is actually quite gross.
Overwatch League champion, by the way, RuPaul. Well, there's the Nano Barrage, PDK anti, and that Spike Guard does nothing against the damage boost barrage.
And Zero's just cleaning up steel on the Pharah. Just like, what is happening? What are you guys doing? RuPaul with a 3K on the Zen. Yo.
And now we forward hold.
Selfless dive.
I think that's Atlanta Rain skin? I can't tell. Or Atlanta Rain recolor. Infected obviously running Boston for everything.
What is Infected doing? He's done like 5 times so far.
I mean, he's also playing Doomfist in pro play.
Yeah.
Which is very hard.
Think about the Doom mains in chat who finally get to see the hero long awaited. And this is when
oh my! Oh. At least there's a dot in the middle, but this is awful.
Ew. Get this off my screen. That is disgusting. Thank you.
You sound like J3. RuPaul is in the spot. Oh. No way they beat RuPaul.
Oh my god.
They beat for RuPaul in the spawn.
Oh, Bass.
Oh no. Go on, Infected. Gets an ear marker. Oh!
He's dead.
Nice moves there from Razor. Yeah, he's dead. Oh, nice wall as well. Good stuff.
I mean, it's now about time to say that I got infected on my fantasy team.
A very bad time. A very bad time.
I'm emotionally
a rare Reaper skin as well, actually. Chained King Reaper skin.
Wow.
Yeah, I know the name. It's no Overwatch Esports skin.
Yeah?
Overwatch League skin. Of course I know the name. Oh, Tree's in trouble. Get this crosshair.
I literally can't see. I can't see what you're shooting at.
It is crazy. I'm still always a fan of, is it Fix's Heart Crosshair? That's a good one.
Yeah, I do love that, yeah.
All right, there's a minute and 40 seconds to go.
That is crazy. The crosshair is blocking the Lucio.
Yeah.
Oh my
Infected
goodness.
with the, like,
bro,
almost no crosshair.
What is my guy doing?
Ruining your fantasy team. RuPaul was nanoed in the spawn, by the way. That was a little devious.
If this is how I lose to apply, I can't.
In fact, he's still playing the Doomfist as well. Terry's just waiting to barrage somebody. Your time will come.
It's only a Lucio duel there as well. RuPaul getting the better of Bass.
Ooh.
Okay.
Yeah, that Orbi. Orbi sent in the bar. Unlucky.
This might be cappable. Because Infected's about to feed.
He's preempting the infected feed.
Oh.
Knife solo ults Razor. I'm not sure if that's true, Johnny. Although saying that, Knife is dead and Infected is going to do not much against the Orisa, so...
Here we go.
You know what, actually?
Meta.
Please, not again.
Come on, this is Dildogs. If they just... They're trying to get these frags so bad.
Dude, PDK, yeah, desperate. Okay, well, there's the kills, actually. So, yeah, 3x on point. Knife RuPaul alive. RuPaul is in, like, the bar area, or not, like, the distillery area.
This beat
with the
is about
sound
to go
barrier.
crazy.
Yeah, you watch him solo beat this. He's half HP. He's half HP. Renix is right-clicking him from like a mile away. Okay, he did manage to get there. And Infected is back on the point. PDK does go pretty low. There's the sound barrier. Renix in trouble. No fade available. And they C9.
I suppose. I guess that does classify as a C9.
They did
They
get
kind of like
chased
ran
from
away
that
from
point.
it, you know? So. That was one of the King's Row halves of all time, Jack.
Yeah. On a beloved map, I would expect nothing less. Let's look at Infected's deaths.
11.
6 to 11. It's not that bad.
Oh my god.
Tree died 5 times. It's not that bad. It's going to harm your fantasy
Deluxe have the
stonks.
better stats. Asher is 14 and 3. Relics is 13 and 3.
They actually kind of do. Yeah. Wait. Yeah, what, 12 and... Razor was 6, but yeah, I mean... Pretty even, actually, stat-wise. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. I like this.
It's your chance, Steel Ducks.
There's no way this is going to be like a butterfly effect where Liquid like lose a map and it affects something down the line. I mean, I don't think that's possible, but that would be rather funny if that was the case.
I guess we'll never know. We'll never know the different timelines of a butterfly effect. All right, Infected. He's convinced his team to invest resources into the Reinhardt comp.
TP.
They're playing semi-seriously.
Semi-seriously? That's what I love about Overwatch.
Yo,
wait, the gladiator strat. Wait, the gladiator
This is a glad strat.
The Sureforce strat. Hang on a second here.
No,
the TP through hotel.
They beefed it so bad.
They beefed.
No way, bro.
They beefed the Sureforce strat. No way.
Why did Zero swap so quick? He should have waited like Lane Roberts.
Oh. Zera ain't Lane. That's for certain. Ugh.
Oh my god. I can't believe they tried to replicate the Gladiators rollout. That's amazing.
That was one of those legendary rollouts of all time.
But that was the whole point of the Glad strat is Sureforce sits in spawn and only swaps to Widow when the defense has rotated. So they can't press tab and see there's a Widowmaker.
And then, yeah.
Zero just swapped immediately. No patience.
Oh! Died to orb as Infected emotes. He'll make it there eventually.
That was amazing. That made my day, genuinely.
That man, talking about what is this?
What is this?
This is awful. It's so like chunky. Looks like a little worm. Oh.
A worm?
Yeah, because I don't know, it's kind of long. Or like a snake, maybe? I don't know.
It reminded me of Maslow's pyramid of needs, except it was upside down. And I needed
that is an even
Ryan.
further stretch than me.
My
Wait,
God.
what? Was Sarah just waiting around the corner? What was that? This is awful as well, Infected. Come on, man.
This is atrocious.
Yeah, oh yeah, this is awful.
Someone's
got more kills with the orb than I think Liquid have. Like, good
Diff.
shatter.
Biffed.
See? Yeah, off the edge. You like to see that? Go on, test him. Speaking of based skins,
Wait, he's lost him.
What is this, Cole? He gets him too. He gets him.
Oh my god.
Oh no. That's funny.
Wow. This has been, I don't even know.
This is, yeah, I mean, that was the game. That was the game of all time.
What
That was
do you
fun.
say about that one?
That was a lot of fun, honestly.
That was amazing.
Yeah. Legendary stuff there from Team Liquid as they take the win 3-0. Dilducks and Team Liquid having a lot of fun, honestly. You know, thank you. Yeah, that was a good game. I hope everybody in chat enjoyed that as well.
That's exactly what I asked for. You know, when I was like, I needed some silly goose, that was silly goose.
Love it.
That's lovely. That was great. Made my day.
Yeah. What do you think, Zoe? Professional opinion?
I can't believe I tried to gladiator roll.
That was really good. That was
It's so funny
good.
because we're like nostalgia posting so hard, and then they hit the gladiators.
It feels like they did this for you guys specifically, but also Zeru absolutely ruining it. Zero patience on that man. Disappointed. Just disappointed.
Could have got the kill on the Moira. Could have got there.
Yeah,
but,
I mean, this
it was
is
a
what we
fun game
expected, right?
regardless.
This was it went to silly town, but every once in a while you got to visit those areas of the woods as well, right? We got to see that infamous Lifeweaver Mercy backline. Like, what is coming out of my mouth? Like, can we even analyze this? No. Should we even attempt it? Probably not. I don't think so. But we were entertained, and that's all that matters. And I love that this was the last look we saw of Diltox in Stage 2. It delivered. This match delivered in every way possible.
Yeah, they're a vibes team. It was a lot of fun. Like, the first map was super serious. Like, people were running like serious comps, you know, like no role swaps or anything. And then it was like, okay, like Liquid, they're going to be able to win the series 3-0, and Dildox knew that as well. And then, yeah, everybody had fun with it, which is, you know, at the end of the day, we're just watching video games, and we're all having a good time. So, yeah, there's nothing really to complain about at all. It was a good showing.
Oh, and like,
Perfectly.
yeah, when there's like 2 Rhine enjoyers, former Rhine players on this imaginary desk, you know. I think they did it for the people, and we're here for that.
Exactly. The people's
we did-
champions.
For whatever reasons, we did have to give a player of the match to someone.
Who was it, actually?
Yeah, actually, I mean,
Was
I
it the chat?
I think everyone lost watching this. But personally, I think the player of the match should be Infected for the crosshair,
alright.
for the vibes, for the
Reinhardt
Reinhardt.
I like
Reinhardt play.
The
Reinhardt
Doomfist
play.
hitting Johnny's stats.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
forgettable. But it probably should have been
No.
zero in terms of like actually getting frags. But Infected, like Zoe said earlier,
For this kind of match.
Infected won our hearts.
That's right. Infected is the meme machine and player of the match as well. Good job, Infected.
Well
Go
deserved.
team.
Played the Rhyme, played the Doom, and had fun with it. And that's what we wanted. So yeah, I appreciate both teams for.
Siri looks so unimpressed
with it.
though.
She was asleep.
Yeah.
She
Like,
fell asleep.
really- She fell asleep for the Gladiators rollout. Siri, please. Like, tell me
Yeah,
you're
she
too
missed out.
young
Respect
without telling me
history,
you're too
bro.
young. She just doesn't understand.
Respect history.
I believe we're heading in. Are we heading into a quick break? Okay, perfect. Because I have to take a phone call from my husband, who's currently in the ER. Goodbye. We see you on the other side of this. Actually, you have to go.
Hope everything's okay.
Oh.
See you in a bit. Goodbye, Zoe. Welcome back. Me, Johnny, and
Hello.
Siri joining you for this last game. Last game of the regular season, Johnny, for Stage 2. Pretty
For
crazy.
Stage 2, yeah.
Here in North America, pretty insane. Yeah, playoffs right around the corner. We're going to wrap up this one with a nice little bow. Space Station Gaming versus Extinction. I was just checking the socials real quick. Space Station Gaming. We have one match before playoffs. Hunter has something devious planned, and a rather
Let's
devious
go.
photo of Hunter himself. So I'm curious if this is
devious.
also going to be a little bit of a fun day for
yeah.
Overwatch. But yeah, Space Station, Johnny, they look good. Extinction, unfortunately, cannot really move up or down. Thankfully, I guess. Not unfortunately, I guess that's thankfully they can't move down. With their win against Supernova yesterday, they did end up locking their spot in playoffs with a 2-4 scoreline. So them and Space Station are going to be pretty happy that there's nothing too crazy on the line. Neither of them can get knocked down. As we go to Ilios as our first map.
Yeah, I think for Extinction, you should be quite satisfied with the fact that you weren't relegated. Obviously, there's a pretty established top 4 in North America with Space Station, Liquid, Nightmare, GK. And so, as long as you don't get 7th, 8th, you have to be fairly satisfied. Now, could it have been smoother? Yes. Could they have been more competitive with the likes of Sakura? Yes. But still, they beat Supernova yesterday, so they avoid relegation. Now they have this last series in the regular season against a team like Space Station. And this is going to be another tough task here for Extinction. We spoke to Wob yesterday after their win, of course, and he said that, we've been improving. It's been a bit of a tough stage for us. Had some, internal conflicts to solve, smoothing some things out. So I still root for this team. I think it's a great team that is obviously, putting a lot of effort into improving every single week. And it's going to be a tough time here against SSG, Joss, but still, see what they can do, putting their best foot forward.
Okay, nothing too suspicious yet. On Space
You're
Station.
anticipating.
I was waiting for it, yeah. I'm probably not on control if I had to guess, but honestly, Extinction's composition, I like this a lot. Hattori on the ball, Zomba on Tracer.
Yeah, Somba's been so good. We talk about it every time, but Somba's been fantastic on the Tracer. So, tough matchup against Sugar Free here, but see what Somba can do about it. Kellan gets the first frag, and then White cleaned up shortly after. So the dive is successful from SSG here.
Yeah, Wob is in the back line right now, and quickly dealt with by Kellan on my fantasy team. Shout out Kellan.
Your All-Star team?
He was, yeah. I mean, look, dude, there's a reason why I picked up Kellan, man. I got a solid back line. I just need one more DPS. I know exactly who I'm picking as well.
Can't wait to hear it. Now I'm eagerly anticipating your final pick here.
Dude, it's going to go crazy. My team is going to be the best, I think. I'm going to get voted the best one, for sure.
All right, Chad.
Or maybe
well,
so.
We'll let you see.
So he does
ready,
farm
Chad?
this kind of stuff. Well, I've ended up just going to Sombra. Nice little virus. Does end up connecting with the Tracer, but really tough to navigate with the Sombra against Tracer, and without like a ball like slamming in on top of you, getting in there as well, it's really hard to figure out. Sugar Free's on a tear as well. On an
So
absolute
good.
ripper. That was a pulse.
That was ambitious.
Yep.
But your previous statement remains true. Sugar Free was in fact cleaning up. Looked so good on Tracer. This entire stage, really. It's been a tough stage for Space Station. Obviously, 3-3 record, not what they want, but Sugar Free remains such a powerful player on the Tracer.
Yeah, 3-3, and they've only got like a +1 map diff, Johnny. Like, that is pretty crazy. Like, all their series of games against the upper echelon teams, GK, Nightmare, Liquid, they've been very tough. Now they boost on to Kellan, kills Scuffed. Oh, well, that's a nice pulse from Zomba. So clean with the Tracer. Nasty Tracer on NA, honestly. Like, if you look at the Tracer skill across North America, it's so high. It is,
Yeah, it really is.
I would say, one of the highest level of skills in the region on, like, just by hero to hero basis. I'd say there's a lot of good Tracer players in NA.
Yeah, 100%. And Somba is one of those players who can really take it to anyone in the region on a good day. Hattori here on the Winston as well. It's been a bit of an up and down stage for Extinction. They play a lot of different compositions, but I feel like this is Hattori at their best, playing the Winston here and synchronizing with Somba on the dives. And they're actually going to build some percentage on the board here.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking about Hattori for the little segment, actually, picking up a tank.
Yeah.
Because of the verse. If you're like, okay, you want a tank that can play literally everything, like Hattori can do that.
Wow.
Nice kill from Kellan.
That was crazy. Great dive. Oh, Bowler 9, or not Bowler 9. But
Bowler 9. Bowler 9.
Bowljacks?
I mean, in theory, you could bowler 9 because it holds you in the sky, so that is possible. But a bowler
I
jacks,
mixed up my terms. Bowler jacks.
Bro's been nostalgia posting too hard.
I'm an old man. Leave me alone.
Nice cap from Space Station though. They got so many ults. It's gonna be so hard. Nemwai's ult, this rally, it's gonna be really hard to use actually. In fact, they're gonna use it pretty defensively. A sleep onto Kellen, but still the primal for the backup. Should be good to rid that, although with a nice little boo from Nemwai, they're going to be able to get to the point, but now... That was a stomp. Oh, Scuff got launched. That was like an Olympic level like shot put there from Kellen.
I mean, you can't even do more. Space Station is going to go ahead and win this round, but that was like honestly perfect peel from Extinction. With the nade, Scuffed hits the sleep. And then Nenwai hit some like a great whip as well onto Kellan, just making sure that Kellan couldn't catch up with the backline. But one leap, one boop with the Primal Rage, that's all you need. And here's Wub. Oh boy.
Bowlers. Oh, nice. I mean,
risky.
that is a very risky bowler shot. Oh, Kellan is 14-0.
Oh, there we go.
Gee.
Accruing stats over here.
Yeah, save some for the rest of the team.
I'm happy to see Kellan do well. I think at the start of the stage, you know, we're looking SSG. They had some fairly disappointing performances. We were anticipating this amazing dive coming through, but then Winston, you know, obviously struggled in a stage where Freya was really dominant and SSG couldn't really find their groove. But now, I feel like we've seen more and more Winston being played. Kaffa on GK, for example, started integrating more Winston into their game. And now Kellan cleaning up in the final match of the regular season here for them.
Yeah, I mean, against Team Liquid, Nightmare, and GK, they only won 2 maps out of all 3 of those games.
Right.
But now is their like, when do you realistically need to come alive, Johnny? You do well in the regular season, that's fantastic, but you got to come alive in the playoffs, which is right around the corner, like next week. So,
Slingshot
Space Station
Theory,
doing that
anyone?
at the perfect time. Yeah, exactly. Slingshot Theory is possible. It's already on the Orisa now on well. They take the first cap and they're chasing CJ out at this point. Yeah, I'm not sure CJ's going to die, but Hattori at least gets positioning.
And this has been a preference of North America. Seen a lot of Brawl being played, and especially against Space Station. You know, if you play Brawl with something like a Freya, you put so much pressure onto the Winston, but now whoops on the Cassidy here instead. Still though, a very difficult comp for Space Station to deal with, although they're making things pretty competitive right now.
I love watching Sugar Free on Tracer, I really do. Or just Sugar Free play any hero, to be fair. Nice kill from Zomba initially to start that off. It was a trade for him and CJ. They killed each other. Scuff with a decent position on the bat, but unable to heal the rest of the team, and will end up dying. But Extinction with a good lead, 50% almost.
And this is where it gets tough for Extinction, because now you're playing this fairly slow bat break kind of composition, and Sugar Free is going to take the high ground. Kellan will as well. Now you have to walk up here without wanting to over-invest in terms of abilities and ultimates. Great nade from CJ.
Yeah, fantastic nade. Kellan's going to die. That window, enough for Scuff to deal the final blow. Now without Kellan, it's going to be really tough to lock down this backline. The Extinction can just hold this point. There is a pulse and there is a Terror Surge too, so Space Station going to fear when they step up. Oh, what a nano as well. Wow. Okay, perfect nano from CJ. They get the like the mutual stun bash. Ooh, wow. And then Kellan gets the whip shot kill too. Doesn't count towards ult charge, sadly, because he was ulting at the time.
Yeah, they just look on point today. We know this, of course. Space Station is an amazing Ilios team, but this is Space Station playing at their absolute best. Playing this dive composition, following up on the nades from CJ. Sugar Free is popping up on the Tracer, making enough room for CJ to pop off as well. Oh, nade eaten here. CJ in trouble. That's an opening for Extinction
CJ
here.
is super far up. Like, the rest of CJ's team were like lower right-hand side of his position. And that's going to be 3-point cap. Seeker dies, what trades? Okay, I mean, they end up using the rally. Primal Rage has been popped by Kellen. Juggle scuffed over the edge of the high ground, so wasn't actually in range of NY to give him that overhealth or even a pack. So Kellen and Sugar Free keeping this point alive for the team, although Kellen does go down. And luckily for Extinction, they already managed to cap. So Space Station Gaming, they're on the back foot as their Extinction are accruing percentages the entire time this fight is going.
Yeah, but SSG, I think, should be able to get this cap. They have the faster spawners, both supports available. Seeker drops the bola shot, can't quite find the pick. That should have been a great stall by Tori.
Oh, what a terror surge too. Ends up taking down Seeker, and CJ's lined up for Zomba to knock down. This is final fight for Extinction. They're going to be able to take this round, Johnny. I mean, Space Station Gaming, they have Kellen and Sugar Free alive, but it's going to be a rather tough touch.
Yeah, and Sugar Free might have his recall force as well. Going to set SSG back. I don't know if they'll be able to get this touch.
They got it. They got it, but they lose Sugar Free. Kellen needs to retouch. Kellen's the player to touch here. They do manage to get on time, like barely. I'm talking pixels before Kellen didn't touch the point. And then Bliss somehow comes up with a two-piece. Space Station, man. I don't know how they kept themselves in there. That was a lucky touch by Kellen.
I don't think you can do more when it comes to putting pressure on Sugar Free. Barely gets that touch, then dies, but I mean, then it just all falls apart. Kellen gets the touch, and Extinction are just pushed up way too far forward. Love the idea. It's what they should do. Make it difficult for the enemy team to touch. But things just clearly fell apart for Extinction.
High noon for what? Especially on this map, the Casti feels there's such a big disadvantage with the amount of high grounds you can play on as the Freya. Good shield turn from Bliss, dodging that pulse bomb damage, and Seeker has already killed the backline. Fight's over, Johnny. Map's over as well. That rally, they've got a nano. It's all done. Extinction with quite a considerable comeback, though. 99% on this final round. Really made this look competitive. Space Station Gaming, they clean up the final member of Extinction. They're going to be able to claim the first map.
Yeah, and honestly, I think Extinction are going to be kicking themselves there a little bit. They had a great opportunity to close out that round. If they just make things a bit more difficult for SSG there, maybe you get a couple of more picks on the back line of SSG, and then you can just utilize your man advantage, because you don't care, realistically, if Kellan even gets the point cap when it's 99 percentage for you. You just care about establishing a man advantage, 4 versus 2, 4 versus 3, and then you can go back to the point, clear things up, and you get the point cap. And who knows, you know, we had gone to Ruins would have been our third point, and that maybe would have suited Hitori with their hero pool, right? So I don't want to, you know, project too much, but realistically, Extinction would have given themselves a real good opportunity there to fight alongside SG on Ilios had they, you know, won that round.
I mean, honestly, promising looks for the team. Going that close against the SSG.
For sure.
You both locked in your spot for the playoffs. Obviously, SSG in that top 4 spot. And then Extinction just below Sakura. Let's have a look at the little highlights here before we jump into the next map. Will be Extinction's pick. Where do you expect we're going to go? Where do you think they want to take SSG?
Oh, that's a great question. I think a team like this, you know, they can play so many different stuff. Extinction, that is, because like we mentioned, right? Hitori, very versatile hero pool. We've seen Hitori play the Wrecking Ball, the Winston, but also like the Brawl is just like a very safe way to play the game. And especially against a team like SSG, we saw how difficult it was for SSG to play that round. You're up against an Orisa, Bap, Brig, so many defensive utilities to kind of have to break down and get through before you can secure some of these picks. Maybe that is where Extinction wants to go. They want to go to a map that enables that kind of Bap, Brig style. They have picked more open maps in the past, so they actually haven't been too afraid to pick something like a Suravasa, like a Gibraltar. Suravasa, I think, has been one of their go-tos. But maybe you're reconsidering things with the meta shifting a little bit here, Jack.
It's funny because Avril put in our little chat the other day, yesterday, or like last night or something. Like, oh, we're back. And it was a screenshot of 2 Maugas shooting each other. And I was like, oh.
He's obsessed with the Mauga meta.
Yeah, he is. And I was like, oh, I wonder if that is really the way. Are we really going to revert back to Mauga again? It might just be a Korea special. Korea don't really like playing things like Hazard. They would much prefer playing Winston, Wrecking Ball, etc. But Hazard has been a bit more of a flavor for both EMEA and NA. But I was a little worried that we might see the Mauga again. But I think the way at least North America is panning out, it has been Winston. Winston, Ball, fast with Tracer. Like, yeah. So I don't think we're seeing Mauga just yet. But there is a possibility that, I mean, even Hattori brings it out, right?
I think I'm willing to
Although,
move
to be
on.
fair, the map pool, Johnny, that NA have been picking, you aren't playing Mauga on a lot of these maps. Like, there ain't no way.
Right. But also, I think you're haunted. I'm willing to let go. I don't think Mauga is going to be this hero that ends up showing up every single playoffs anymore. I think Mauga has received enough nerfs to this point where, you know, viewers and fans alike, they need not fear that Mauga is going to take over the regional playoffs this upcoming week, because that is what happened in Stage 1, remember? Stage 1,
yeah,
very, very versatile meta. We saw lots of different compositions, Sim Torb, and then in the playoffs, it was all Mauga in the EMEA anyway. That just took over. I don't think that's going to happen again. I think Mauga has been sufficiently nerfed this time around. Now, it is a decent composition to bring out once in a while, because it's, I don't want to say easy to play, but you can get on the same page relatively quickly. We're going to play around the cardiac overdrive. We'll get a lot of value that way. And if we can get picks within this window of ours, we're going to win team fights. But I think that the game has developed since then, Joss. I don't think we need to be scared of the Mauga. So I'm talking you down here. We don't need to worry about the Mauga, okay? Trust me.
Squid in for Bliss in the back line. Not too much of a surprise, honestly. We've seen Squid sprinkled in here and there, mainly to play this like double flex style, and we're going to circuit, Johnny. So BAP, Lifeweaver, probably for Space Station Gaming. Is this what they were cooking up, by the way? Is this what the whole like undercooking?
Well, they've played this before, so
yeah. So
I don't think this is the cook, because they have brought out the double flex, especially on circuit. This feels very default to me, which is still, I think it's a great style by SSG. You know, having Squid in the wings waiting to pull out the double flex support, I think it's a great thing for SSG to be able to do. And so I'm quite excited to see them play more double flex support on maps like Circuit Royale, where the backline can go unpunished a lot of the time.
There we go. NVM in as well for Extinction, as we see at least the small amp out and Squid with double flex. Yep, there it is. Going to the Alari. Perfect stuff. Space Station Gaming with Kellen on the Orisa. Now, Extinction, they haven't been too bothered about running a variety of different tanks on this map. Like, we see Hattori play a lot of different styles, but Zarya has also been one of her other tanks that they like to play against the Ram, against the Orisa.
Yeah, I think Hattori has one of the deeper hero pools in OWCS. And look, sometimes it's not about being great on the heroes, it's just a willingness to play a lot of different stuff. And I think that's why we're seeing Ryan coming out here, because what in Lord's name are you cooking? Is this what you got?
May. I don't mind this. Although against double flex poke, like, it is pain.
Dude, this is not gonna age well. Come on now.
They got TPs. Hattori's half HP, peeks her head around the corner for half a second, and shield like 1 HP as well.
I'm not picking up what they're dropping, or whatever people say these days.
Putting down.
Yeah.
I'm not picking up what they're putting down.
I'm willing to eat my words.
Well, they've taken the corner. I hope you do eat your words, Johnny. We'll see. They're going to TP forward here. It looks like Hattori is going to take the front line duel as they TP NVM to the back line on the Mei, trying to poke out Squid. But yeah, an Alari against a Mei, it's actually a pretty easy duel. Hitting the Mei is pretty consistent because Mei's slightly larger hitbox and a lot of DPS, and being able to shift away from the Mei as well is super easy. That outburst is rather strong for the Alari.
Yeah, I think it's quite underestimated how much great verticality the defense actually has to play with here. It sounds obvious, but when you're playing a Reinhardt composition like this, you really do like to either put pressure onto the point or speed over someone. I just don't think you're able to speed over that someone that easily here. And so you're neither really putting pressure onto the point or finding frags, and so you don't really get any value with this Rein comp.
NVM's just getting perma chunked out. And then Hattori, look at Hattori's ult charge too. 60% only. And then the window for Sugar Free can just stare through it and one-tap people. Hattori goes down to the Spear Spin, the Terror Surge to bring a couple of people together for a friendly little hug. As Extinction's comp may have overcooked slightly, and Hattori agrees, throws it out, puts another tank in the skillet, and it will be the Orisa.
I think it's just simple geometry. There's one Orisa on the point, very hard to kill, and then SSG has 4 characters that shoot at you from different angles. Reinhardt just can't cover all those angles. It's way too like straightforward, and so SG are just gonna break you down. The Orisa swap, way more default now, but still, you're playing Lucio Bap here, Jack. You have to play relatively fast, but Sugar Free shuts them down. A great Widow shot.
Nice shot. It's going to be hard too, Johnny, because you're fairly far behind in terms of ult economy. You're going to be running into a Captive Sun, a railgun like the Overclock against the sound barrier. NVM is struggling on this Genji as well. Minute to go.
This sound barrier from NY.
4-minute blade
has to be critical. You need to.
NVM hasn't bladed, right?
AKM blade?
Yeah, wait, NVM has not bladed. Am I?
Extinction haven't done anything, bro.
If they did, then I didn't see it. Unfortunate there. But no, it's 95%. It's not quite the AKM blade. And there's the sound barrier. And now they just have to worry about this Captive Sun. And the problem is this Overclock is still going to chunk through everybody. You need to claim that space. Luckily, though, Seeker oversteps, but here comes the Captive Sun. MVM looking for potential reflect here, but the Captive Sun is decent on the backline. Chases MVM away as well, who has no cooldowns remaining. The Sun detonations do end up triggering for Squid, and a big swing from Extinction, using that window to try and supplement their damage now. But with both DPS deads and 17 seconds to go, the ultimates, they needed to kick the Q button. They just got to do it at some point, and unfortunately for them, it was too little too late. Blade, Terror Surge available for the team, and
here we go.
It'll be a late touch. Terror Surge, still got a kill though. CJ dead, but no touch is Space Station Gaming. They're going to hold Extinction on that first point.
You know, there was an opportunity there. I don't want to overanalyze what Extinction did here, but I do think that NY maybe dropped the beat a little too early, and you just need every little bit of overhealth you can for that push forward. NVM was like 98% of the blade, I think, when NY dropped the beat. And then you're asking NVM to pull the Dragon Blade without the sound barrier. It's just too much damage to be worried about. There was an opportunity there for a great push forward, though, all those ultimates, but it just fell apart. SG looking dominant with so much poke on their side.
2 deaths between them as well, Seeker and CJ. All right.
Kellan just sat on the payload for like 4 minutes and just spammed as Orisa. 5,500 damage. Primary fire.
Left click.
Yep.
If you have the gold medals back, or you know the objective time gold medal.
I have gold damage.
Gold damage, guys.
I have gold damage. What do you do?
You know what's a legendary title in Overwatch is like gold damage. You know when your golden DPS for the season, it just says gold damage under your name.
Do you have that one?
No, no. Come on. Come on, man.
Right.
I know you won't play with my DPS ever, but it's like Masters 3, I think.
Actually, the funniest thing was when you'd play support or someone else would play support, and they'd be like, I have silver damage, which means one of our damage players has bronze.
Yeah.
That's when the trash talk really begun.
Oh, yeah. That felt good, man. That felt good. You're only damaging 2 of those gold medals away because Alari only does damage. Seeker with a nice shot on Wub. Tori's in an odd spot now. Gold only has Spear left. Spear Spin's been used. Tori has to get that lamp to stay alive, but just pushed out of the room. Base Space Station kind of running over Extinction now. I think this is one more touch for Extinction, Johnny. But that's about it. And Space Station can have such a good position too. I mean, Sugar Free's on Widow with all this real estate to play with.
Yeah, Tori's back on the Orisa there after being hassled in spawn. And they're gonna have to play fast now. You have to cover all this ground towards Squid and Sugar Free. Can't just let them free shoot. Have to see how Extinction do here. One final contest.
Such a good spot for Sugar Free, man. Look at this. This angle is crazy. Because look at the gold box of victory. You could just permanently shoot the head of Hattori right now. That large Orisa hitbox not working in her favor at the moment. Seeker does end up going down to warp though. Okay, and the window will not really be used by CJ.
Right.
It's a nice angle, but there's no one there to actually utilize it. Does Extinction make that hole?
Yeah, they actually got enough value from the amplification matrix there that it was enough to take down the front line of SSG. And then you can just play the off angle. You're not in line of sight of Sugar Free after he grapples back towards the bridge, right? So great job by Extinction. They hold on for now. But SSG, they're just gonna come up with so many ultimates here on the offense. And you have to work your way all around them. Captive Sun. And an Overclock coming up next.
Use sights really early actually to try and get some pressure on the back line. Oh, that's a gorgeous Captive Sun from Squid. There's a triple. There's a quadra for Squids. Oh, yes. It wouldn't be a Circuit Royale without an Alari popping off. Space Station Gaming with the hands of Squid. He's got many of them, but he only needs 2 to shoot. Space Station with a 2-0 lead in this series. Nice stuff.
Honestly, I'm here for it. I don't think Davos was Hunter was cooking, but I'm a satisfied customer if we're seeing Squid pop up on the Ilori like that. And again, I think this is great for SSG to have these double flex support compositions in their sleeve as we head towards the regional playoffs. There's a lot of Winston at the start of this stage, but if they can start bringing out more compositions like this on your Circuit Reals where dive is not as viable, it's going to be a big boon for them. So great showing from SSG here.
Yeah, great look from Sugar Free on the Widowmaker. I can't imagine we're going to see a lot of Widow. I think it's definitely like a greed pick on this map, but it could be one for the back pocket. And Widow and Freya on this map, it's tough. Widow does kind of roll the Freya if she's not playing slightly safe, but Freya with the ability to kind of duck in and out of cover really quick, it's kind of a pain for the Widow. So I don't think we're going to see too much extra of that, but it's there if they need it. 7 deaths to 27. Yeah, Extinction, unfortunately, living by their namesake in that map. See if SSG ran this out with a 3-0. Last game of our regular season here in North America for Stage 2. It's been a fun day, actually. We've seen a lot of variety.
We've certainly seen a lot of variety. Yeah, it's certainly been a fun day, if anything. It's like when the school year is ending, you know, like in June, and before everyone gets out, and like the last week, all the exams are done, all the classes are done, and so people are just they're just fun stuff. They're attending because they need to attend school, but they're not doing anything. They're just like, hey, we're here, we're finishing our attendance requirement.
I mean, even the teachers are kind of messing around at that point. It felt good, man. We're showing up. We're just showing up, bro.
Yeah.
And we're going to show up after this break. Space Station Gaming and Extinction going into map number 3. Space Station with the lead. Extinction get another chance to pick where they want to go. We'll see you after this. All fun in the sun, last map for Squid, but unfortunately the sun will always set as Bliss comes back in for Space Station Gaming. As Extinction take us to Runasapi, Johnny. Okay. Bit more
Pretty
of
default.
Pretty deep, yeah, a bit of a normal map there, nothing too crazy. I like Runasapi though, it's a fun map to watch, and I think with Zomba coming back in too, does mean there's going to be more Tracer play. So yeah, we'll see what the teams have cooking for us. Do you expect more dive maybe from SSG?
Ooh, that's a curious proposition actually, because GK did play Winston a couple of weeks ago on this map. Scissors is subbing in for Seeker. Yo! This is what Hunter was cooking.
Wait, this is what... Wait, okay, hang on. Sizz is in for Seeker. What are they playing? What are they playing? What's the comp, Johnny?
Tracer Genji?
Yeah. Tracer Genji. Dive.
I'm here
like
for
a
it.
pure. We're
That's
talking like
amazing.
purist dive here. We're talking Winston. We're talking Tracer. We're talking Genji. Like pure
Lucio
dive. Lucio Ana.
I don't know.
Runasapi's the pick. No, Genji's banned.
Oh my god, you can't be
Dude,
serious.
come on. Come on.
Are they gonna play? All right.
Pure dive. And they
Tracer
banned the
Sombra.
Brig,
Tracer
too.
Sombra. Go next. Tracer Sombra.
Tracer Sombra. Okay.
Go next.
We'll take that. We'll take that.
Yeah.
Dude, they really banned the dart. They really banned the Genji, and then SSG were like, okay, that was kind of our plan, but we'll ban Brig, I suppose. Oh,
Wait, because Extinction banned first, right?
Yeah, they did, yeah.
They might have actually just banned the Genji because they wanted to force Zomba on the Tracer, and so they protect banning the Tracer because, like, if you saw what Zomba did on Tracer against Nightmare on this map, you're like,
fair.
all right, we respect you, Zomba. We know what you're capable of, and so it kind of does make sense that banning the Genji first, you do force Zomba onto the Tracer on one of their best maps. But it sucks for us.
Okay. No purist dive, unfortunately, for Space Station's Genji's off the table, but it's okay. It's okay. Like you said, probably a little bit of Tracer Sombra. What do you think of the Sombra pick that's been cropping up recently, more and more popular as the weeks have gone by? What are your thoughts?
Well, honestly, I mean, the idea of Sombra hasn't necessarily changed. It's just like if you have good enough team chemistry, and you're able to follow up on it, like, yeah, you can isolate individuals. You can play a play style where you're kind of working around the enemy team, because obviously you have to wait quite patiently for your Sombra to set up these hacks in the enemy backline, right? But if you're quite happy to play that game, this means less point pressure, because obviously, you know, if the enemy team is 5-manning you have to back off and you have to wait for the right moment to kind of engage, right? But even dating back to the Champions Clash, remember Falcons? They brought out the Sombra against Alcadzia. On Surabasa, and they actually played that play style where they're like, okay, we're just gonna give Alcadzia a lot of room onto the point, we're gonna fall back and wait for, I believe it was Stalker, and we're gonna wait for Stalker to be in place, get the hacks, and then we just follow up on it. And then we've seen other teams adapt this kind of Sombra style. You know, it's been happening in Korea, but also team like GK, for example, Maimon had a lot of success on Sombra this stage, but the simple fact that Kaffa is really good at communicating with Maimon, and they follow up on the manual hacks, and so they're quite happy to play that playstyle. So I think for a lot of teams it's not going to be the winning recipe, but if you're able to play the Sombra at such a high level, it is a very viable strategy for really picking apart some of these teams who might not be ready to counter it.
Just having a small trouble here, just getting the players into the lobby, so there's a small little delay, but we'll get into the map in just a moment, don't worry. Yeah, I've been liking the Sombra look. I would say it's rather risky though, is the only thing, because the EMP is being able to build that up. If you're behind, it can feel really bad, but if you're in the neutral or you end up taking the lead, like Sombra's it becomes much easier for the Sombra to play. Like, it's way easier to take space or use the space that's granted to you by the rest of your team, like your Winston and you're the DPS. But if you're behind, it can feel kind of bad, because an EMP can win a fight, but your ability to charge that, it diminishes a whole bunch.
Right, and I think Sombra made a lot more sense early on in the stage when teams were playing stuff like Freya Genji or, Freya Tracer, stuff like that. But we've been seeing more Cassidy as of late, and just, you don't want to play Sombra into a Cassidy composition if they're playing, Cassidy, Lucio, Bap or something like that. Obviously, Sombra has some opportunities there, but I think mainly Sombra saw some play as well because Freya was the hit scan of choice for a lot of teams following the release of Freya.
All right, I'm just seeing the lobby load into the map, so that's our time to get in there as well. Runasapi is the pick. Extinction banning Genji, and SSG taking the brig away from Extinction. Going a little bit harder here in the paint with SSG subbing in Scissors and getting Bliss back in as well. So expect fast-paced Overwatch, just like how it was meant to be played without the brig.
We're guessing anyway.
Here's how.
This could be anything.
Wow. What's Bliss gonna play? Do you really think it's not gonna be like Lucio? Like,
I'd be down with this, to be honest.
In theory, you could double flex. Like, you could play like Juno, I don't know, Juno Curie, like Juno. In theory.
All right, maybe Bliss will stick on the Lucio, but Scissors Sugar Free is what I'm looking out for. What are they gonna combine for?
Oh, now this comp is okay. Now we're really talking. If Under's cooking now, okay, this is he's cooking this. Like, this is for sure. Like, Venture, Freya, no Tracer, no Sombra, like we were just discussing. Venture, Freya. I'm a big fan of the Venture. The Queen 2 from Kellen is, that's rough into the Orisa, but you just want to get in there. You want to speed ring, amp speed, whatever it takes to get into the backline, cleave someone in twain, and then just win.
I mean, if you willingly play Junker Queen into Orisa, like you're different.
You are different.
They are playing quite fast with this Venture. Wob is not gonna have a great time this game. Scuffed is not gonna have a great time this game.
Excellent. I mean, the savior here for Extinction is Wob, right? With that nade.
Oh my god.
Sombra is pushing the payload. Okay. Oh, Bliss is going to be there to help him out.
Yeah, you're right. Wob's going to have the greatest flashbangs of his life.
You got to take the double flashbang perk. That's all I'm thinking if I'm Wob right now.
Yeah, they have a lot of pressure. Scuffed is going to swap over to the carry, so makes sense. Not as prone to being rushed upon. But Wob's still on this castle. He's got his work cut out for him.
Ray-Day Wagyu beef being cooked up right here.
I love it.
Oh, there goes Scissors. Yeah, the big problem with Scissors is getting the burrow can be quite dangerous, because if you activate that a fraction of a second too late, you're going to get speared, you're going to get spear spun, or you're going to get fragnated, or magnate. I guess it's not a fragmentation grenade or fragnate, but it's a flashbang still. How many times they've reverted the nade? How many times? One day maybe we will get like an actual flashbang. Please don't, that was a joke.
Yo!
Ooh, what a stick from Zomba.
Zomba's online, Jaws. This is why we've been hyping up.
Well, orbital ray, but Wob set up perfectly. That Terror Surge, Deadeye combo from Wob and Hattori. Oh my word, Space Station Gaming. Regretting their choices? Not sure, Johnny, but that hurt.
This is certainly a cook right now. I mean, surely Scissor's going to stay the Venture here. Coming up on the Tectonic Shock. Nope, okay. We just give up on the Venture Ultimate. I get it. I feel it, brother. Yep.
I mean, against the Magnade, or like the Flashbang and everything else, like, come on. There's no way you can make that work. This is way more consistent on the Soj, bro.
I get it. I get it.
This rush is really good from Extinction, though. Forces SSG back, and they're going to take a really early lead. They've already got checkpoint. 70 plus meters, potentially 80, holding this far up. They've got an NY sound barrier too. As long as NY doesn't go down, this rampage is going to be tough to get off. They're in an insane spot, Johnny. They're trying to force NY to use the sound barrier right now. Nope. Oh, there it is. Oh, that was a frame perfect cancel of the rampage there from Hattori. Speared Kellen perfectly.
I mean,
Kellen's got to switch now, Johnny.
Are we massively surprised?
No.
Oh, this stagger would be brutal. Okay, wow. I mean, look.
Surely they're not going to full cap.
You have to
Clueless?
watch this map from the standpoint of SSG. Because Extinction, they're just playing the game, bro. They're just playing the meta. It's up to SSG to see what compositions they're cooking with, and they're gonna swap back to somewhat of a meta composition here. The Jungle Queen did not work out.
Hunter overcooked to an unbelievable degree. 800 degrees in the oven. Uh-oh.
It's gonna be a full cap.
Johnny, that's gonna be a full cap. Yeah. Space Station Gaming.
I can't
they do get a kill. Zomba does end up going down. Space Station have a chance to touch. They all end up spawning. Sugar Free dies. 3 meters to go. Scissors, though, with at least a kill on to Scuffed. A potential full cap here from Extinction. Yep. There it is. The overcook of the century by Space Station. Bro couldn't even get his back. There goes the backdrop. No! No! Someone save the backdrop! Someone save the back. Just hold it there, Johnny, until we're done with the segment. Hold it there until we're done.
Don't we have any graphics to show?
No, we don't.
Show the stats.
There aren't many stats to show, Johnny. I'm going to be honest, because Extinction just rolled SSG.
Highlights. Roll the tape. Come on.
Make him suffer. Make him suffer. All right, there's some highlights for you, Johnny. Put your thing back up. Well, Space Station, they come out with the Queen and the Venture. Well, but a pretty bad time on that first fight, but yeah, that was that was not it, SSG. That was not it. Extinction get a full cap, Johnny. A full cap. Like,
I mean,
what?
But like, are you surprised? You roll up with the Jungle Queen against the Orisa, and look, it actually, I mean, it was viable as long as Extinction played the Cassidy carry, but like, not really. It was very ambitious. You know, some cooks even have the throw-off factor. It's just like, we're gonna throw the opponent off guard. They're gonna be forced to adapt. What? Maybe they won't be prepared. But like, this cook was just straight up just like, oh, we're playing your counter. Extinction are like, okay, we're countering you from the get-go. All right.
We roll out and we have the perfect comp against your comp.
Yeah.
Like, we wanted to play this comp anyway.
That's just not. You're just fighting uphill at that point.
Well, there are the stats for you. 9 deaths for Extinction, 17 for SSG. Wasn't a long map. It was a very short one. Very, very short. 26 deaths for the whole map. And Runa Sapi and Esperanza too, if you know, any kind of push map, they last a long time. Like, he's a nail-biting round on me, going to time almost every single time.
I was gonna say
ridiculous push.
The funniest thing ever would be if Extinction reverse swept here. The problem is it won't have any implications, but it would still be funny.
I mean, the aura farm there from Extinction would be just ridiculous. Right. To be fair, if they did end up winning and reverse sweeping SSG would be 3-4. Extinction would also be 3-4. Like, that would be absurd.
Yeah, Space Station would be locked in though, to the top 4. Yeah. So they'd be tied when it comes to match results, but Space Station rather, they are fairly locked in. Yeah, they're locked in to the top 4.
They are
so
locked.
Nothing. They're not
No
risking. They're not risking like a nightmare scenario here. If them are getting reversed with because they subbed in scissors.
Well, I mean, look, I don't know if Space Station are going to continue cooking. Maybe they should. Extinction fans are definitely going to hope so. We're going to jump to a break. Map number 4 up next. All right, welcome back. A slight overcook there from SSG. Map number 4. Yeah, the venture didn't end up working out, and we say goodbye to Scissors. Seeker gets subbed back in. We go to map 4, Johnny.
What does this mean for Scissors Legacy?
Played that venture one time. It was pretty good. Hog ban for SSG. All right. New Junk City is the pick. Kiriko for Extinction.
You know, it used to be. Oh, remember Scissors on Energy Shock? Remember like their run at Dallas? Now the new memorabilia. Remember Scissors something for SSG on that Runasapi and they got full cap in 3 minutes?
Oof.
Well, they banned the Roadhog, so at least Extinction can't pull that out.
Yeah, it's like, woo, thank God. Hog out, we're good. All right.
Will they play for real?
At least that does protect the tank pick, I suppose, you know, from Kellen.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Space Station might just wrap this one up here, Jack. I feel like they're done playing.
Yeah, it feels like this should be theoretically. This is a map win for Space Station and a series win to round out the regular season.
It is New Junk City though, and I know it's SSG map choice. But if there's a map in the pool where I'd go like, could Extinction steal this one from SSG? I feel like New Junk City would be one of those maps where I could see Extinction stealing one, and then all of a sudden we're map 5.
Really? What gives you that aura? What's the aura here for?
I think it is because it is such like a tight brawl map. And I think like it can go either way. If you're an extremely good brawl team, I mean, obviously you're gonna love going to New Junk City. But if you're not definitively one of the strongest brawl teams, and you're playing NA, EMEA, like it feels, I don't want to say a coin toss because obviously it's not a coin toss, but I feel like it levels the playing field a little bit. No? Like Extinction. Are you telling me, Jaws, Extinction, looking at their composition, they're not a little bit thrilled that they get to play this against SSG?
They probably prefer this over a lot of other maps. No, I do agree with you. They would prefer this over a Suravasa. 100%.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, I think Extinction would much prefer playing this Bat, Brig, or Risa.
Because it's way more like Orisa. This map is way more Orisa pilled than like Suravasa, for sure.
Right.
They're going to run out with a mirror comp here too, so pure skill matchup.
A lot of pressure. Orisa's trading right now. Blizz stepping up quite a bit, actually. It's going to be Extinction, winning the momentum, and Kellan goes down. Well.
What do we have here? The consequences of my own actions.
Okay.
Well, unfortunately, Hattori does end up falling, and yeah, there you go.
All right.
DPS stepping up now for Space Station Gaming. When I say DPS, I mean the backline, CJ and Blitz.
All right,
nice little team kill from SSG.
I'm sorry.
That did very quickly, actually. Didn't even take that long to age poorly.
But it was fun. The tension there for like 4 seconds was really high. I think I convinced part of the audience that this was going to go Extinction's way. But alas, SG too good. Kellan goes down, but they find a way.
She'd find that pick again. But they've got window due Space Station, so as soon as Hattori steps up, it's gonna be a lot of damage flung her way.
This is so
and actually a quick rotation onto the point. I kind of like this. Although the window, there's not many spots to kind of hide behind. You literally have to hide behind this massive statue in the middle. Or whatever that is. I think it's some sort of robot. Sugar-Free recalling super early, yeah. A little too scared of getting one-tapped by Wub through the window. Point not even capped either. Sugar-Free can basically stay here for free. Oh, Somber with a 2k pulse, though. CJ and Bliss end up going down. That's a Terror Surge Pulse Bomb combo from Zombo and Hattori.
Yeah, that's massive, actually. Would have loved to see what happened to CJ's immortality field there. Maybe dropped early, maybe missed it a little bit, but fairly well played by Extinction there. Obviously, on this point, you're going to see the Orisas contesting the points a lot. And when Hattori had that Fortify up, they pushed forward, and they're doing so once more here, pushing Wub with the Deadeye. Can't quite find the pick, and here goes Seeker and SSG.
Oh, the counter Deadeye from Seeker. Nemwai's shield was like barely holding on. Yeah, good luck. All right, that'll be the first point over to Space Station. The hands of Seeker.
That's really well played by Seeker there. SSG just took their time. They waited out Wob's Deadeye.
Oh, nice flashback.
Seeker finishing things up once more. And then they just flip the momentum on the Extinction's head. They were caught outside the point. Great play by SSG, and they secure the first point here on New Dunk City.
Rally versus Rally now. This high ground so pivotal to these comps. Getting the Orisa Spear off of the side is going to be normally what both Orisas are looking for. But stepping up with the window here, I think Space Station realized what's happening. The Rally though, nice little bash into the front line, but they're just going to trade places as CJ ends up going down, and Scuffed just perma-pocketing Nemwai currently. This overhealth building up for the backline of Extinction. Nothing though in the face of Kellen, who ends up spear spinning straight into the backline, hits the Terror Surge and picks up a 2k onto Scuffed and Nemwai as the point does unlock. And even eats the pulse bomb. A little fadeaway look there from Kellen too.
Yeah, quick little pull seat there. The fight actually broke down quite a bit here. Looks like SSG perhaps. They're gonna get the cap here, but somewhat isolate too. Will be a few extra percentage points in SSG's way here. But yeah, both the Orisas just traded the backline essentially, but it was SSG who came out on top.
Now they've got to be a little scared of the High Noon and the Terror Surge again. Hampered on Rusapi. Sugar-free looking for a Dynamic Pulse. Here's the Deadeye coming out from Seeker, so Extinction will end up backing up a little bit. Good push onto the high ground though. It's already super low. It's already got pushed up onto height in the line of sight of Seeker. Now Wub not doing too much damage from this range, and is going to get checked in a second by Bliss, who is basically forcing Wub to basically stand where he is. There's no flanks for the Cassidy. It's actually Scuff that needs help in the end. This is all falling apart for Extinction now, Johnny.
Yeah, and because I think Nenwai was pushing the side angle with Wob, I just left Scuffed completely alone with Hitori on the Orisa and Sugar-free. I mean, that's an easy duel for you. Able to take down Scuffed on the BAP there. That's going to be another fight win, and SSG will go up 2-0 here on New Junk City. They're looking real clean on this composition. I hyped up Extinction going into this one. Thought maybe Extinction would have a decent chance. But SSG has looked mightily impressive on this Orisa composition, which again, not really something we saw from them early on this stage, but as the metas develop, looking like something SSG can perhaps lean on.
Gonna get that fast rotation too. Kind of disastrous the way the Extinction want to play. They're gonna have to approach them through this choke point, and they're going up against Window and Terror Surge, so they potentially are gonna look for an off angle here with the Cassidy, but then he's already dead. Wow, okay, Seeker with a double hit. Oh, what? This is all falling apart for Extinction now. Just not on the same page. Hitori tried to go for a Terror Surge in the back line. Can it is 1 HP? Ooh, I'll actually get this kill. Yeah, it does in the end, but the cleanups here for SSG.
I have the objective.
Yeah, and it's great to see Seeker popping off as well on this Cassidy. I feel like this stage, Seeker's discussion has been dominated by how good is Seeker on this Freya? How is Seeker not having the same amount of impact on the Freya, but on Cassidy, this is where Seeker really shines as well. Flashbacks to last year when Seeker had some stand-up performances, and Scout's gonna try with this amplification matrix, try to get something going, but SG looks so comfortable.
That would have been a crazy stick from Sugar-free to hit that. Lamp would have been available, so you can't imagine people would have died, but still would have been a decent amount of pressure. Rally's being popped by Nemwai and Bliss. Point does get flipped by the Tracer, but now they have to deal with Bliss on the point. That Rally overhealth for both teams now fading away into obscurity.
They have nothing here. Extinction have nothing. SSG, they're quite content just poking away here. Hitori really trying to secure some frags. Go a long way.
I like when the Baps don't even look at you and they're just jumping. They're like, I'm gonna try and heal or kill somebody. They still end up dying. That's pretty bad for Space Station, in all honesty, as Extinction have extended this fight to a considerable degree. They've got like 50-60%. Like Space Station, they're going to be on their final fight on this point.
Yeah, Extinction are getting active with it. Titori just hunting for frags pretty much their entire time. And like you said, this will be last fight here if Extinction are able to close it out. So this is G. Let's see how they utilize this Deadeye. Maybe Seeker going for a bit of a flank. Kellen will push up here with the Brig. Oh,
His OT stick lands, but doesn't actually end up securing the kill. Deadeye for Seeker now in this little room, getting protected by Bliss, but too much covering fire from Extinction will break Bliss's shield, so he's unable to really even make full use of the Deadeye. Lamp there to save Werb, and this should be the point now to Extinction. Sugarfree and Kellen are alive still, but their support from the rest of the team is waning. And Sugarfree lands a nice pulse kill onto Scuff, but can't get the touch. You saw him just kind of, honestly, the last couple of points has been solo carrying SSG, but that would have been a very different story, I'd imagine, if Sugarfree got that touch to trigger OT.
Yeah, would have given them a chance at least. You know, it looked fairly even, like a 2 versus 2, Tracer versus Orisa, so maybe there would have been a chance there for Sugarfree to clutch up. That would have been something, but instead, I gotta look towards the new one. CJ got the amplification matrix here. SSG, I don't think they're too desperate to push forward here, but if they can find a nice angle where CJ can secure some value here, should have a great opportunity to close this point out. I'll say that though, Extinction, double support ultimate here. Rally could make a big difference here, Joss.
Yeah, really nice window position too from Scuffed. Bit of an awkward one from SSG. It's not really angled perfectly where you can influence the fight on the point. Scuffed is going to get protected by the lamp, but not for much longer. It's just being hounded down by Sugarfree. Wow, really is just doing so much work for the team right now. A quick cap for Extinction, but even quicker flip by SSG. I mean, Sugarfree, Johnny, has not died yet. 19-0 on the Tracer. No assists either, just straight up 19-0.
Wow, that's unbelievable, actually. You played 3 points of Flashpoint and you haven't died yet. That is actually quite absurd.
Crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, it's another great fight by SSG there. Recognizing the Extinction, they layer their support ultimates to wait out. Bliss gets a lot of value. And now they're holding quite far forward here. Count's got a Terror Surge. Deadeye for both teams. Bit of a tricky fight going into this one. Oh,
yeah, pulse combo. Terror Surge pulse. Oh, not quite. Not today, Zomba. He's been successful over the last couple of attempts, but not that one, unfortunately, for him. Well, Kellen's pretty low. Does need some heals desperately. Extinction will punish Kellen for overextending and trying to make quick work for Extinction's backline. Sugarfree still comes up with a pulse bomb kill. Still yet to die is the Tracer, and he's still killing. That's 21-0 for Sugar Brawn. I mean, he's just gonna keep doing it,
this
man.
Is
like
crazy.
He just can't be stopped. Like, this is a Sugar Brawn performance I didn't expect to see today, honestly. He's just frying them. 10% to go. Extinction on their final touch, and he's gonna run at Zomba, who has got a recall, you imagine, but can't afford to use it. There's a final touch here for Nemwai, but that window is their last hope they've got. And even a Deadeye from Werb doesn't connect with anything. And Sugarfree still on a tear without fear, Johnny.
23-0, I think I'm counting.
Yep.
Rally here, that's obviously gonna force Sugarfree back here a little bit, but it doesn't look like Extinction. They're able to find anything with this. SG very much in control here.
Nemwai was out of the fight as well, just booped away by Bliss. Seeker's gonna get kept alive with a pack. Nice little fan, the hammer onto Zomba. No flash needed. Scuffed ends up dying, not sure how, probably off the map. And Sugarfree, or should I call him Sugar Brawn, finished that game with 0 deaths, 26-0. As SSG round out our regular season with a 3-1 victory.
Wow, that was like an unbelievable Tracer performance by Sugarfree there. 25-0? 26-0 on the Tracer? Like, that kind of like just snuck up on us. We're like, yeah, you know, SG, they're looking good here. In reality, Sugarfree just like took over on that new junk.
Yeah, I mean, stats in... If you have a match that is a fairly one-sided affair, it's a bit stats padding, right? So it's not like...
I mean,
I would not to take anything away from it. I was just saying, Like,
I will take something away from you a little bit though. Extinction were really going at him. Like,
oh yeah,
this was a very good performance from Sugar Free. If this was against a Liquid or like a GK, yeah, I'd agree. I still think there's something to be said about a Tracer doing as much as Sugar Free was doing though. But this was an expected victory, I would say.
Yeah,
so
no,
like
they
a
were
3-1.
Yes, like we expected SSG to come out on top of it, and I do love that we get to see those different looks. I also just love to see the DPS department shining again. You mentioned that during the cast as well, yes. Johnny, that Seeker on the Freya was just not really. He couldn't keep up with the other Freyas. He didn't really take to that hero the same way some other DPS players did. Like, we know what he can do on Soj. Like, he's taking over games. So to see him on Sojourn, seeing on Cassidy now as well, right? With the recent changes that we see Cassidy more in the mix. That's a great look for them. And when Sugar Free also steps it out like that, then just across the board, that team looks really, really competent. Now also on the Orisa comp, which is a great sign.
Yeah, I think the versatility that SSG have shown the last couple of weeks have been really impressive and just adds a layer of depth that I don't think we really saw from them the first couple of weeks especially. It was a lot of Kellan on Winston, a lot of Lucio Kiri to kick off this stage. But as the stage has progressed, as the meta has developed, obviously they didn't just like swap to BAP rig out of nowhere. That's where the meta has been trending. But the fact that they picked it up and they looked this good doing it, I still think that's a great sign for them heading into the regional playoffs, where now they've added a few different compositions that they can really take it to some of the better teams in the region with.
Absolutely. And as you just mentioned, Kellen and his performance on that Orisa. Kellen is our player of the match for this one as well. So congratulations to Kellen, who's holding down the fort on the Orisa. I love the progression we're seeing from SSG. It's just been like an upward trajectory throughout this stage. As we also mentioned a bajillion times, their stage only really started halfway through, right? So, yeah.
I think you hit the nail on the head as well. So, like, the confidence play, like, they needed this. They really did. A little victory here. They're, what, 4-3 now? Like, they're locked in at 4th seed. Like, the Space Station gaming and, like, this roster, we know, is exceptional. And they just need to start punching up. And I think this meta shift, too, towards more divey stuff is going to be a big thing for them come playoffs.
Absolutely, yeah. So congratulations to SSG. We're very excited to see them in the playoffs, but also, of course, Extinction are finding themselves in the playoffs as well, right? Yes, they do, because it's Supernova and Dildaxu, which will be playing in promotion relegation. Extinction came in 6th, and that means that they have a chance to run it back. And we've seen a lot of great signs for Extinction, and they really did fight back to a lot of those top teams. So I am excited. Also, chat, I see you. My husband's okay. Mostly, he cut his leg with a chainsaw.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
But over 60 staples later, the leg's still on. He only cut parts of the muscle. And he will be okay. But that was a bit of a scare for everyone. No, I mean, it's one of those things. Like, this could have gone so much. He got really, 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 really lucky. He got really, really, really lucky. Could have been a lot worse.
That is
so,
okay.
Yeah, send some good energy, some healing vibes his way. I'll be seeing him again tomorrow because he's out of town, of course, when that happens. Either way, I am in this town and I am here to talk about our drafts. How about that? Because we have a draft to finish. We haven't done that yet. Yeah, man. There's Johnny got Kuffa, right?
I picked Kuffa.
That was your last pick here?
Because you picked GK players in the first couple of rounds. Jack picked Ultraviolet, so you picked Admiral. So I was just like, okay, I'll just wait to pick Kuffa in the end because you couldn't pick more GK players. So Kuffa's my final pick. I needed a tank, and I saw that Kuffa was available. So happy to wait that one out.
I needed a tank, and I saw Kuffa is available.
I honestly, like, Kuffa would have been like a top 2 choice for me. Yeah, look, I would have picked Kuffa either as my first or second pick for tank, and so the fact that you both picked GK players and just let me have Kuffa as my last pick, I'm like thrilled.
That's a problem. I would have loved to have Kuffa because he's also a Vibes guy and I have a Vibes team, but I already had Infected, the more Vibes guy, so you can only have one.
I think I cheated, by the way. I just realized. I think I may have cheated.
Yeah, you did.
You have...
I have 2 Team Liquid players.
What?
Oh, you did cheat.
I'm not supposed to have 2 Team Liquid players. I did end up picking Zera.
So you're disqualified. You're disqualified.
My bad. I guess I'm disqualified. Yeah. I mean,
Just that's so funny.
That's crazy.
whoops.
I mean, but here's the thing. Matt also cheated, right? Because he went against the rules and picked up 3 Korean players. So like also.
Oh,
not
they hit the
eligible.
import rules.
Yeah, he went against the import rules. So I guess in each
Cheating.
region we have to have one person who just disqualifies
cheats.
himself. So the race is on. It's just Johnny and I. Yeah, I picked. Who didn't I have yet? Seeker. Yeah, very confident about that. There we go. Seeker. Let's effing go. Seeker on Cassidy. Seeker and Soj. He's gonna clean up. Rocket on that Tracer. Can Renko?
You got Aurora on the team.
We're good. I'm good. I'm confident. Ish, but it's not up to us. It's not up to our
You're
confidence
oozing
level.
of confidence right now.
We picked our teams, but now it's up to our viewers to decide who is winning this one.
I think it's quite obvious.
I cleared in NA, in EMEA, so naturally I should be clearing here too, right?
I literally have the Tracer on my team who went 26-0 just now.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy.
Yeah,
actually.
actually,
The
yeah.
recency bias might go crazy. Plus, I cheated, so I don't think I can't win. So
No, you can't win.
I mean, maybe they vote for a cheater. I don't know. That's up to them. Like, they can do that. Like, we're not gonna...
if I had my pick again, Zomba probably
See?
instead of Zera.
That's still a great pick though. Samba's had a great stage. So
Yeah,
Okay.
because I need the Tracer player, you know, so a little Zomba action. But yeah, I messed up. That was my bad. My bad.
No team is complete without a Tracer player. Now, as the poll is up, we are gonna just chat a little bit about other things, right? Let's talk about how the stage 2 shaped up, right? Which teams, which players did you have the highest hopes for? Who disappointed you? Who hurt you? Who impressed you?
Where do we
talk
start?
about the feelings as we're looking at those standings. This is the end standing in the NA region. Now, starting with you, Jonathan, middle name Snowden. Got it right.
Jonathan.
Okay.
Middle name.
Yeah, I don't know his middle name. Well, I should know it though. It was something very Swedish. Something with S.
I'll take some time here to just spotlight the lower half of the teams here. Dildox, you brought so much aura to the game. I love Dildox. I know that they absolutely sucked when it came to map differential. They were absolutely horrible. But they brought so much fun and so much aura to the stage. I loved having them here for stage 2. And I hope to see them do well in promotion relegation. I had super high hopes for Supernova going into this one. I thought it would be fluffy Dreamland beating Energy Shock all over again. But they went 1-6 because Ryan went to Korea. And Extinction with Somba, Sakura, you know, better of the rest. It's been a treat watching these teams play. So it's been a really fun stage 2 overall.
Yeah, I think Nightmare was the one I think surprised me the most. I would imagine a lot of people had GK like Team Liquid SSG like fighting for those first 3 spots. Nightmare coming in with a 6-1. Like the team, the branding, the logo, like the name value just of the orc itself, like that just brings something to Overwatch players. And I think Nightmare has been a very fun team. And Chronic picked up Freya quicker and better than a lot of other people. So yeah, I think shout out Nightmare.
Shout out indeed. I just love that they managed to overhaul the entire roster, pick up a completely different roster, and they still have the same energy though. I feel like it's just, there's a vibe about that team. I'm saying vibe a lot when it comes to NA region, but Nightmare they had that thing already last stage, and somehow they managed to achieve the same thing with completely different players. So that's pretty neat. Now we do have the bracket as well for our NA playoffs. So that one's ready. We can take a glance at that. Obviously the the top 2 seeds, they will get their pick of the litter. Who should they pick?
I think this one's quite straightforward, Jack. I think or actually, maybe it isn't straightforward. I was going to say that GK probably should pick SSG. I feel like the entire stage has just been like, you're gonna pick SSG here. But I think maybe like 60-40. We're at the point now where you should pick SSG, but there might be an argument if you want to play Liquid as well. I think Liquid's a better team, but I wouldn't be too shocked, I guess, is what I'm trying to say, if GK did pick Liquid for whatever reason they have internalized.
I think you're cooking with that. I do think Space Station are going to get picked first by GK, and then it'll be a Liquid Nightmare scenario, which would be a very fun game actually. Like Team Liquid won. Like that series in general was fun. I think the DPS kind of matchup is kind of interesting too. I think Chronic, if they can just continue with the Freya, they might roll over Liquid, but we'll see.
Well, obviously it's not up to us to decide. We do not have that power. You, dear chat, have power not to decide what our teams are picking, but you got to pick what you perceive as the best team in our fantasy draft. So let's reveal the results. The numbers are in. 26, that's way too much. Like, I shouldn't have that much. The cheater gets more?
Oh my god.
Oh.
I win! I win by default! I win by default!
Gets you wins!
Yeah,
don't cheat out there.
Technically, we learned a lot. If you cheat, you win. If you play with chainsaws, you lose. Like, today's was just a very educational kind of experience for everyone involved, isn't it? I can't believe you, chat. That's the dishonesty. I want to say I'm angry, but I'm just disappointed. How do you feel, Johnny?
It's my fault. I picked 2 Liquid players. Whoops.
They're great players.
I just can't believe it. The rules were very clear, and somehow
the rules are very clear. It's
just
because
unbelievable.
We did 3 picks yesterday, and then we do 2 picks today. So I just kind of forgot.
You forgot about your team when you were out. I just can't.
Well, I didn't forget about my team. I was just like, oh yeah, I can. Oh yeah, I need Tracer. Like Zera's pretty good. Like,
I'm sorry.
I see how you came to the conclusion you came to.
No.
And it almost went unnoticed. I didn't notice. You didn't notice. Like,
I didn't notice until the graphic came up.
I was about to say you were this close to get away with it, but you did get away with it because you literally won the.
I did.
Yeah,
I fraudulently won the game. Whoops.
Do you forget about laws too? Just like, I forgot about that law. Oh, that's crazy.
Like red light, green light.
I forgot about it.
It happens to the best of us and to Jack also. So there's
true.
that. Congratulations, Jack. I'm very happy for you. I'm also happy that we have more competitive OWCS action on the horizon. Yes, Stage 2 regular season is done and dusted as of today. But in just a week from now, we'll be heading into the playoffs for both of our regions, so it's going to be exciting. Jack, Johnny, thank you both so much for calling the action today. It's been an absolute blast as per usual. And now, dear people watching, German Hammerman is ready and locked in, so let's make sure to stick around as we are raiding the one and only Hardy. Make sure to send him all our love and make sure to sub to his channel as well and support the homie because it's Hardy.
Couple of gifted.
Darn it. Yeah, couple of gifted. Drop it. Now that's it from us though. Thank you so much for watching. It's been a hoot and we will be back for the Stage 2 playoffs in a week from now and we're gonna see you there. Bye bye.